Hey, hello, howdy, how you doing? 4 years ago, on a disgusting October day, I started my YouTube journey, something that's been largely shaped by Project Zomboid. So today, as we approach the anniversary of that leap of faith, I've compiled 10 hours of my favorite Project Zomboid challenges to help pretend to keep you company while you play other games. Or maybe you're a psycho who likes falling asleep to the sounds of gunshots and screams. I'm not judging. You heard that right though. 10 hours of Project Zomboid content with all sponsors removed, so you don't have to, be alone with your thoughts. Cheers. I know. I'm like 8 months late to the party on this, but you finally convinced me. Let's do it. The Week 1 mod by Slayer typically ends with a massive explosion and subsequent nuclear fallout. But what if you could theoretically save everyone, single-handedly overthrow the military, prevent the nukes from going off, and be the hero that no one asked for? Well, that's what we're gonna explore today. Quick plug, this entire playthrough was streamed live over on Twitch, where you can catch me on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. If you prefer a more lightly edited experience, that condensed version of this playthrough is up over on the second channel as well. Okay, let's go stop a nuke. It all started on a Friday. Meet Cletus Phelps, a PTSD-riddled retired Vietnam veteran. His normal day consists of wandering throughout Muldra in search of meaning after the war. He spends his free time with his buddies down at the gun range, but other than that, Cletus lives a quiet life. Obviously, given the events of his past, Cletus is no stranger to Uncle Sam, so it should come as no surprise that he's grown weary of the military presence in his small town. One thing's for certain though, the rumors on the radio were true. They're here, and in force.
Get on the business.
Blocking every major roadway into or out of town, all carrying firearms and full military garb. It's strange whenever this happens, especially in the small town of Muldra. So, Cletus kept his eyes on them. But other than that, his Friday went much like any other. He drove around for a bit, fueled up his car, talked to the trees, and had a nice home-cooked meal for dinner at 1:20 p.m. In the afternoon, though, he, borrowed some gear that a random civilian had left in the bed of his trunk. You call it hunting supplies, but Cletus calls it doomsday prepping. After making it back that night, though, Cletus looked out of his door to see 2 military soldiers approaching him. What were they doing, going door to door in the neighborhood, invading his privacy? That was just a step too far. So naturally, Cletus was forced to take matters into his own hands.
He's nuts. Cletus has lost his mind.
With both soldiers taken care of, I looted their corpses for any gear, walking away with a bulletproof vest, helmet, a ton of ammo and supplies, and an M16. Surely someone will come looking for these two, so I grabbed the body outside my house and dragged it out back. There's enough firearms and ammo to last a fight or two, but we'll need more for when the military comes back. It seemed like it worked though, considering all of my neighbors just chalked up the blood on the road to another Cletus cosplay event gone wrong.
They just have no clue why he looks the way he does. It's just blood all over the floor. There's a dead body over there, actually. Yeah, this. He's like, what's going on? What happened here? I have no idea. There are roadblocks everywhere. Average Kentucky IQ. I saw someone die nearby. Wonder who did that. Right.
After a good night's rest, including a lovely dream about the end of the world, I woke up to the sound of party music and the faint smell of the devil's lettuce. Not in my neighborhood, you don't. Shit, even Bella Goth was here from all the way from Pleasant View. Nice enough for her to show up.
My husband's in the army. I'm your husband.
Unfortunately, old Cletus took hit on her a bit too literally and ended up with a scratch on his neck after the lady retaliated. Simple retaliation wasn't quite enough for her though, and she chased him all the way to his backyard where she discovered the body. It was too late. Bella Goth had seen too much, and she had to go.
It didn't have to be this way. Bella Goth? What are the Sims doing? This isn't Pleasant View, it's Muldra.
I decided my best course of action would be to perform a counterattack on one of the checkpoints. Hit him quick with the element of surprise, something Cletus had become an expert at just a few decades ago. That way, they'd be so focused on the checkpoint that they wouldn't even think to search for the soldiers I'd just executed the night before. If anything, it might even give me a bit of info as to why all of the soldiers are posting up in town. I settled on the checkpoint in the south since it was so out of the way that I'd minimize the risk of anyone seeing me, as well as any potential civilians getting stuck in the crossfire. The plan itself went off without a hitch. Using the cover of darkness, Cletus crept into the woods, outmaneuvering the guards on duty and successfully catching them by surprise.
Those 2 guards that went missing right outside of Cletus's house. Oh god, they're all getting up. Hose them, boys. We gotta hurry. We don't have much time. He's getting up.
I see him.
There's no way the cops got here all that quick.
The only problem? An on-duty police patrol came through just in time to witness the chaos unfolding and chased Cletus back into the trees, forcing me to drop most of the gear, leave some of the bodies unsearched, and retreat back to my car, narrowly escaping with my life.
Oh my god, this is a shotgun. Run, Cletus! They have guns! No! Let's get the hell out of here.
After spending a few hours building an alibi of singing karaoke to an empty bar at the Rusty Rifle, Cletus went back to the checkpoint to recover what gear he could, only to find one of the soldiers alive and the police in hot pursuit. Were they in on this too? No time for questions. With both the soldier and police officer dead, a random doctor from Kentucky's finest arrived to examine the bodies.
Won't answer any questions. Well, they're dead, lady. That's why. What are we doing here? Where did you get your degree?
Thankfully, the rest of the officers had left the area by now, so I was able to swap out my shitty car for their state trooper patrol truck, giving Cletus a massive upgrade to his storage. Hey, it worked once though. There's no reason as to why it wouldn't work again, right? We just need to be quicker, in and out before the cops and God forbid SWAT showed up, right? Maybe I could get some tangible information out of them this time. Same strategy as before. Take out the guards on patrol, loot them for any gear, and dip out before the police show up.
Alright, here we go. Tango down. Oh, they're getting up. They don't know what happened.
Not a perfect execution, but it's far from our worst, I'd say.
Hurry up, they're not here yet. Go, 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 go. One of them is still alive. I'll look just like him. They won't even know I'm not even one of them. I'm a soldier. I'll just... Hi, officers. He went that way. Oh, God. No, officers. He went over here. I'll show you. Come over here. He went this way.
After bamboozling the police officer, I was able to loot back to the crime scene and walk away with tons of weapons and ammo to add to the collection. I think that's enough guerrilla warfare for one day though. It's time to lay low and see what their response will be.
Two rifles out of that, another shotgun. Looking pretty good so far. Pretty good, if I do say so myself. This backpack doesn't really have anything of value in it for me, though. Why is the army here?
More restless nights, more cryptic dreams. What could it all mean?
I remember looking around, calling up, but my voice echoed back at me. Suddenly, I saw a stranger trying to tell me something important. That was it. Okay.
You ever wonder how uncomfortable it's gotta be to sleep in full military gear, helmet and boots and all? Anyway, I heard over the radio this morning that people are starting to drop dead in the streets. Something big is coming, and we need to be prepared for that. People around me are starting to get sick. Everyone's coughing all the time now. The military is more on edge than ever. Probably has nothing to do with Cletus though. If shit's only gonna get worse, I need to be prepared. For starters, I need a better M16. The several that I've added to my collection over the past few days are serviceable, but not ideal. My highest quality rifle is half condition at best, and the last thing I want to deal with is having it jam up in the middle of a firefight. Shout out Vietnam. As I hopped in the truck, I noticed a lone soldier out on patrol, which gave me a great excuse to practice my stealth attacks. Just like in the jungle. I do like the idea that there isn't even anything crazy going on though. They're just finding the slain bodies of Cletus's victims, and he's taking that as some grand conspiracy, when in reality, he's just a serial killer. At least the citizens feel the same way about the soldiers though. They're getting bolder. Look, the soldiers are even raiding Jay's chicken. What is the world coming to? Someone should do something.
Not Jay's chicken.
I did see a helicopter come flying through at around 9 a.m., which I've never seen before. They were heading south, but I couldn't make out the insignia on the side of their doors. Later that morning, while taking on another lone soldier, Cletus mistimed his shot and wasn't able to incapacitate the man, leading to them returning fire.
Oh no.
Not only did poor Cletus take 2 bullets, but he'll never be able to have kids again. Thankfully, we were able to land enough shots to finally bring the man down, at which point Cletus was able to make it back home and perform life-saving first aid on himself. With nothing else to do but heal, Cletus spent most of the rest of day 3 sitting on his couch fondling his M16 mags, unloading and reloading them while listening to a radio broadcast confirming an airborne infection rapidly spreading through Knox County.
Now my family are all sick. If only those wretched green suits told us there was a virus in the air, we would all have been home at the start.
That afternoon, an explosion was heard in the distance as a helicopter flew above, spamming a broadcast about violent outbreaks in the area. Looks like it's Cletus's time to shine. The damage was extensive, but thank God the pizzas and wine survived. Do we think maybe everyone's just coughing because Knox County has a serious smoking problem?
It's just a cough, they say, as they're all smoking cigarettes.
The broadcast was right, though. The citizens of Muldra are becoming increasingly belligerent. I caught a random guy out in my chicken pen taking the term choking the chicken a bit too seriously. In the span of about 8 hours, Cletus Phelps had taken a bullet to the groin, his right foot, and now his left thigh. It's gonna be a rough few days to recover. There's only one way today could get any worse. Oh no, it happened. The monkey bar guys figured out how to get inside the fencing. Heading into day 4, I was once again awoken with nightmares of nuclear explosions in the distance.
Though, and I couldn't tell why, but it made me want to the other way. Still, I couldn't stop staring at it.
Well, that and a radio broadcast telling me to beware of peaceful protesters in my area.
In West Point County, everyone are to keep an eye out for potential looters, arsonists, and rioters in your area. Defend yourself and your community. We are working tirelessly to provide protection, however. Rampant cases of civil unrest.
It just cut out.
At least all the stitches had healed into simple scratches by morning, meaning Cletus should be fully healed by the end of the day. We'd been in the thick of it for 4 days now, and with the looters, arsonists, and suicide bombers roaming our great town, it's time for Cletus to head out and try to protect his fellow neighbors. It's clear the police cannot maintain order anymore, and the military has been a non-factor for days. People are starting to go insane. Muldra has essentially turned into an all-out war zone at this point. Everywhere you go, there's looters shooting it out with police officers, and the military is nowhere to be found.
What is happening? Oh, he's raiding the medical store. Where are the cops? Dude, shoot him. What? Well, good job, officers. Well done. Oh. Just teleported away to nothing. Nothing of value. Just a zombie watering can. He had nothing on him, right? Like nothing. Yeah, nothing of value. Anything in the trunks? I like that there's just keys on the ground, too. What's going on over here? Are they looting the stores? They stole my money. Give me my money. I need call JG Wensworth 877 cash now.
On the bright side, we're fully healed in less than a day after taking 3 bullets, so shout out Cletus Phelps and his superhuman ability to heal from gunshot wounds like he's fucking Wolverine. That evening, while trying to catch some sleep, Cletus was greeted with another dream. This time, a strange premonition accompanied by visions of a hidden facility. Inside the facility, a man trying to give Cletus his sword. Pause. On top of that, there's now reports of sick pedestrians assaulting people, orally. Nice. Not sure what that means, but it's either really good or really bad depending on the circumstance. Or cision. I feel like if the military would step their game up, this whole situation could have been under control in an afternoon. But apparently they're too preoccupied with something else. Anyway, they're all calling this the Knox event. Sounds like it's not just happening inside of Muldra. Guess we need to be on the lookout for anyone with bite marks now as well. There's also a new county-wide curfew in effect as of 6 p.m., so we'll need to be weary of that. Wonder what they're hiding. Things only continued to spiral heading into day 5 of the lockdown. Bandits were now freely raiding most of the buildings in the town, with only Cletus to help repel them. The police were simply stretched too thin, and the military were far more concerned with keeping everyone within the barricades to deal with any petty thieves.
We're getting up.
After a short nap in the car, though, Cletus was awoken to the sound of gunshots as a group of citizens had finally begun attacking the soldiers on guard duty. Only for the soldiers to take it too far, leave their posts, and begin actively hunting anyone they presume to be a threat. This is chaos.
They don't see me.
Outside, now!
Everywhere I turned, bodies began littering the streets. People were dragged out of hotel rooms and gunned down. Gangs fought over storage units in the open. Nowhere was safe. I need to get home. Hell, even the cops are defecting.
Oh god. The cops are breaking in? What the hell? I took a bullet somewhere. The vest eat it?
I think it's time to get out of here. But where would I even go? Who can stop this madness? After recovering from the home invasion, I loaded the truck up with a shotgun, tons of ammo, and a few days worth of food and water, and made plans to head out that night after curfew. Time to get some shut-eye. Call it divine intervention or pure schizophrenia, but Cletus knows what must be done. The fate of Knox County, help the world, rests on his hands. There's an old military base to the southwest where he spent some time after the war before getting out. He was sure that's where he needed to be. No doubt it'd be heavily guarded, and even if it wasn't, how the hell could he even make it there? Uldra's completely boxed in with guards. We're gonna have to take care of them somehow. That'll work.
Truck, we can go this way. And just like that, freedom.
Now to head west. I don't know if it's the curfew or if the military really does have a bigger stranglehold on this situation than they're letting on, but I've never seen a highway in Knox County this empty before. It's a bit ominous. I guess it wasn't entirely vacant though. A few corpses littered the side of the road, which allowed me to walk away with another bulletproof vest in the event that my current one doesn't hold. After another brief snooze behind the wheel, Cletus awoke with the exact location of where he needed to go. 16 floors below ground.
That's where I have to go. Flume floor minus 16. I have to stop it.
This isn't gonna be easy. The main road only took me so far, and soon I found myself following an old, overgrown dirt trail, just like in Cletus's dreams. Practically the Kentucky version of the yellow brick road, but shittier and less peaceful. Well, there it is. Let's get to work.
Oh no. Push, 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 push.
Now it goes without saying, but I'm gonna say it anyway. These guys are loaded. And it doesn't help that they travel in packs of like 5 or 6. That's 5 or 6 fully auto M16s just tearing through any cover you've got at your disposal. The inside of the facility is crammed with researchers, doctors, clinical workers, receptionists, security guards, and above all else, soldiers. I held my breath as I rounded each corridor, waiting to be met with the hot steel of the end of an M16 barrel, until finally, I made it to a locked door. Instinctively, I began searching the bodies for keys. As that was happening, though, I received an alert about a group of asylum escapees who were making their way towards me. No doubt, test subjects that would need to be put down. After spending several hours searching for keys on bodies, I moved to the northeast end of the building, where I began clearing office by office until finally stumbling upon a keyring.
Go back to the front, right? It wouldn't be like on a soldier, would it? It would have to be... Someone's getting shot. It's like riot police are lighting the place up. Give me the keys. Hi, everyone. Key ring, maybe? Maybe? We'll try the key ring.
Opening the vaulted door only brought more problems, though. See, the guards are able to shoot me through the next door, but I'm unable to hit them, causing me to take several bullets before figuring out a new approach. On the northwest side of the building lies a maintenance section. If I can just make my way over there, I should be able to loop around back and take the barricaded guards by surprise.
We'll take a few of those. We'll go this way.
While in the process of doing this, though, I found another key with a question mark assigned to it, so I took that and stored it for later as well.
That's how it's done.
With the barricaded guards successfully dealt with, I continued pushing deeper into the lab until finding the stairs leading underneath the facility. I need to reach floor minus 16, meaning I'll have to take the entire stairwell one floor at a time, strategically clearing room by room, door by door, until I reach the correct level. Let's get to it.
Oh no. Oh! Oh my god, there's so many of them. Just clearing the area as we go. This has got to be the control room, right? Gotta be over here, right? Found it. Oh! All right.
Wounded, exhausted, terrified, and riddled with bullets, Cletus Phelps made his way up to the terminal, input the question mark key he looted off a body hours prior, and successfully deactivated the launch sequence. He'd done it. He'd saved Knox County. Or so he thought.
Sync 9. Launch sequence deactivated.
Let's go. We did it, Cletus.
There was only one problem. Now, everyone knows where we are. We just shut down the entire nuclear launch sequence, alerting everyone in the facility to our location. If the goal is to escape alive, I'll now need to reverse the process and fight my way back up through 16 floors of hell until reaching the surface. And even then, there's no telling what could possibly be waiting for me on the other side of the vault doors. Unfortunately, some things that are set in motion should just remain that way. Sure, Cletus may have successfully prevented a nuclear blast from going off, but in doing so, he freely allowed the virus to spread uncontained throughout the US. All actions have consequences, and if bullets or nuclear fallout couldn't finish the job, there's always something more dangerous waiting around the corner.
We're almost to freedom. We're almost there. I can taste it. Go, Cletus. The world is your oyster. Well, you can just hear everyone getting slaughtered up here. Oh no. What has happened? No. This can't be. We won. No! Go, Cletus! It's not looking too good, boys.
This is how you died. Thank you all so much for watching. I know this isn't my normal content, but I wanted to give a more narrative-focused playthrough a shot, especially with a mod as wacky and enjoyable as Week 1. If you haven't yet, go check it out. Slayer has it for both build 41 and 42, though I'd highly recommend you checking it out on build 42 if nothing more than for the ragdoll physics. Russia. It's cold, gross, everyone smells like they hate themselves, and it's got a former KGBTQ+ guy running things. It's the perfect place to spend 100 days mucking around trying to figure out where I'm going and what I'm doing with my life. Last year, I did a cryogenic winter playthrough that you all seem to love, and I've been getting a ton of requests to do it again. Instead of copying that same approach, I figured why not take the journey to Russia, where it's generally just as shitty. With over 2,000 5-star ratings, Alt's Project Russia mod adds a ton of cities from different mod authors all into one playable 3,600 cell map, making it the largest map mod I've ever played. Now it's still a work in progress and it's being updated all the time. There's a ton of cities still being worked on, and Alt was generous enough to give me a map of locations that I can visit and show off. To stay true to and continue to make life miserable for myself, I've added cryogenic winter to the playthrough, mainly because when I think Russia, I think cold and snow. To make this manageable, I'm keeping it on the normal difficulty, but adding the permanent snow option, because I've never played this map before and have no idea how loot tables are set up or where I'd even go to find warm clothing. Personally, I think that's a fair trade-off. Alright, I've been talking way too long now, so here's my build. The mod list is down in the description. I set hell events to sometimes and the zombie population to high, and with that, here's how I spent my first 100 days in Russia, cryogenic winter version. I spawned into Russia at 5 AM on December 1st, and immediately began looting the nearby houses. Just outside of my spawn home, I harvested a few crops and began stockpiling some canned food and a chef knife. After looting a couple houses, I stepped outside and began luring nearby zombies over a fence. This worked out perfectly, and I was able to walk away with a digital watch, a denim shirt, a hoodie, and a quilted jacket, courtesy of Russia's civilian population. After grabbing some oven mitts to keep my hands warm, I triggered a house alarm. Fearing Putin's wrath, I broke into a nearby house and waited out the alarm. With the loot beginning to pile up, I found a mostly fenced-in house and decided to make it into a makeshift safe house, at least until I get my bearing a little more. I tried to catch an episode of Life and Living, only to realize the channel guide was also in Russian. Early that afternoon, I set out to explore some more, but after following a dirt road for a few hours, decided to head back to base for the rest of the day. The last thing I wanted to do right now was get caught out in a blizzard a few hours from home. After waking up on day 2, I grabbed some food and set out to continue down the dirt path leading to the north. It looks like this is another neighborhood, so I began looting some of the nearby houses or construction areas, coming away with carpentry books, screwdrivers, a hammer, and several boxes of nails. There's a ton of zombies here that I tried to bait out around the neighborhood, but it didn't work out how I was hoping it would. After killing a few zombies, the rest had wandered back over, resulting in a close call when I got way too cocky and rounded the corner without anticipating anything. In between days 2 and 3, I spent some time studying the map that Alt had sent me, and found out that I'm currently in... There's an AFB base to the east and another town to my south, so with that information, I set out to explore the southern town with plans to hit up the AFB base in the next few days. Well, that was the plan, anyway, until I reached the river crossing, only to find the bridge half destroyed. It's not the end of the world though. I don't have an axe, but I do have a hammer and some nails, and there's some planks nearby that I can use to build a cross. That being said, I'll need to hit carpentry level 1 to make flooring, so I spent the rest of day 3 reading carpentry volume 1. A lot of day 4 was spent searching houses for a saw, since I need one in order to begin disassembling things. While looting a house, I managed to find a duffel bag with some bullets in it. Not sure if I'll ever get to use them, but the bag is a huge addition. Immediately after finding the duffel bag, I headed out back to the shed where I found potato seeds and a garden saw, prompting me to spend the next few hours disassembling furniture. I hit level 1 by noon and began the trek back north to grab some planks out of the buildings under construction. I made it back to the bridge on the morning of day 5, and after spending an hour or so placing wooden floors, was able to finally make it across the river. While exploring a couple buildings to the west, I found some decrepit houses. One of my favorite things the mod authors did here was leave these openings on the second floors with loot on the other side, so you can build across to the loot if you want to risk it, or leave it if you can't be bothered. It's just a nice addition that I wish the base game did in its building design, aside from just copying and pasting the same 4 buildings over and over. While continuing to the south, I managed to stumble upon what I assume was a Russian soldier or guard. All that really matters was that I was able to take his shotgun off the corpse. I'm not really sure what I'm looking for at this point. There's still a ton of things that I need to do. Find or build a forever home, get a generator and a Jenny mag, find a working car, all of that is still on the to-do list. I might have found a potential forever base here, but I'll need to figure out how I can get rid of the claustrophobic proc, or at least find enough booze to counter it. The area is entirely walled in with tall fencing, so zombies can't get in as long as the doors are shut. The building itself is a boiler room, or at least that's what it looks like to me. I marked it on the map for now with plans to revisit it and continued south. I also thought I found a survivor home at one point and was super excited, but it turned out to just be a barricaded home. Turns out that massive building that I was interested in was actually just a half-finished structure. Oh well, on to the next one. That night I managed to find an antique oven while looting, but didn't take it with me since I couldn't carry it at the time. I'll have to come back here once I'm settled and scoop it back up. While looking at the map again, I noticed that there's a prison within walking distance, so I set out for it on day 6. I don't have a ton of weaponry, so if it's anything like the Rosewood prison, I'm not going to be able to do much at the moment, but I'm also determined to find a place to call my own. Worst case scenario, I just need a car and can live a nomadic lifestyle. While on my way over to the prison, I came across a large storage building that I thought was a gas station, and after taking care of the zombies inside, I found the main loot room, which held several melee weapons that I added to my arsenal. The buildings directly next to this warehouse are similar to those crop warehouses in Knox County where the crates are loaded with sacks of vegetables. The good thing about these warehouses though is that I can sleep in them without relying on vodka to ease my panic. I made it to the prison early that evening, trying to figure out a good way to get in without pulling every zombie in a 5-mile radius. It's heavily populated, but it's also well fortified, so if I can get in, I should have no troubles turning it into a borderline super base. That being said, there's a lot of work to be done, so I got to it. On day 7, I finally got my first heli event while walking back to the prison. Luckily, there's a massive open field on the way to the prison, so I was able to just continue walking without having to worry about any wandering hordes pulled by the heli. That being said, it certainly pulled zombies from the prison onto the road, leading to an unexpected engagement where I finally got to dual-wield melee weapons. By 4 o'clock that evening, I'd made it back to the gate, only to find it completely destroyed. This was a blessing and a curse, since this meant I could just waltz right in, but it also meant the zombies could just follow me home. By that evening, I'd managed to kill around 120 zombies in the area before deciding to head back to the warehouses for the night. By around midday, I'd made it back to the prison and began clearing out the zombies who'd wandered out after me. It took a few hours, but I was able to push fully inside the walls by early afternoon. The buildings are absolutely loaded with zombies. Because I'm not using a zombie spawn fix mod to address this, it means I have to physically push into a lot of these buildings in order to clear the immediate area. While resting up, I made the mistake of not checking my surroundings, leading me to take a scratch on the left arm. This ultimately led to nothing, but did impact my ability to dual wield weapons for the next day or two. As it stands now, it takes around 2 hours to travel from the warehouses to the prison with the mix of jogging and walking. I'm definitely going to need to find a car, hopefully sooner than later. If I read the map right, there's a gas station to the north, so with any luck, I'll be able to find one there. My arm was still f***ed up, so after trying to fight for an hour or so, I eventually just gave up and began making my way back to the potential gas station so I could at least walk away with a small win today. Well, this is depressing. Day 10 was super combat heavy, so I'll show some of it, but I don't want to spend like 3 or 4 minutes just showing combat montages. This isn't liberating Louisville. I did almost end my run at around noon though when I broke down a door to find about a dozen zombies sitting there waiting for me. After finally getting into the building, I found all the boxes and lootable objects were just full of metal sheets. There's some cool posters on the wall and the layout of the buildings are really cool, but other than that, I haven't been able to find anything worth looting. Using some beta blockers I looted from a corpse, I spent the night in the second floor of a building before continuing to push out into the prison. Today was basically spent wrapping up the area. I'm starving, so the focus was food, but I ended up spending a ton of the day just stuck in one building trying to push back the hordes that continued to flood in. That afternoon, I found a small ammo stash in the prison loot room. No guns, but better than nothing. Fortunately, I found a cafeteria and was able to loot some canned foods and some butter to deal with the fact that I'm shedding weight every day. There's 2 other large prison sections, but the doors were locked, even after picking up a key, so I decided to pull the plug on the prison and dip out. There's some ammo there, but from what I can tell, there's nothing worth pursuing at this time. Maybe I'll come back and grab some firepower, but for now, I'm gonna change focus to the AFB base and to the city under it. I spent all of day 12 walking back to my original safe house. The map is way bigger than it actually looks, and even I fell for it, considering I spent almost 6 hours just jogging back to the neighborhood I spawned in at. On a positive note, I'm a lot closer to the AFB base, so I should be able to make it to the warehouses just outside of the city by tomorrow. Day 13 was all about getting to the city. This bridge wasn't blown out, so no building required, just running. Lots and lots of running. I felt like Forrest Gump when he just runs for like 2 months straight. Along the way, I stumbled across what I assume was a police checkpoint, but I forgot this is Russia, and for some reason that means police carry AK-74U submachine guns and carry a variety of ammo with them. Anyway, I managed to find 2 vehicles in a parking lot and spent the better half of the evening trying to pull zombies away from the cars to see if I could snag one of them. The keys for the 4-door were sitting on the ground, but the engine sucks on it, and they're not sold it as any fuel. After spamming the engine and practically kissing death, I finally rolled it over and was able to head back to the safe house with a working car. Now that we have a working car, we can focus on finding things like a generator magazine and a generator. I figured the best place to look for a Jenny would be the AFB base, since most military checkpoints or bases tend to have loads of them, at least in vanilla and other modded maps like Raven Creek. While making my way back towards the nearby city, I Caitlyn Jennered an undead survivor, stopping to loot it for the prepper knife and ammo it had on him. I made it to the base by around 9 AM, but quickly realized that I can't access it without a sledgehammer. I'm not sure where any hardware stores are located, but the city seemed like a great place to look. While driving back into the city, I came across a self-storage, so I parked at a nearby gas station and got to work clearing the area. With the zombies taken care of, I began checking the self-storage units for a sledgehammer or any lootable gear. After looting several garages, I managed to find a wooden axe, a welder's mask, and a generator. All I need now is a Jenny mag, which I plan to find simply by going door to door in this city, which is named Completely unrelated, but I also found a garage that has a ton of rain collectors and a well in it. Do with that information what you will. I also found another generator, so as long as I find a Jenny mag, I can keep one at a gas station and another at the main base. Just an hour after finding the well, I was able to find a sledgehammer sitting in one of the crates. Instead of heading home that night, I drove back to the Jeep blockade and slept there. Of course, the first building I try to loot ends up tripping an alarm, pulling hundreds of zombies into the area. I was able to kite a chunk of them into an apartment complex before sneaking out through a bedroom window. After losing the zombies, I was able to successfully loot one section of an apartment complex for a ton of skill books and magazines before hitting up a garage and finding yet another sledgehammer. With a looting run in the books, I spent the rest of the day back at the safe house burning through all of my magazines. I'm planning on using the wooden axe I found to chop down a few trees and fully build out the bridge to the south. By 9 o'clock the next morning, I had gathered 40 planks to use. Because I stayed up all night to read skill books, I decided to read a few more hours before ending the day so I could get an early start tomorrow. By early afternoon, I'd completed the bridge. Now that I can travel back to the warehouses, I stopped by my original safe house to throw everything of value into the car before heading south. The only issue with this is that there's no clear path back to the warehouses, meaning I'll need to clear a path through the woods. With that in mind, I drove my car as far in as I can make it, grabbed as much gear as I could get my hands on, and finished the trek on foot. Most of day 18 was spent making the trek back to my car. I brought an axe back as well and proceeded to Paul Bunyan my way through the trees in order to make a clear, drivable path. After several hours of this, I finally managed to break through and make it back to the warehouses with my new vehicle. Since there's still a blizzard going on outside, I chose to spend day 19 cleaning up the warehouse and organizing my gear into containers depending on their respective categories. I finished up at around noon and spent the rest of the day grinding out various skill books. By day 20, the blizzard had let up some, allowing me to head back out and loot the nearby town. Admittedly, the car has seen better days. It still runs just fine, but with the driver window missing, the heater inside the car is essentially useless. With being around -20 Fahrenheit, I can't afford to continue fighting outside for longer than a few minutes before my swing speed is reduced. This makes fighting larger pockets like this one all the more dangerous, but mom ain't raised no bitch. I've been using the time spent looting houses as a way to escape the elements and rest, but I'd be lying if I didn't say most of today was spent fighting these pockets of 15 to 20 zombies, with minor sporadic looting sprinkled in here or there. That's not to say there weren't some close calls, though. After yesterday, I decided to just head back to the city near the self-storage units and start looting from there again. Also, I'm pretty sure I popped a tire since my car is just wobbling around right now, so there's that. Luckily, there's a small neighborhood just outside of the city, so I stopped there to warm up and do some looting. I managed to find another car here, but it's out of fuel and has a bad battery. If nothing else, I should be able to at least take a window out and put it in my car, or use this one to power level mechanics with. Inside another house, I found a second antique oven and a cot, which means I won't be getting tired at like 3 p.m. anymore. Another nagging issue is that I finally set up at those warehouses to the south, but it's still over a 2-hour drive to make it back there from the city. I think my best bet at this point is to leave small camps around the map and primarily travel as a nomad, but there's still some setup that I'll need to do before that. The looting run continued into day 22, where I managed to find a gas station with a bar behind it. This is huge because I can drink 1/4 of each alcoholic beverage and sleep in any building I want to, since it'll fully remove panic. It's a good way to get around the claustrophobic trait if you don't have beta blockers. Since I have booze now, I chose to sleep in one of the townhouses so that I didn't need to spend several hours driving all the way back out here tomorrow. Well, I'm fat as shit now and still rapidly gaining, so we'll need to address that at some point. But with that in mind, I continued to push into the city. It was around this time that I remembered I left a sledgehammer over here, which can be used to break down the walls at the AFB base. So that'll be the plan as soon as I can find a generator knowledge magazine. It turns out as long as I keep fighting, I won't get hypothermia. The only issue with this is that I have the physique of a gold standard Reddit mod, so I get tired quick. The entire premise of today was to clear out as many zombie groups as possible so that I could loot the surrounding structures without having to constantly watch my back. On the bright side, I managed to find a black cowboy hat, so that was a huge win for me. Normally I'd skip this portion of the recording, but I wanted to take a moment and showcase some of the builds that the mod authors created. These are 3-story apartment complexes, complete with their own custom tiles. There's 2 apartments per floor, one on the south and north. I used these to hunt for the generator magazine, starting with the first one on the strip and working my way through each apartment. Luckily, or unluckily depending on the person, there's a couple windows per apartment that have these iron bars blocking them. These can't be broken, which causes the zombies to stack up on it. If you're not careful, you can aggro them like I do here. And after several days of searching, I finally found a generator magazine on Christmas Eve, in another set of apartments to the northeast of the originals. Since it's Christmas and I have a car full of loot, I decided to head home and spend a few days pounding through some skill books and getting my weight down. On the 27th, I caught hypothermia while in the middle of a snowstorm, and I'm assuming the power went out since the temperature dropped from 70 degrees all the way down to 19. I chose to build a fire pit inside since I was planning to head out in the morning anyway and didn't want to waste any fuel on a generator. On the morning of day 28, I grabbed a sledgehammer, some general supplies, and after taking stock on my ammo, decided to go the melee route, grabbing several short blunt weapons so I can dual wield before setting off for the AFB base. I reached the base that afternoon. Admittedly, this isn't the best time to come here. I don't know how packed the base is with zombies, and it's in the middle of a blizzard, with little daylight left. But okay, I'm already out here, I might as well go in. Inside the walls is what I can only describe as thousands and thousands of zombies. There's nowhere to run to, nowhere to hide. Every corner trips additional zombies to follow you. This led to another near-death experience when I tried to bait zombies into a building, only to run back out directly into a few hundred of them. Eventually, I found a large warehouse that I could pull them into before looping around and sledging a hole in the eastern wall, escaping back to a building in the city for the night. Since there's a massive horde to the east, I figured I'd take my chances and return to the AFB base again, but avoid that entire section. There's still hundreds of zombies idling around, so I got to work doing what I do best. Until I walked through a tree and cut my right hand on a ficus. With no way left to actively fight, I pulled the trick straight out of A Quiet Place and just started spam shouting like I was John Krasinski, pulling as many zombies as I could and slowly making my way back to the entrance. Once the zombies began flooding through, I took off back to the gas station to pass some time until I healed up. My arm is still injured, but my swing speed is back, so that's a good sign. Not wanting to pull the angry horde of Black Friday shoppers, I pushed far to the west and found a spot in between two groups of zombies, allowing me to get back into the base. You know, those dorks who tried to raid Area 51 could learn something from me. There's still a few pockets of zombies inside the walls, so I figured the best course of action would be to pull them one at a time and secure the area, and then just pray like hell the zombies that I'd pulled a few days ago didn't push back in. Luckily, I was able to take a page out of Germany's playbook, making the task of slaughtering Russian civilians look easy, allowing me to clear out the area by early afternoon. The building itself seems more like an office complex. Each room on the ground floor has several computers and bookshelves in it, along with a few zombies idling behind the doors. After several more hours of fighting, I was too tired to continue, so I decided to head back to the gas station for the night, continuing on the next day. Turns out it's hard to be stealthy when there's only one path and dozens of zombies waiting for you. I don't know if it's just because I've been addicted to killing everything in sight, or if it's just actually this tedious, but I've been finding myself simply brute forcing my way through almost every obstacle. Does anyone else feel the same way, or am I just a lunatic? There's also this slight hiccup with brutal hands where when there's one zombie on the ground and another in front of you, you'll sometimes proc the zombie on the floor, which can lead to this happening. Adding insult to injury, another heli event triggered, causing me to retreat back to the town in the south for the day. I just can't catch a break. How's that saying go? New year, same me? Yeah, that sounds right. Anyway, it's day 32, and after killing zombies for a few hours, sledging a hole in a wall, and looping around, I was finally able to break into the armory and loot some 9mm rounds and a Glock. There's still some gems in there like an assault rifle and a couple drum mags, but I'm tired and it's already almost 3 o'clock. I'm gonna need a shotgun if I want to grind out some aiming levels, so until then, a pistol isn't really gonna do me much good. By day 33, I was out of water and running low on supplies, so my goal was to get back into the AFB base, loot the armory I'd hit yesterday, grab my car, and head back to the warehouses to recover and restock. With the ammo canisters, I'd been able to loot about 40 boxes of 9mm ammo, so I grabbed 4 of those boxes, the Glock, and set off for the base, arriving that afternoon. Nothing's really changed since last time. If anything, it feels like there's more zombies. The strat is still the same though. Ball up a few hundred zombies, kite them to the far side of the building, loop around, and grab whatever I can get my hands on. The actual looting portion wasn't difficult. It was getting into the car and turning it on that proved to be near impossible. Luckily, thoughts and prayers worked for the first time in history, and I was able to escape back to the gas station where I picked up all my junk and fled back to the warehouses. This took way longer than it should have since the car kept stalling. It wasn't until several failed attempts that I realized there might be something wrong with the engine. After spending almost the entire night driving and stopping, then driving again, I ditched the car just past the bridge and walked back to base through the blizzard. During my slumber, I managed to become incredibly sick due to hypothermia and break my sickness, all within 12 hours. With only a few hours left in the day, I chopped down some trees to add around 100 hours of fuel to the campfire. I don't have any rain collectors and still need 2 levels in carpentry and several garbage bags to build them. I live pretty close to a river though, so I grabbed my empty tin cans and empty glass bottles and set off for the river. I didn't take the plastic water bottles since those don't boil in campfires, so it wouldn't make much sense. That evening of day 35 was spent pouring water from tin cans into water bottles before I finally upgraded my backpack. It's day 36 and I'm back to walking everywhere. I spent the morning heading into the nearby town and borrowing a TV from an abandoned house that I can only imagine the KGB hit first. I had plans to use the TV as a way to farm the VHS tapes, collecting dust in my base. It wasn't until I brought the TV back and turned it on that I realized it was an antique and didn't have a VHS slot in it. This day wasn't a complete failure though. Having to run back to the town allowed me to come across a rogue zombie carrying a machete. I didn't manage to find a TV that I could use, but I did find this weird truck. Is every vehicle in Russia this f***ing hard to start? No wonder everyone looks so pissed off and miserable all the time. I couldn't remember if I left a generator in the old car, but I needed fuel, so I set out to find the abandoned vehicle to scalp what I could and move on. That evening, I began training mechanics by tinkering with the vehicle wreckage just outside of my base. This came at a great time considering I walked outside to a blizzard on day 37. The mechanics grind went on for practically the entire day. I finally hit level 2 that afternoon, though it came at a price. A nasty cold sucks, but I have everything needed to deal with it. Booze and cereal. No, seriously, after lighting a campfire, I drank some wine, ate a ton of food, and then slammed some vodka before going to sleep. That Russian vodka worked overtime and I was cured by the next morning. I started off day 38 by disassembling all of my digital watches to give myself level 1 in electrical, because I completely forgot that I went with the burglar occupation and was convinced I still needed electrical 1 to hotwire cars. The afternoon was spent prepping to level my aiming skill. I'd managed to loot a double-barreled shotgun and around 25 boxes of 12-gauge shells from the looted canisters. Now, 750 shells should be more than enough to get me off the shotgun, but if I've learned anything in my years of Zomboid grinding, it's to always take more ammo than you think you'll need, and then take some more. By the time I was ready to party, it was 4 o'clock and I was already getting tired, so I decided to wait until tomorrow. When I was trying to think of a good place to go to train aiming, a couple places came to mind. I could go to a new city, back to the AFB base, but one stood out. After packing up the truck the following morning, I set off back for the penitentiary. The big reason for this is there's 2 prison rooms with armories supposedly hidden somewhere in there. With that, let's get to work. By early afternoon, I was becoming hypothermic, so I decided to dip into a nearby building, slowly baiting the zombies up the stairs before jumping out a window and repeating the process. It's worth noting that I'd begun looting the corpses since some of them carry AK-74s, only further proving that the Russians want to be American public school kids so bad. It turns out those 2 buildings in the back are just prison barracks and don't have any armories in them. To make this feel slightly less like a waste of time, I looted both of the guard towers in the north and called it at that. After dropping almost 200 shells, I'd managed to level up aiming 4 times and reloading twice. Now that I've got some levels in aiming, I figured it'd be a good time to revisit the AFB base and see what I could uncover. I have around 30 boxes of 5.56 ammo, along with 2 drum mags and a Colt M723 rifle, so I stocked up and began the long drive back. I made it to the gas station that afternoon, and after clearing out the area, settled in the back room for the night. The next morning saw me heading back into the AFB base for like the 20th time. This time was different though, and by that I mean I got to pull off the no Russian that all the MW3 fans thought they were getting. That evening, I was exhausted, out of bullets, and staring down about a dozen zombies. Luckily, we're right next to a f***ing armory. I spent all of day 42 recovering from yesterday. By the time I'd woken up, it was already late into the afternoon, so I decided to Blair Witch myself into a corner and watch paint dry after taking inventory on the gear I'd collected. Another heli event triggered at around 5 o'clock, but the zombies didn't know where I was, so it wasn't really a threat. On day 43, I set back out to find my van that I'd left behind, since there's no way in hell I'm just gonna walk all the way back to my safe house, especially in the snow. There's still some more of the base to explore, but I've spent enough time here, and I really just want to check out some other cities around the map. After wandering around the woods for an hour or so, I found the van and was able to get it started, even after having the lights on for almost 3 days. The rest of the day was spent reading some more skill books since it was too late in the day to start anything worth doing. That was until zombies broke part of the gated door, forcing me to move the van in its place. Day 44 was a complete waste of a day. I'd completely forgotten that I stashed all those boxes of 9mm ammo at the gas station by the AFB base, so I spent all day driving back out there, collecting my loot, and then driving home. I don't know if it was because the zombies were slowly beginning to dismantle my warehouse, or if I was just going through withdrawals, but I had this overwhelming urge to build out a base. So starting on day 44, I drove my van out into the woods and began committing mass deforestation. While playing Lumberjack Sim, I was ripping clothing to make sheet rope. With the tailoring mod, you need 16 ripped clothing to make 1 sheet rope, which means I gotta start shredding. Luckily, there's more than a few corpses lying around for me to borrow from. This continued until around 2 o'clock on day 46, before the wood axe broke for the second time. At this point, I figured I had more than enough logs to get the job done, and began stacking logs into the van using the sheet rope I'd been collecting. Even with the van and the 8 sheet rope, this took several days to move all the logs, but by day 49, I was able to start sawing away at them. I want to save some logs to make log walls with, but I'll need some planks to build out some more defenses. On day 50, I sledged out all the glass and windows in the main warehouse, before replacing them with tiles from the More Builds mod. After hitting carpentry level 4, I spent day 51 reading volume 3 skill book before continuing my base redesign. On the 21st, I fully built out a bedroom for myself before spending the rest of the day grinding through my stick collection, using them to craft around 50 spears. I needed to get door hinges and doorknobs, so that was my goal for day 53. After collecting about 5 doorknobs and 15 door hinges, I made it back to base and spent the next several hours building and disassembling various doors, trying to find one that matched up with the walls. After settling on a dark wooden door, I grabbed my tin cans and set out for the river to refill my water supply. Everything was going so smoothly. I'm not entirely sure how this happened. I hadn't had any issues with the campfire in the past, so here's my best guess. The generator outside must have dropped below 20% condition without me noticing, resulting in an explosion which lit the entire room on fire. I tried to put it out using some of the water on me along with the tin cans I could grab out of the campfire, but it was futile. I'd already lost both generators, and the entire warehouse was up in flames, with the fire spreading to the nearby buildings. I grabbed some of the supplies, such as food and water, along with my shotgun and some ammo, before fleeing the area into the unknown, using some abandoned houses as shelter to prevent hypothermia from setting in. Oh, and if you're wondering where my van was, by 3 o'clock I'd managed to reach my original safe house. Unfortunately, a heli event triggered as I walked in the door, pulling all the nearby zombies to my location and forcing me to hide in the kitchen. With my right arm burned, I can't fight with melee weapons, leaving firearms as my only other option. Now, being a red-blooded patriot American, there's nothing I'd love more than to put a good shotgun to use. But if I do that, I'd risk pulling every zombie in the area to my front door. What I needed to do was get my bearings and then push out. I'm right back to square one at the moment. No car, no generator, and barely any food. At this point, I figured my best bet was to head back into the city. I have a ton of ammo and some food, so if I need to, I can simply brute force my way into some safety while still keeping an old safe house back here for the worst case scenario. I also remembered there was a second car back at that parking lot where I found the first one some weeks back. After making my way to the lot, I pulled out my shotgun and got to work, though my goal isn't necessarily to kill everything here. The shotgun I'm using just isn't powerful enough to do any real damage. What I really wanted to do was pool the zombies together and then lose them in the greenhouses before looping back to check out the car. It's not in horrible condition, it really just needs some fuel, so I'll need to either find another car or walk all the way back to the safe house, grab the gas can, and come back. I chose to head back home and grab the gas can, but that meant almost an entire day of travel again, so I chose a good halfway point and stopped there for the night before continuing on the following morning. I made it to the OG safe house on the morning of day 56, grabbed the gas can, rested up, and swapped out the shotgun for a Glock before setting back out for the vehicle. I will say, it's times like this where I really appreciated that I went with 9 Fitness, since I relied on jogging to keep me warm while in the blizzards with temperatures dropping well into the negative 20s. I reached the car that afternoon and after getting it started, drove it back to the small group of houses to the west where I spent the rest of the day hiding out. The goal for today is to find a generator and some more fuel. I can use the gas station in the city to fully restock, but obviously I'll need a generator and gas to power that generator before we can even think about getting back up and running. Luckily for me, I managed to find another generator pretty early on while exploring the same self-storage units from earlier in the video. With that, I was able to fully refuel the car, fill up the spare gas can, and secure the gas station. Later on, I found another generator in a shed of one of the houses, so I brought that back to the gas station as well. While checking out the town, I found this fenced-in mansion that I think I want to take over, or at least explore. The only problem with that is that the entire block looks like Skid Row. On the morning of day 58, my arm was finally healed up and I could fight again. I also came to a realization here though, and decided to pass on the mansion and turn my sights to an entirely new city. Just north of me is a massive city named... So I grabbed a Jenny, threw it in the back seat, and started driving. I rolled into the southern neighborhoods of just before noon and started checking out some of the buildings in the area. One thing with this city that I really love, at least in the south here, is these massive apartments. And it's not just because they look so beautiful, but I also found a modern TV with a VHS player inside. That afternoon, I found an apartment and tried to pull the zombies out so that I could rest up here, but I ended up just spamming hundreds of bullets into a horde before calling it quits and walking away empty-handed. The next morning, I continued my push into the city. Not really sure what I'm looking for right now, but I'm trying to take a more nomadic approach, especially considering what just happened at my last base. In retrospect, I basically just spent 2 hours driving around and admiring the city. It's hard to tell with all the snow on the ground, but the map is gorgeous, especially when you consider that it was all handcrafted by players. That was really all today was, just admiring the views. There's too many zombies in the cities right now for me to do much looting, so I'm planning to just stick to the outskirts and observe the area. Maybe lob a few Molotovs, who knows. But for now, I want to focus on finding a better vehicle with a little more storage so that I can make this nomad lifestyle a little more enjoyable. The best thing for me right now is something with a lot of storage space, since I'm planning to essentially live out of my car like a bum, or one of those weirdos who are totally mentally stable and turn a van into a tiny home because they think that'll make them interesting to talk to. There's still some fairly large cities to the north, south, and west of us, but one place in particular that I want to check out is the military quarantine camp, all the way in the southeast. I'm not sure how long it'll take to get there, considering it takes almost a full day to just drive from this city to the northern one, but that's my goal. So with that, I spent all of day 60 looting some of the houses in the area around the gas station. I really just needed food, an extra water bottle or two, and maybe an extra gas can, so that's what I targeted. With a few weeks worth of supplies, a Jenny, and a new car, I set off for the military containment camp, after Caitlin Jennering a small crowd of pedestrians. By the end of the first day, I'd practically zeroed my engine after ramming into a few cars that looked like they were just randomly spawned into the map. On the bright side, I managed to find a jack and a lug wrench in the trunk of some of the cars, and in conjunction with a wrench I brought as a melee weapon, I decided to set up camp here for a few days to farm mechanics until I could take engine parts. The grind started on day 62, and to say this was a grind, well, that'd be an understatement of the video. This was basically just a week of me farming the same few cars over and over again, burning through my resources just for the sake of farming some engine parts for the Jeep. Looking back, I definitely should have just taken one of these cars and kept it moving instead of dropping everything to farm mechanics without skill books. Honestly, I probably would have even made it to the camp on foot in the time it took to gain these levels. By day 70, I still needed around 500 XP to hit level 5. It was only after all these days of grinding that I noticed I only needed mechanics level 2 to take engine parts. I'm not totally insane though, since some cars still needed mechanics level 5. I think there's some cars that are still specific for the Project Russia mod pack that only require level 2, but any cars from Filibuster Rhymes used cars still require level 5 mechanics. After grabbing all the engine parts and replacing all the shitty parts in the Jeep, I was ready to get back on the road. There was just one problem. It's been about 10 days, and I'm completely out of Monster energy drinks. Luckily, there's a very small town right next to me, so I made a pit stop there for the day and began looting the place. I was so desperate that I even broke into an outhouse, fully prepared to chug shit water, only to find that it wasn't possible. After raiding the cupboards, I managed to find a single off-brand, non-suable soda brand pop, but finally caved and chugged water out of the nearby pond. If you don't know, you can drink pond water with a weak stomach and it won't kill you as long as you don't spam it. While continuing my journey on day 73, I drove past a gas station and stopped to loot the place, walking away with several more water bottles and cans of soda. I made it to the military camp that morning and got to work giving the locals the good old Stalin welcome. The place is completely overrun. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but for some reason, thousands of zombies wasn't it. After kiting for a few hours, I managed to sneak into one of the buildings with an armory on the second floor. There's several rifles here, but only one box of 5.56 ammo, so I opted for the shotgun instead, coming away with over 15 boxes of ammo ready for use. At this point though, I was trapped inside the building with hundreds of zombies having flooded in behind me, just not knowing which room I was in. I have an extra water bottle and tons of food in my inventory though, so I'm not in any rush to leave. And with that in mind, I sat down and started reading some skill books that I had in my backpack. The next morning, I unbarricaded the planks on the window and took a literal leap of faith. Equipped with a shotgun and around 600 shells, I began the quest of cleansing the area. This worked for about 30 seconds until I got into an abandoned warehouse and tripped over a zombie, dropping my shotgun and scraping my shin. After having a Peter Griffin moment, I got up and threw myself through a window, scratching my arm but escaping with my life. As if that wasn't enough, I also Paul Walkered my car while trying to leave the camp, near totaling it. After backtracking for a few hours, I made it back to the gas station and chose to spend the rest of the day there, hoping to heal up before continuing my journey. There's a city just to the west of me named Zomboid that I figured was worth checking out since I was in the area. I just wasn't willing to run in there with half a leg and a busted arm. By day 75, my leg was healed up, but my arm was still scratched. Since I was close to leveling up sprinting anyway, I decided to play it safe and spend another day healing up, grinding out sprinting in the meantime. When I wasn't sprinting, I was reenacting scenes from my 600-pound life, shotgunning Kit Kats and slamming sodas, before fully healing my arm that evening. The big downside with running cryogenic winter is that, well, it's cold. All the time. So when you, burn down your safe house and have to live on the streets with no source of heat, well, you get sick. It turns out that even the car heater can't save me from that. So at 3 a.m., cold, sick, and dying of hypothermia, I set off for the nearest city, hoping to find an antique oven or warmer clothing in a house before I died. I continued this for about an hour until I remembered that I had an antique oven back at the gas station. At this point, it became a race against time to make it back before I lost the remaining third of my health. Unfortunately, it was on this fateful day that I was bested by a literal skill issue. See, hypothermia in and of itself won't kill you in Project Zomboid. It'll just drop you to 1 HP, where something like sneezing too hard will put you 6 feet under. In all honesty, I panicked hard here, and only after making it all the way back to the gas station, holding my antique oven, did I love tap a gas pump, ending my run, and completing a meme over 2 years in the making, finally becoming one with Paul Walker. Hey, hello, howdy, how you doing? A little over a year ago, I teamed up with around 8 other content creators to partake in a hardcore Iron Man server. This is a single life server where you're effectively banned from it if you die. You all really seem to like that concept, so this year I thought we should run it back, but with a twist. See, last time we had an end goal of building a secure defensive position in Fort Knox, and then holding off waves of the undead until we were overrun, only to quite literally brick the server and void through the space-time continuum. I'm being serious here. We were effectively bending the server over so hard that it was resetting time for players in-game, so it'd be like 6 p.m. for me and 2 a.m. for someone else. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. For this run, we'll be forming a new team prized with some old friends and some new faces, all with a shared common goal: to escape Knox County alive. We'll work together to uncover a rogue military operation, raid custom-built compounds and facilities handcrafted by my mods and admins, all culminating in a last-ditch effort to escape to the great beyond. Can we pull it off? I don't know, maybe. Watch the video and see for yourself. Real quick, the entire project wouldn't have been possible without the help of a few special actors, so I wanted to give a massive thank you to the mods and admins who helped set the server up and moderate it throughout the wipe. Specifically, No Craig and Pulch, two admins who helped out with my Zomboid servers. They're the ones who hand-built most of the structures you're going to see within the video, along with effectively DMing the entire playthrough for our group throughout the week or so of recording. So, if you like the video, give them some props down in the comments and in the Discord server. For traits, I went with a high strength, high fitness build with the burglar occupation, just like last time. For reference, this is an 8-time zombie pop server, but the peak day is set to day 28. So each day for the first month, the zombie numbers keep ticking up, which coincides with the player death rate. Essentially, the server not only gets harder from the amount of players and a lack of resources, but also from the fact that there aren't 2,000 players working to keep the streets clear of hordes. Wait, there's no sponsor for this video, but I do want to mention that I just recently launched another channel called TGP Explains, where I've been going back through childhood comedy movies and rambling about them, as well as talking about and ranking some of my favorite shows and episodes. So if that's interesting to you, I'll have that channel link down in the description, as well as in the little marker thing in the top right corner. That's all I got. Hope you enjoy. First things first, we needed to assemble the Avengers. While I tried the good old Ron Burgundy shout, it was pretty clear that we were going to have to go about things the old-fashioned way, by rambling off a bunch of random locations until we all agreed on one we liked most, which happened to be Rosewood.
The zombies all you looted? Yeah, no worries, man.
Rick, come here. It's like the Rock'em Sock'em robots. Get over here. Luckily for the group, we all spawned right next to each other, with Newbert and Mavin spawning in the same building, while Rick and I spawned in a house of our own. Naturally, as soon as we got our bearings, we were immediately assaulted by some unwelcome guests.
Together we can stomp plots.
After dealing with some spawn camping zombies, it was time to create a faction, settling on the Edgers, with the faction tag of Goon, mainly because we're all 12 years old and just discovered Urban Dictionary for the first time. With that out of the way, I was able to collect some fashionable and appropriate clothing to hit the town with, even at the disapproval of my stepfather.
I don't raise no goddamn son.
It's 2024, Dad! I know I just mentioned 3 other content creators who were amazing enough to let me exploit them for a video, but there's another. One more rogue agent who, if you know anything about me, I've been fanboying over for weeks now. But, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, how are you, man? Greetings, adventurer. I come to unite the Goon Squad. That might get you just killed.
Well, I'm trying to... I'll pull them with the...
I appreciate that.
The power of interpretive dance. Hold on.
Oh, God.
It's not working.
I'm going to let you be the bait since you insist on dancing so much.
With the Goon Squad fully united, the 5 of us set out to peacefully protest the police station in hopes of securing some firearms and transportation. Since we'd partaken in some excellent planning, we quickly realized that I was the only one of the squad who had the ability to hotwire vehicles. So that quickly became the only job for me.
Victory for the Goon Squad.
The Goons won. Everyone else 0, nerds.
Nope. Newbert, why are you naked? Do better.
Naked.
Do better.
I'm gonna do a trick with Rick's Detrix.
Ooh. I'm gonna see if we can tow this cruiser. Eddie, you guys could get into it, and we could just pull you along.
Well, we need to leave.
Let's see.
Get in the cruiser.
Yeah, try to get in the cruiser. I want to see if I can pull you with it. Yeah, but it wasn't letting me
Somebody's got a backpack.
When people were in it. It wasn't letting me pull. While the rest of the group was busy sledging down the walls and doors of the police station armory, I spent my time in the parking lot trying to get more than one car started, only for the next predicament to present itself. And see, this is an Iron Man server, and because of that, water and power are off day 1.
I know where a generator is.
But we don't have any way to get the fuel out of the car and into the generator.
Oh, yeah, we just need a water bottle, right?
Yeah, I have a thermos, but apparently thermoses don't count. So, no gas stations work without a generator. Now, luckily for us, Mad Mavin had already located the generator, so all we needed to do was fight our way to the bookstore and hope we got lucky with the Jenny magazine.
This gun is not very good, though.
Just keep running around. You're a great distraction for us.
Ah!
Just seeing flashes in the
so
alleyway.
distracted.
We'll just do this for a little
I
bit.
don't know if I can focus.
Behind you, Rick.
How many shotgun shells have you got, AA?
A lot.
Yes, but I've been driving around with the car.
Oh. I just found Rick.
Newbert. Hello, Newbert. How are you?
Hello, I'm doing good.
Would you like an axe?
I would love an axe.
The quest has begun for a glass of water.
I have bourbon, which is you can pretend it's water.
I've got a
Are you trying to kill me?
I'm
Liquid, ain't it?
Wait.
I think where the generator was.
If you guys want to get the generator, I can grab the I can see if we can find the mag here. All right, I finally, I think I might have made it into the bookstore. I think
I'm sorry.
I'm in.
Oh, nice.
And we got it was like literally like the first bookshelf.
Yeah, we should probably go.
More magazines. With the generator magazines safely in my possession, I began making my way back to the fire station to regroup with the team, only to find them engaged in nefarious acts. Over here.
Great job.
For that.
I mean, in
generator.
a sense.
In a roundabout way.
It won't move. What's going on?
Thank God we had Rick, who apparently is an expert physicist, and found a way to flip the car back by grinding it on a light pole. Can I take this again?
I'm a genius!
Did he do it?
I'm a fucking
He
genius!
did it! He did it!
Oh, I saw that.
Wow.
How
Clap.
did that?
Great
How
job,
did that
Rick.
work?
I gotta admit, this was the first time I've ever experienced such an innovative method of transportation. What an exciting time. All that's left to do now is fuel up the cars and we can hit the road.
I'm just waiting to. Oh, God. There it goes.
No.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Oh, that's a few.
Oh, God.
He's
Alright,
using the
let's-
other car like a flail.
Yeah, you guys have seen Fast and Furious 5?
We don't
Alright,
all
let's-
have
let's
windows
get
over
out.
here.
We know how this ends. Oh, here we go.
Alright, well, if
Alright.
anyone's thirsty, I'm leaving the water cooler right here. I
Time
can't
to
get
get
it.
funky, fella.
So-
Wow.
Mondays, am I right, guys?
Everyone
this isn't
stay
even the gas
hydrated
station.
while you're fighting zombies.
Can you cover me while I get a sip?
I'll
I'm not
distract
leaving
them
you guys,
here.
don't worry.
Thank you. I really would like some
By
water.
that I mean I'm
It may
pulling.
appear like I'm abandoning you. I'm not abandoning you.
I can see that you're attempting to help.
No, they're also thirsty.
I appreciate that. Yeah, the zombies are unusually thirsty. Like, they don't really want brains.
They just kind of want
They want
water.
water.
The amount of glitchy zombies is making my hands
Look
sweat.
at you go. Okay, thank you, Prez.
No problem.
No, they're destroying the cooler.
Not the cooler.
Not the cooler!
Shooting zombies, Max Brooks style.
I'm just watching.
I'm not as gonna be able to take them out that fast. I have only 3 shells.
Oh, I have shotgun shells and no shotgun. If you want to meet up with me,
Aho, where are you?
I'm right in front of the mechanic shop. It's close to the cooler.
Oh, watch your back.
We're good,
I'm still
we got 'em.
reloading. I'm reloading.
Parkour.
Do you
and
like
staying
a
with people.
dragon scimitar?
I would like literally anything more than a club
No.
hammer, please.
No.
No.
I need a long sword
You're gonna keep
and
that.
some rune armor.
It's my hammer the whole time. All 3 days.
You're gonna keep that
Oh,
hammer and you're gonna
only.
like it. I found a dragon, is it a halberd? Something like that? A Jim Halpert on a zombie. And I forgot that I took that Wildsman trait, so I've just been power leveling spear.
Oh no, Preds, watch out!
Ah!
Oh, you're fine.
No,
never
we're
mind.
okay. Desync. There's
Hey,
another
did you find those shells I left you?
shotgun right
I
here.
did. Thank you very much for those.
Thank you, Nubit.
No worries.
Who
Yeah,
needs
by the trailer.
who
Thank you,
needs
Madam.
who needs weapons? I have a plethora of weapons.
A plethora.
I would love to come grab a weapon, but
No.
I'm indisposed.
I have a gas can, so I could, if Prez wants to go with me, or if we just take the other car.
A date? Okay.
Sweet.
Yeah.
What's next objective?
I'm coming, Preds.
Get
We're
in.
trying to get to
I'm
the
in.
spot.
Let's go.
Go, go, go.
All right, to the research facility. Our first stop was the research facility. It's a bit out of the way, but we figured with all the scientists and military personnel, it'd likely be the safest location. If nothing else, surely we'd be able to find some more information as to a rally point or a potential safe zone. With the goon squad on the road, we turned to our amphibious friend to provide theme music for our drive.
Some
thing
boots,
here.
cats, boots, cats, boots, cats, boots, cats, cats, boots. You know, like,
This is the one.
was
The
it
little
that?
one.
Or would you
I
like
like
some
to call-
humming?
No, it's okay. This is something I like to call Fallen Kingdom.
Oh yeah.
The beat goes dun 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 dun.
This one before.
Get out! Get out of the car! Get out right now!
All right, listen up, soldiers. We're heading to the secret research facility, hopefully to find some kind of cure or some
What?
way
I
out
can't
of here.
hear you. The horn's going.
Ooh,
I said
I hope
we're gonna find a way out of here in the research station.
Throughout the drive, we were in really good spirits, singing, cracking jokes, discussing the current geopolitical climate. If only we'd known what we were in for.
Military.
I would really like
yeah.
some of that lap water now.
milk.
As we approached the facility, it became clear the entire perimeter was surrounded, forcing us to ditch the vehicles and continue on foot.
Getting out.
I'm gonna
Tack-
turn off the car.
Please don't kill me.
Alright, watch,
No.
there's more over here.
I'm
watch
trying
out,
to
watch
save you.
out. God.
Alright,
I
go,
can't.
go, 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 go.
Alright, we finally made it to the military base. Do we have everyone?
Where's the
Believe
water
so.
boy?
What? I hate that I am fulfilling the role of water boy. But here, right next to you. Ah, you walked away from
Are
it.
we-
I'll-
are we
Oh
going
God,
to-
why?
Don't worry about it.
I'm just so afraid.
I'm noticing a significant lack of zombies up here.
Well, that's
I'm
fortunate.
okay with that.
Some of them are just
Run
kind of
the
giving up. Yeah.
Yeah, go around a corner, blocked line of sight.
Do a little
Ooh,
crouch.
here we go. This is the spot. Yeah, this is it.
Go. How did they get an ambulance all the way out here in perfect condition?
Oh, no way. Today we're going to be exploring the lab.
This place is a shithole. When we made it to the actual building, however, there were almost no zombies in sight. Since we were all unfamiliar with the area, it helped a ton to have a reliable tour guide like Newbert to show us the ins and outs of the place, starting with the lobby. What we weren't expecting was the hundreds of zombies hiding around the first doorway, flooding into the lobby and pushing us back into the parking lot. Normally, that wouldn't be a problem, except for the fact that all of those zombies from the gate had followed us up to the facility, effectively sandwiching us between two hordes.
Oh no, are we getting sandwiched?
Yep, we are. We should not be in the sandwich.
Ah, hold the line, it's fine. They just want my holographic
I
Machamp.
love a sandwich.
Oh no.
And my water. Actually, it really looks like a lot of them do want the water.
Oh, whoever is running around. Thank you, Mavin. Oh God, no,
Yeah,
they
I tried.
aren't powerful enough.
My water wasn't good enough for them.
Holy crap!
But it wasn't enough.
I got UAA. Reload.
Yeah, I gotta reload too. Watch out, Rick. They're on the other side. Newbert, you have. Is that a dragon hide scimitar?
Yes, it is.
Where did you get that?
Don't worry about it.
It's
A
a
dragon.
dragon.
Questions.
He has dragon hide. Can you mine adamantine yet?
No, we're stuck on Mithrite.
I have
Oh.
I have one of these things. This is from one of the earliest of quests. But you have the Dark Light Dagger as well.
I was supposed to get lunch today, and we didn't even have that.
I was hoping to
All
hear
all
more.
my supervisors just moan whenever I
So
talk.
he's just being held here against his will and starved.
You know, Newbert, I really need you to step it up, buddy. Okay, you know, a lot of people would just be happy to be the tour guide, and I was hoping I could hear more about these boxer briefs. So when you're done bitching about your lack of food, maybe you should get back on the topic here and talk about those
No,
briefs.
you're right. You're
It
right.
was during all of this chaos that the Goon Squad would lose their first member.
Oh
Won't let me check him.
God!
No!
Newbert is
Oh.
dead. No.
With Newbert gone and no one to lead our tour into the facility, we took a moment to mourn our dear beloved friend.
It's okay. He was just standing there and shouting. He wasn't really contributing anything.
But the tour.
Who will finish the tour? Now, hold
Watch
on,
out,
maybe
Rick.
he's just thirsty.
Yep.
Oh, there
That's
it
what
goes.
I was gonna say.
No. Oh, sweet. He had Pokemon cards on him.
Oh, Pokemon cards. Nice.
You're nice. I got a Weedle. What did you get?
Oh, let me open it. Oh, I hope I get a Pikachu.
Oh, what do you get? What do you get? Let me see.
Someone sing a song. Can we all gather around the body of Newbert? All right. Make sure the coast is clear. Are we gonna say a few words of remembrance?
Here we go.
All right. We gather here today to celebrate the brief and wondrous life of Newbert. He wasn't very useful, but you know, for what he lacked in being good at anything, he made up for in chutzpah. And he was always a team player, except at the very end when he started shouting in front of the door with all the zombies approaching from the back. And he really shouldn't have done that, and that's the main reason why he's dead. But we kind of love him, but we won't do that anymore. So, aho, here's to you, Newbert. Does anyone else have any words of remembrance?
I just feel like that was not a very good tour.
Yeah, he was a real shitty tour guide. Here, just you drink some of that. There you go.
All right, so pour some alcohol on him for his afterlife.
And then
all right,
people
moving on.
He'll sprout again into another, maybe less shitty tour
A
guide.
new Bert.
A new bird.
Here,
After laying our shitty tour guide to rest, we stole his keys to the facility and looted the armory for everything we could carry.
Oh, wow. Guns for days, yeah.
Are we gonna leave some of this stuff, Prez, for the other people?
Nah.
Okay, sweet. I love it.
Once we were sufficiently geared, we began scouring the building for any clues we might find. It wasn't until the last hallway that we noticed the barricaded office of Dr. Julie Andrews. Taking a peek at her research revealed the location of a hidden compound out in Louisville. The only problem? We're on the complete other side of the map, with an undead army in between us. Let's get to the compound in the northeast of Louisville. The road should start by the mall. Ooh. It's not coordinates, but I found there's Dr. Julie Andrews' research log. Yeah.
Is she like sleeping or what?
She has the research log that says to go to.
She's not moving very much.
She's just very tired.
Oh, she's had a long day.
Yeah. She was
fine.
she was the other tour guide.
All right, road trip time. Let's go.
Woo! Road trip. We're gonna get another musical.
Who's gonna sit in the seat with the broken window?
No, do it.
That's such a good question.
As we made our way to the front gates of the research facility, we were immediately met with waves of zombies, quickly overwhelming our position and separating Rick from the rest of us, forcing myself, Mavin, and Ambiguous onto a side road while leaving Rick to fend for himself. We had no idea if we'd ever see our rooftop hero again, but he wasn't the one we should have been worried about. Oh, I really wish someone would have brought an orange soda.
Would love that.
All right, here you go. It's on the ground.
Thank you. Yeah.
Turns out that was all the ammo I had.
Oh. What do you need?
Oh, do you need
Shotgun,
more?
12 gauge.
Hang on a second. I'm gonna put 5 boxes on the ground.
Oh, thank you.
Out.
There it is. It's on the ground.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Yeah, I've
Oh no.
killed a lot of them.
Oh no!
No.
Oh, no.
Oh, they came out of the trees! Oh! No! I'm bitten!
Where?
What?
We'll have to put him down.
We'll have to cut off my torso.
It's okay, we just need the arm.
The doctor.
No. Oh god, why? No, why me? Oh, just take it. Just take it all.
He's bleeding ammo.
Oh.
Real quick, the best part of this wasn't all the voice cracks or the shrieking fear of death, but just watch the server chat reaction to this. And just like that, there were 3 of us.
Brain.
It's Zomphibian Run.
Brains. Come back here.
Oh, how did you?
hey,
Oh,
he's
I didn't even realize you were over here.
You think we can wrap around?
No, give it a little wrap
there's,
around.
there's not many. There's not many chasing me. I killed most of them. Taking like 3 lacerations at this point.
It wasn't all bad though. Rick somehow managed to make his way over to Mavin and me, even accepting my top tier dieting advice before continuing to push back into the hordes.
So overweight.
Have you considered Ozempic?
That's a
Did
great
you,
idea.
With the zombies cleared out, we took a moment to lay our brave little amphibian to rest, before embarking on another suicide mission back through the woods to what remained of civilization.
He was super into frogs,
I
but
saw his webbed fingers.
I knew what he was hiding this whole time.
The big problem with the return journey is that the road was completely covered with every zombie we'd attracted on our way in. To make matters worse, Mad Mavin's engine blew out as soon as we reached the zombies, forcing Rick and I to hide the truck and create a distraction to help Mavin get through the trees. Our biggest fear had been realized, for as it seemed, the trees were, in fact, speaking Vietnamese.
Well, I'm still coming, so
We found the zombie horde. We're just fighting them.
I'm gonna take some beta blockers. Because my guy is unhappy. Yeah, there was no way I was gonna be able to drive through this area.
Yeah. It was like as we just moved further, there was just like, oh, there was just more and more dread. Okay, I have a sizable group on me, but I just keep.
Oh, hey, Prez, I'm here.
Oh, where are you?
I'm to your right. Like I'm going up.
Oh,
the
but, yeah,
intersection.
yeah. Right up right there. There's the truck's up here. Hi, Rick.
Oh,
Can you get the zombie behind me? Oh, never mind. The car started right away. Wasn't sure if this was gonna start or not. All right,
let's do this.
we're all in. We're good.
Yep.
Let's ride.
A lug wrench
By
somewhere.
the time we'd made it back to Rosewood, it was about midnight, and the hood of our truck was a small pebble away from exploding, so we hit up the mechanic shop to try and find anything we could use to fix it up, or at least swap it out with another.
Yes, I would say just keep everything, keep an inventory full that because anything in the trunk we basically just need to be prepared to leave with or leave behind.
Yeah. Or there is a white van over here that looks like it's in pretty solid shape. If we wanted to have that as a backup.
Probably wouldn't hurt, yeah. But it's probably it's only got two seats in it.
The van?
Yeah.
Yeah.
After spending an hour or so searching for a wrench, I turned to the active player base to attempt to trade for one, putting up my prized holographic Machamp card as trade bait.
Don't give that away. It's too valuable.
No, it's just bait. It's just bait. They're actually gonna get a tentacruel.
Oh, the bait switch. Got him.
I'll go back and go find a wrench.
Sadly, no takers. All was not lost, though. See, wrenches have a high spawn rate in vehicle trunks, so the three of us split up and started checking every car we came across. While Rick and Mav worked on the truck, I headed back into the fray to find myself a motorcycle that I'd seen back at the start when we were wandering the streets like a bunch of drunk idiots.
Sweet.
Oh no, there's still a motorcycle. They didn't take it.
Oh. Wait, did we have the key for this truck?
Oh, Preds, have you taken the key?
Oh, which? Oh, no, which? Oh, yeah. Yeah. May have done that.
You fueled up and ready to go?
Yep, it's actually already had almost a full tank.
Huh. Sweet.
Oh, Gears for Years is back. Do not let him take that motorcycle. Oh. Stop him at all costs.
By 5 a.m., we were back on the road, all with our own respective vehicles. All we had to go off of was some dead scientists' notes about a suspicious compound in the northeast of Louisville. The big problem being that, as far as we were aware, No one had even crossed the bridge near West Point, let alone made it to the military checkpoint or set foot inside of the most densely populated city on the map. Meaning not only did we have to survive the drive over to it, but we had to force our way through the military checkpoint, survive the highway of the undead, navigate through all the roads, residential areas, and any other crazy shit we ran into, find some random compound that we didn't even know existed an hour ago, and accomplish all of that while driving through the heart of an 8x pop Zomboid server.
Yeah, I'm about halfway down. No wreckage. Traffic jam right outside the checkpoint, but I've just reached the checkpoint.
I'm still trying to bob and weave around all these zombies Rick left me.
Well, not me.
Hold
I would
on.
Never.
Anyone headed to Louisville can pick me up, Ninja.
We managed to reach the military checkpoint just after sunrise to find the barriers still in place, meaning no one had driven through yet. Because of this, I hopped off my bike and got to work picking up and hurling the barriers out of the way while Rick and Mav covered me.
Drive by.
By the time I'd finished up, we'd taken another casualty.
There we go.
Nice.
Oh, but the bike is flipped now. Can
Oh, no.
I wonder if I just... Okay.
Thank God we already had former experience with this.
Yeah.
So all we needed to do was get hammered and ram into it with our trucks until the bike was back upright. Just like that, we were on the road again. The rest of the drive was actually not all that bad, and we made it to the compound pretty easily, actually. Now, the compound itself was to the northeast of the mall. Driving along the walkway a bit, you'll find a bridge leading out into the river. A bridge with too many obstacles to traverse by vehicle, meaning it's back to walking.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a bit of a chunky car.
I just...
Don't mind me.
Is it the car?
It's a little weird.
Oh, no, yeah, I got it. It's... Okay.
Oh no, no, you can't. No,
Nah, ball peen.
I was being so smart.
Oh, wait, but I have a regular hip.
The base was clearly abandoned, but inside we found some skill books, food, a few armories, and another note talking about a radio tower out in St. Paulo's Hammer.
Well, I found, get the hell off this island, then make your way to St. Paulo. The hell are we so far spread out for? Anyway, radio station is there for emergency evac situations. Hopefully I see it coming before it's too late. And there's a lot of boxes of 44 mag rounds and a lot of food.
As soon as we picked it up, though, sirens started blaring throughout the entire facility, giving away our location to the hundreds of zombies making their way down the bridge towards us.
Paper mache swords. Ah, that's the worst.
Paper mache. Oh no!
I was really stoked for a second.
You okay?
They're here.
The zombies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's not.
While Rick and Mav held the parking lot, I pushed back into the compound, searching for anything of value. Inside were two separate armories holding Spaz 15 shotguns, honey badgers, and M16s with dozens of boxes of ammo. Here's where I had my first of many near-death experiences in this location.
Bunch of other cool things.
You guys want to get those and come out here?
I have a light right arm laceration. Hold on.
With a right forearm laceration, I'm more of a liability than anything, which kinda sucks when you consider the fact that there's currently something like, I don't know, 1,500 zombies trying to tear down the walls of the place. Even with Rick and Mav throwing haymakers, we were steadily losing ground until eventually, we were forced to jump out the back window.
Here's the thing, Rick. Unless you can get through, like I just tried to go through that front way, and it is not great.
There's a whole back entrance.
This was arguably the most important moment in the entire playthrough, as this was a huge blessing in disguise and led us directly into a familiar face.
It's a beaver.
It's so sad. They imprisoned me. Who thought that not paying taxes in the apocalypse was still illegal?
As it turns out, the only thing consistent between normal life and the end of the world is that tax evasion will still get you locked up. Pay your taxes, people. With a new ally in the group, we tossed our extra weapons to him and headed outside to begin fighting off the hordes. And for once, everything was going really smoothly.
In here.
So naturally, I had to f it up by throwing myself into a group of zombies. Now, honestly, I have no clue how the f I survived this. Animation inertia caused me to get stuck in a shoving motion while tripping over like 10 zombies. But when I fell, I also got grabbed. Now, for some reason, instead of insta-killing me, it just did the push-off animation again, and I hobbled away from the entire ordeal with a scraped knee like I was Peter Griffin. Probably one of the luckiest moments I've ever had in my years of Zomboid bugs. Anyway, now that I can't fight and have a limp, I figured it was time to make an escape attempt. The bridge seemed clear, at least from my perspective, so I started limping back towards our vehicles. In classic Zomboid fashion, as soon as I made it within spitting distance, I looked up to see a massive group making their way towards me, forcing me to either take my chances or retreat back to the compound and hope for the best.
Are you guys still at the truck, or did you go somewhere else?
Oh, I'm so f***ed.
I'm still at the
I'm
complex.
so f***ed.
No,
with you.
Preds.
Oh, no, I'm on my way back. There's so many zombies on the bridge.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I've got the grenade launcher.
I was almost sandwiched in between all of them. I'm coming back.
I'm in the offices if you want to give me a hand.
I can't
You're in
get
the
in.
offices?
Yeah.
Is the front lobby clear? Can I run into there?
No, probably not.
Oh,
I might
be. Oh wait, maybe though. Maybe. Oh no, they're still kind of fun. I'm just kind of training them around the cars right now.
All right, let's Beaver, you want to try to go?
Yeah, I'm inside if you
Let's
want
go meet up with Rick.
Okay.
It's not great. I'll give
How
you that.
not
It's not great.
is it? How
Got
not
him.
great?
It's like a 5 out of 10.
Quick rant for a moment. Did you guys know that hand injuries in Zomboid not only reduce your melee damage, but also just magically make your bullets weaker? So, for instance, if you had, I don't know, a right forearm laceration or something like that, it'll make your 44 Magnum Desert Eagle shoot like a f***ing pellet gun. That's stupid.
Oh, hold on. Let me read this book really fast. It will make me more
Please,
effective.
help
Oh, hello, Rick. I just read this
Hello.
fantastic book.
There's loads in all the doors, in all the rooms. I've been luring them in one by one.
I know something that you do not. I don't know if you guys will get that reference. I am not left-handed.
Oh my god, Fred's pulling out the gun like that.
Yeah, I keep it right in between my buttocks.
Lure them a different way. And,
Pulled all of
and
them
then
in.
pulled all of the zombies in front of my car.
In like the worst place to do it too.
Yeah, car's gone.
Car's gone.
They'll find that near.
Someone
near
is
AA's
very
grave.
rich if they ever find it, but
It's drip or drown out here, more than ever.
Honestly, that is something that I have started really enjoying in this game. I had never really paid attention to it previously, but in a more recent playthrough, I'm like, yeah, I want like this gold chain and then these earrings, and
it's all
Boy,
about the
that's a
drip.
lot of-
What's it?
They've destroyed a lot of stuff up here.
No.
I'm just kind of
Yeah.
running laps. I'm coming back
We're all,
around to
we're all
the
just
boy.
we're all trying to train in like the same small little rectangle.
It's kind of working too, which is crazy.
This was actually the pro strats all along.
Yo, so I'm in a bad, not that bad. Does anyone have a 45 ACP pistol or something? Because I have a 9mm pistol, but then I have a bunch of rounds for 45 ACP.
Ooh. No.
Unfortunately.
Might find one in here. Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm on 9mm.
My hatchet just broke. That's fine.
Oh, I have. Hold on, I have here.
My halberd's about to break.
I have an abyssal whip. Someone can have.
Oh, perfect. I'll
Here,
take that.
I drop it back here.
Yeah. Have you ever seen that clip of the Orville where the aliens are like 500 cigarettes? Just that, but with the zombies.
God.
No rest for the wicked.
So many ripped sheets over here.
You know, there's probably a good chance we'd find at least some ammo on these guys.
Yeah, there
Like,
were a
there's
few
so many
police
bodies.
officer ones we could put like shotguns
Nice
on them.
hat.
Oh, I found a prepper with a prepper stab knife and more magazines. But no, the drop.
Anyway, here's the final haul from the compound. We've got coordinates to the next location, M16s, honey badgers, shotguns, drum mags for all of the above, a froggy chair, and even a few paper mache katanas.
What's up, boys? I keep the throne with me at all times.
Can I smoke while I'm carrying these?
Only if you're cool.
Right.
Only if you're cool.
Alright, update. Paper mache sword. Looks like a real sword. Does not hit. Oh, wait, never mind. It hits like a real sword, too.
You are one-handing it.
Also, I don't know who needs to hear this, but for the love of God, please don't ever let Rick near a grenade launcher ever again.
After I heard the sound.
It detonated and then I hear, watch out.
With half of the group suffering from injuries sustained at the compound, we chose to set up camp for the night and rest up. What happens when you leave 4 content creators to their own devices with nothing to do but wait? Well, we participate in the world's shittiest dance battle. Duh.
I learned this on my Christian Minecraft server.
Let me join you. Let me join you.
Fantastic. Wait. What do I got?
Project Freakboid.
Oh, that's like the subtitle. You know, it's like, you know, when they have the semicolons, the colon, they give it the other thing. It's just called arms.
Oh, damn! The coordination bonus. That's worth double points at least.
Marvin, I'm not sure we can compete with this.
I don't know either. I'm gonna bring out the cabbage patch, maybe.
I don't know if that counts. I don't know if it beats us.
Can you do the body wave?
I can't. I'm sad. I'm running away.
Yeah, I think we won that.
Yeah, they can't compete.
Yeah. Resting up. Recuperating after a hard day's battle.
I do have a double injury on my right forearm, so this is helpful. Oh,
do you
know
want
what?
Jalapenos?
They might help.
They might. I don't know.
I'm gonna.
There was only one problem with our situation. Ourselves. See, we've all got ADHD, so after about 15 seconds of waiting, Rick and Mav decided to head on out to the VHS store near the mall to grab some movies and a TV so that we could power level some skills. While they were off being heroes, I took it upon myself to head back into the compound in search of a cooking pot, or really anything to make sterilized rags with, only to walk directly into a zombie and suffer a head laceration.
See, I'm in a similar predicament.
To make matters worse, I tripped over a barrier on my way home, cutting my foot and giving me 5 injuries across 4 body parts. I was in bad shape, there's no denying that, so the rest was much needed. Luckily, Rick and Mav were out in the field, so Beaver and I got to practice our middle management techniques by offering encouragement to the family.
Rick, if you and Mavin could grab like some cooking, just, you know what, we need a whole kitchen. If you guys could go get that for us, and we'll be here.
It's looking a little unlikely.
Well, I'm,
I'll
just
do what I can.
just
we're on it. Yeah.
I'm hearing a lot of excuses, and I really need to be hearing a yes. Thank you.
We're a team of doers. We're not a team of wanters, you know? Like, we do things.
Let's figure this out, guys.
While the duo struggled, I focused on catching us something to eat. Outside of Beaver pranking me by pretending to be a zombie, my night was fairly uneventful. It took a whopping 5 hours for me to catch anything, and even when I did, it wasn't worth the hassle.
That guy looks like it's in good condition too.
We'll have to come back with Rick.
And that guy, we can put a roof rack on it too.
I caught a small crappie. It's 6 hunger.
Perfect. That was worth the hours you spent.
5 hours.
By the time I'd cooked the fish, the rest of the group had returned, bringing back a TV, several skill books, some VHS tapes, a mobile generator, and over 120 raw eggs for some reason, which we cooked into 120 hard-boiled eggs. Equipped with our newfound knowledge, we set up the mobile generator and got to work pounding away at the skill books and vigorously watching VHS tapes while shotgunning eggs into our mouth.
Men like bars, they like a beer. Would you, dude, like to paint your own home? Build a bar in your own home.
I'm just happy with my eggs.
And that's how they're labeled in, you know, the
Yeah,
Home
when
Depot.
you go to the like Menards,
Little,
it
little
just says,
nails.
"Are you here for the little nails or the big nails?" You know, actually, I'm here for the bigger nails. You go, oh, okay.
Once our thirst for knowledge was quenched, Mav and I set off to find another vehicle with more trunk space, going with the old tried and true dump truck method.
I'm right, I am.
You're number 6.
All right, this is the one.
This is the one.
Oh yes.
Let's go.
I think it might already have gas in it too.
This requires far too much mental concentration.
What we came back to was our worst nightmare. See, during our absence, Rick had grown attached to the eggs,
Far away.
loving them as if they were his own children. He'd even convinced Beaver to begin naming the eggs, growing even more attached to our abundant food source.
I think there is now more named eggs than unnamed eggs.
I'm gonna eat some of these.
You monster!
You didn't eat one of the named ones, did you?
No, I mean the unnamed ones.
It was unfertilized.
You're eating
it's
the
fine.
eggs?
Before we knew it, Mav and I had also been sucked into the charade, naming several eggs for ourselves before grouping up for a final roll call.
Marvis
I think so.
and Francis.
All right, Steven, and then I'm also gonna do Steven without the PH.
Ooh.
Ooh.
And then you could do Stefan and Stefan without a PH.
Perfection.
Okay, shall we do a roll call?
Yeah, do a roll call
All right,
for
here
the
we go.
eggs.
Okay. We have Adam, Alex, Andrew, Anne, Baron, Barry, Barvis, Benjamin, Bert, Boo Boo, Booch, Brad, Brian, Carlitos, Carrie, Cartman, Clive, Darren, David, Drake, Elijah, Amelia, Emma, Earhart, Ezio, Francis, Franklin, Fred, Gary, Gemma, Gerald, Goku,
Goku, yes!
Harold, Harry, Ian, Jarvis, Jim, John, Kanye, Kendrick, Kim, Larry, Lucy, Luke, Marty, Nikki, Noodle, Orwell, Palin, Patricia, Patty, Paul, Peter, Ray, Ray 4, Raymond, Richard, Ryan, Sandra, Sarah, Slipping Jimmy, Stephen, Stefan, Taz, Terrence, Terry, Thomas, Vance, Wallace, Watson, Xavier, Yue, Johan, Zach, and
Edward.
And the lowercase Edward.
Team Edward.
They may just be eggs to you all, but they were family to us. Even lowercase Edward, may he never be forgotten.
Well, I think my car is slower than yours, so
You can move it a while.
Anyway, we managed to make it, I don't know, 15 seconds into the journey before Rick went catatonic at the wheel, taking out both me and Mav. Just Zomboid things, you know. Before we left Louisville, though, we wanted to make a quick pit stop at the fairgrounds to pick up another generator, since the mobile one was a massive piece of shit.
By the way,
The plan was simple. The rest of the group would hang out in the parking lot while I snuck in, stole a generator, and escaped back to the convoy.
almost surprised we didn't make collision.
All right,
have
I'm
to show you that
at
after.
the festival. If you guys want to keep going, I'm just gonna pull up alongside of a generator, pop out, grab. Oh, I hit a garbage can. But I'll just pull up alongside something, pop out, grab it, and dip out. I gotta wait for all these zombies to get out here, though.
but we are attracting quite a few.
Yeah, I'm trying to like move them away from. I found a generator, but they're all kind of around it.
I don't have a good melee weapon. Even my club hammer is broken.
You know, I do have the shotgun, but at the same time, is it worth using the ammo for this when we can just get back in our cars and go?
Yeah, I don't know. You might be
we
right.
can do this.
Well, I mean, since there's no cargo in your red car, do you want to just hop in this car and then don't have to worry about the Sunday driver?
Sure, yeah, well, okay.
Well, I'll back up and get.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me get out of this situation.
Weird. Let me take a look. I think it actually might be for the bike.
Here we go.
I think it was. Hold on. Let me just double check. These guys are a little upset. They're not happy.
Oh, there it is.
I'm not happy either. Just go loud.
Are we going loud?
Well, I guess we're going loud. That works out better for me, because all I had was a knife.
All right, all I need is a little fuel for the car, for the bike, and then we're good.
All right.
All right, I'm grabbing the generator right now. Oh, hold on. Zombie just appeared in front of it. 2 zombies appeared. 3 zombies appeared in front of me. Never mind. The generator is not good to grab right now. Yeah.
Oh god damn
Should
it.
be the last loop here, hopefully. Pull them all the way over here.
It's got a full can.
All right, I have the generator. I'm on my way.
I did not get a full can, but that's all right.
Okay. And I'm on my way.
Sweet.
With the generator secured, we continued on our way. Until Rick f***ed up his truck, causing us to regroup at a nearby gas station.
Toast.
I think it's gone. Doesn't help that I've been like pushing Beaver along in the red car.
Oh, hey, jam up here. See, this is why I need to learn how to hotwire cars.
Well, we can replace the hood if we're
That's true.
quick.
There's I'm by that set of shops and the gun store on the road, on the south road. There is like a nice blue truck if you want. I can take there's a lot of zombies, but
It might be good to stop and regroup. I need to like reload my guns and
there's
stuff.
a gas station over here, so let's just clear out this area then. I'm gonna try not to use a gun though.
Oh, Rick. Are you still going?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. It's just more zombies than I anticipated. Yeah, Predz has been through here.
Yeah, you can tell.
Oh, my
No.
engine's red. My engine's red. My engine's red.
Oh, my
God.
mine's
We're right there.
orange.
I think I could just about make it, but I got a dip as soon as this thing stalls. There it goes. Coast.
I just
Coast.
What kind of gears in the truck?
That's my
Everything.
main truck, yeah.
Oh, it's
I've
depressing.
just made it to the fire station.
Fair enough.
It's not a super high pop area. We could go guns here.
You think that, but they're all in the fields, or like they're all in the neighborhood right across from us, right to the west. So as soon as we start shooting, it pulls all of them from the neighborhood.
Man, do we have like another melee weapon anywhere?
I have a sword on me. You can have.
The
Fantastic.
paper mache sword.
No, this one's a real one.
I gotta say, there was that was like so disappointing. I was like, guys, I found a room full of katanas, and then I was like, paper mache.
I'm pretty sure they are just katanas renamed to be paper.
They're
swords.
they're a little weaker or something like that, but yeah, they're basically the same thing.
With
In
the
the
South Road gun store.
southeast, there's like a strip of shops with a gun store and tools. And,
I know exactly where you are.
Yep. I stopped at the gas station and dropped the generator over there.
Okay.
There's a truck over here with nothing else. We can take it apart. Otherwise, we can hotwire it. Oh no! Oh, thank God! I got stuck in the stab animation, and a zombie came over and grabbed me.
Ooh,
I gotta stop using
how
this fucking
fun.
spear.
How fun! I didn't even get to the fire station when the alarm went off.
Been using a
Well, if the
sword,
alarm's
so I'm
going
just-
off, we probably could just use guns at that point then.
Fair enough.
Tactical axe in front of the pickup.
Ah, thank you.
Should
Yeah,
we go guns?
there's a lot of zombies moving towards you guys right now.
Ah, man.
I'll pull them.
Yeah, we got incoming. You having some trouble with the knife there?
Yeah, I am. All right, you know what? Screw this. I wonder if I have to rebind alt. 'Cause that's how you like shoot at things on the ground, right? After the dodge thing that we did.
Sounds like you're in a big and bad
Oh.
situation there, Predz. Need a
Phantom
beaver.
bike! Phantom bike! You're not even
on the
appearing
next
for me anymore. I don't even know where you
next.
are.
I'm right next to you on my screen.
That is a considerable amount of enemies.
I just see a random Carpentry Volume 2 book falling over.
Oh yeah, I just dropped off some gear. You know, if you have a lighter, I do have a special tool we can utilize to clear this group out.
Yeah, when they're on the ground, it's like insta-kill.
Yeah.
I don't have a lighter anymore, doesn't look like.
You know what? I'm gonna go to the
Start
gasoline
reloading
station.
my
then.
magazine.
If there's
idea.
no lighter in the gasoline station, then we have a problem.
Oh wait, no, I do have a lighter. I'm gonna drop it by the gas station.
Oh, perfect.
I'm gonna drop it by my motorcycle out here.
I see you. I see you. All right, great. Thank you.
Initially, everything was fine. We were dealing with the hordes pretty easily, everything was smooth, we were regrouping, and then my game crashed.
What happened?
I just black screened, and it just aired me out and removed me from the server.
While I sat staring at the queue screen, Rick, Beaver, and Mav handled the rest of the hordes. And by the time I'd rejoined, they'd practically fully cleared the area and were already raiding the gun store, so I hopped in to join them. With the zombies dealt with and the gun store looted, we all met at the water cooler to talk about weekend plans and TPS reports.
The water cooler, having a chat at work.
So, Mondays, am I right?
How's your TPS report going?
I want to need you to get those TPS. Did you get the memo I sent?
Yeah, actually, we're not starting work at 8:30 anymore. We need to be in the office at 8:20 so we can be ready to work at 8:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Outside of that, the main drive through Louisville went pretty smoothly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we just
There'll be some.
pressing on.
Yeah, keep going. There'll be some in the refugee camp, I think.
Oh, remember there were
Yeah,
trucks
that's
down here, yeah.
Hey, look.
I...
Like, packed right now?
No, because we moved most of them onto the road.
Oh, well, that's
I'm
good.
actually... I might ditch the motorcycle here because it's,
Not
Don't go
doing
close
great.
to the. Don't go close to the hospital. You'll spawn the zombies.
The next holdup came over at St. Peregrine's Hospital when we found a better vehicle to swap out at, since Rick and Mav were riding in a shitbox and my bike was one zombie smack away from stalling out.
There is a
Okay.
nice white truck here. I'm going to try to clear the area and get it. Or at least take a look at it.
Okay. There's...
Oh, these zombies coming after us.
yeah, I think, honestly, Prez, if you want a car, I think we're just gonna
That's fine.
keep pressing on. Yeah, I don't know if this
I'm
thing
probably
gets
going
big
to take the
for
truck
this
just
stuff.
because the bike is
we can
almost done.
fight this. We'll be okay.
What else can I toss in here? Yes. 70, almost over half of the storage of the trunk is due to the generator and the water dispenser.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Okay, I did not even touch that person. How does that even count? Just driving down the street, go past a Zomboid, it flies. It goes flying as if I smacked it.
Alright, come on, come on.
I
RNG
think
gods.
I think it was a random audio. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that gunshot may have brought the
It-
massive horde. Yep. Yeah,
Yep.
we need to leave as soon as you're ready.
Oh gosh. Wait. Come on, start. Okay, good. Whew.
Yeah,
There
I'll
we
be on
go.
the road running towards the checkpoint.
I have 4 seats in this truck too if we ever need to dip out again.
After a grueling 7 hours of driving, we finally made it into St. Paulo's.
We need to get through this. There's
just
too
go
many.
There's a hole in the fence.
Is there? Can we drive through it? Oh, I didn't even notice that. Good
Just
looks.
about.
Most of the city was covered in car wrecks and zombies, but we managed to squeeze through a hole in the fence and make it to the radio tower. Just like the research facility and compound, it too was overrun. This time, however, we went in with melee weapons instead of guns, allowing us to sneak in practically unseen.
Oh, you guys are up here. They're kind of just like breaking through the doors. Do we have a flashlight?
I've got one, but no battery.
Oh no.
Oh, I have a battery.
Oh, I have one on my.
On your gun?
Hang on.
Wait, is it this house or this building right here?
Yeah, this one. Oh, there's a battery in
Oh.
here. In this first desk when you walk in.
Oh, oh god.
Is that a priest? There we go. Yeah, I think we're kind of just... Actually, at this point, we could probably just wait for them to come through and then climb back out and go around. Move up to the third. Yeah, but on the roof.
Here, I'll join you on the roof then.
It's a helipad and some things.
Inside the radio tower, we found another armory containing more ammo, along with an emergency evac document containing coordinates. Using the generator we'd brought along, we were able to restore power and plug the coordinates into our map, leading us to what appeared to be an unfinished city completely off the grid. Strangely, the only completed build in the entire town was a fairly large steamboat sitting on the river, which just so happened to perfectly coincide with the coordinates we'd received. This was our chance. Before that, though, we decided to raid some military shipping crates we noticed around the area, walking away with some new wheels.
Oh, wait,
I'm
here.
coming back for you.
I'm pretty sure this is like a shooting range, too. There we go, look at that. Look at that, get some elbow grease on there, there we go.
Yeah.
Very impressive, wow.
Look at that.
Wow.
It would have been great if you just started twerking. Like you didn't.
Hold on, I can break in here.
Open sesame.
Yeah, I got nimble free.
Boo!
Hey.
A random pedestrian, hold on.
Yeah, wait. No pedestrians in the race zone, please.
There's a lot coming. I'm gonna move further up.
Oh, yeah, actually, there are a lot. Okay, the race is being postponed.
Yep.
Or the race starts now. Rick, what's going on?
Apologies. I'm going as quick as I can. It's important, trust me.
The race has already started.
The coordinates led far to the northwest, so we began the long, arduous process of maneuvering our way through what I imagine downtown Detroit looks like.
Damn, Rick, you might have the fastest car of the group.
Holy cow.
Really?
Oh my god.
What? Dude,
there is a massive wreckage up here, so don't slow down.
Okay, so
You will have to maneuver.
Oh, barely got it. All right.
This was way cooler in my mind. We
Mine
were gonna,
too. I
we were gonna look
I
like the
was so
scene
ready.
from Cars when all the cool cars come flying through, but instead, we just getting sandwiched.
You've led us
Wait.
to our doom. Our doom.
I'm on the other side.
But at least we look pretty freaking sweet while we're doing it.
Oh god, I'm not seeing a way through.
Oh,
We're gonna have to ram it.
gonna have to. And
Obviously, we all ended up getting separated almost immediately, so once I made it out of St. Paulo's, I pulled over and waited for the other members of the Goon Squad to make their way to me.
I'm maybe about 2/3 of the way down. And I just pulled off into the grass.
Do you need a sledge for this gun store? You can go in the back, can't you?
no, there's still a gate, I think.
I wouldn't even worry about it, honestly. There's so much stuff on the boat.
I don't know why the entire time I've been driving, I've just been humming the Fast and the Furious song in my head.
I will be in the middle of the road doing the Macarena.
Oh
God.
my god, I nearly hit you. Battery press.
Was just got removed from the game.
That's the end of the video right there.
And it just end credits instantly on impact.
Can we escape Knox County? No.
Death by
no,
car.
we cannot.
The middle up.
Oh, Rick! Dude, I have a deep wound.
Oh no.
At one point, I thought Mav's car died on him, so I turned back to help, only to drive Mock Jesus into Beaver in a head-on collision. I have no idea how, but neither of us received any injuries from that. Even with all that, we still managed to make it to the fence alive. Now, we didn't have a way to break through the fencing or concrete barriers, but what we did have was a grenade launcher with incendiary rounds. All we had to do was have Rick aim for the bushes and quite literally burn a path for us to drive through.
That's so
that worked,
tilted.
right?
Did it?
I think it actually did kind of work a little bit. Yeah, wait, keep doing it.
Keep shooting. There we
Keep
go.
shooting.
I think it's being brushed away.
My god, it's burning away! It's incredible!
It's working.
Oh, look into the trees.
Hold on, let me get more.
I don't know if we need more.
We need more.
Yeah. We got incoming.
Okay, we're going loud. This shit.
Yep.
Oh, finally, man! I've been waiting for that. Rick's the only one that's been able to train because he's got the silencer.
All right. It's time, boys.
With everyone successfully making it through the bend, we were able to get through the gates and simply followed the river until we came up on the boat. It was a beautiful vessel, and included a massive armory on the 3rd floor next to the command center.
Are you ready to go inside the boat?
Oh yeah. I like that the bar has a candle and books at it instead of booze. Very classy, very classy. The command center with some party hats.
Look at the party hats.
And
party hat.
A new cowboy hat.
Inside, we found SMGs, rocket launchers, grenade launchers, M60 LMGs, and hundreds of boxes of ammo. While the rest of the goon squad looted that, I pulled up a chair and got to work powering up the boat.
Found my calling.
Just gonna be the explosives expert.
I don't think I need any of these canned foods. I'm gonna start dropping garbage. That I
Oh.
don't need.
So much ammo.
Well,
So much
now what?
5.56.
Attention survivors. We have lost contact with the ship. We'll be sending over helicopters for extraction. Please hold.
On the bright side, even with the boat's engine failing, we were still able to establish communication with a group over the river, with them offering to send an emergency evac via helicopter and to stand by. While we sat around playing Catan and smoking cigarettes on the poop deck, we received an ominous message over the command center. Naturally, we figured we had maybe 10 minutes tops to prepare for the oncoming hordes, with no idea as to how long it'd take for the chopper to reach us. So, we got to work. For defenses, we added fencing around the pavilion and the bridge onto the boat in order to slow down the zombie advances. Rick built out a platform onto the roof of the little building in the center, while Beaver and Mav built out a bridge looping around to the shoreline as a last resort. Beaver also took the time to barricade any of the windows on the ground floor so that as zombies flooded in, we could pinpoint them to one area instead of just giving them unlimited access. From there, we started placing ammo stashes throughout the boat. For example, we placed an M60 with 4 box mags at the bridge, another on the 2nd floor, and Mav grabbed the 3rd to keep on him.
The 1st floor inside as well.
Okay. Is there any... What weapons is everyone using?
I've got an M60 and a shotgun.
Okay.
I have a honey badger and I forget the one that takes the box mag.
M60.
Oh. Wow.
I have an M16 and a 9mm.
Okay, I'll bring, I'm gonna bring just boxes of ammo down for us.
I left my M60 on the ground out over by the patio area.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone grabbed it.
I left one right on the interior of the boat.
We also placed boxes of ammo at safe areas so we could stay close to the fight, instead of having to run all the way back up to the armory on the 3rd floor. Unfortunately, that's about all we had time for, as the zombies had started shambling towards us, sparking what I can only describe as a battle for the ages. Beaver, Mav, and myself held the line while Rick embraced his role as the rooftop boy.
Immediately, or yeah, I mean if incendiary is going.
Well, if we're doing grenade launchers, yeah.
Where did it?
It's really hard to say.
I'm very nervous right now.
Oh, there's a big wave coming in.
I just felt that. I just see Rick like launching grenades.
It's not working. It's not working.
No.
Feel free to take the grenade launcher, anyone. Just don't shoot it at a fence. It will kill you.
There's such a big group coming in.
Oh, someone's got an M60 up there. That is a very large
M16, actually.
Oh.
That's an M60.
Take them out, Predz.
It's a big group.
Take them out.
I'm trying. Okay,
I'm getting on the 1st floor.
Swapping mags. Alright. There's a little bit of a break in the action, real quick. I'm gonna reload my shotgun mags. My drum mags.
Loads and everything.
I do have a honey badger as well up here, so if it does get bad, I'm just gonna, whenever I run out and I need to reload, I'm just gonna swap guns entirely.
Oh no, I think
deal with it later.
I think there's so many on the shed too. Oh, they're all trying to tear down the shed.
Not the shed.
Not the shed of logs.
Jam. Remember, swapping to your pistol is always faster than reloading.
Oh, good point.
Learned that from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2008.
Did you also learn how to knife the watermelon?
Oh, of course.
Where is it?
Alright,
Where
we'll
is
fall back
it?
here.
Yeah, I'm going back to the fence. I
Much-
think it would be
much
cool if we
safer,
try
but-
to stay at the fence for the most part.
Just hold the line as much as possible.
Yeah, I think that would be the best, personally.
I really wanted to get those balloons.
You got this, Matt.
Oh God, they
Oh,
breached!
Hold on, no bag, no bag. Completely forgot I didn't have a bag.
Yeah, this scope is no good.
Ooh. Die! Die!
Oh my God, they're at the shed again.
Protect the shed.
Everyone run back.
A little more than a couple now.
That one's got a... Did we get an
One of
undead
the
survivor?
Amazon
Yeah.
spears. Ooh, that might be worth. I mean, we'll do
Just
is
charge in there.
Well, I wasn't able to get the balloons, so Amazon spear might be a good secondary price.
Do we have any repair kits?
I don't think so.
Back in the 3rd floor, I think? Maybe? Yeah, actually, I think I left one up there in the 3rd floor.
Okay, I'm gonna dip and repair my weapon.
Yep.
I don't see any. Did you
Oh.
drop one?
It might have been WD-40.
That'll work. Don't see it though.
Check one of the cabinets. I might have dropped it in a cabinet.
We are getting flooding on the west side.
Oh, that's
Yep.
okay.
We should fall back a little bit.
Fall back a little. Fall back a little bit. I'm out of ammo.
Oh. Grab the ammo on the floor.
I'm grabbing some of it.
I'm back.
He's here.
When we needed him the most.
Overwatch Rick McGee.
Alright. Swapping to a pistol for now.
Eventually, though, even Rooftop Boy couldn't be the hero we needed as the zombies continued to swarm us, slowly pushing us back until finally we had to retreat back to the boat. This is where the planning came in clutch. Beaver and Mav were able to take up positions on the deck, and I was able to grab the M60 I'd stored earlier, creating a massive defensive wall of bullets.
Go, I got the M60.
I've got an M60.
The fences aren't working, they're just breaking them down.
And if that wasn't enough, Rick pulled a fucking minigun out of his ass, which, and I'm being dead serious about this, none of us had any clue that he was holding onto the entire time. Like, he hid that from us for 3 days of recording, waiting for the perfect moment to pull it out when we needed him most.
Check my kills now, you son of a bitch!
This is what we needed. We're pushing back. Take the ground, lads. Take the ground.
Push! Oh, I tripped. Uh-oh. Scratched the eye. No. John!
At one point, we'd managed to create a small, and I mean small, clearing here, which Rick took advantage of by charging into the zombie hordes and rapid-firing explosive shells from his grenade launcher, buying us a couple minutes to gather ourselves. We still hadn't heard any news on the chopper, so we fought not just for time, but for our own survival.
Okay,
Oh,
it's
that's a
getting to
large
the
amount.
point where we
That's a
might
large
need to.
amount.
Yeah, we might need to go back.
Get down!
Oh my God!
Everybody get down!
Just the click at the end there, like. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I'm out too.
1 second.
Hold on.
I have some nail bombs.
Yeah, throw those down here if you could.
Oh God.
Oh, did I hit myself? Yeah, I think I hit me.
Oh, did you just hit the ceiling of the floor above you?
I don't know.
I haven't even
I'm still using a silencer on this.
Well, you don't want to give away your position. There's one thing I need to stress though, it's to never, and I mean never, let Beaver pick up a f***ing grenade launcher. Because he will inadvertently ricochet a round off of the fencing and bounce it back into the boat, almost killing half of the group. That's going into the building!
Oh no!
No!
Yeah, that got me for sure.
Oh my god! No!
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm alright.
By this point, we'd been fighting for around an hour, and most of our initial defenses were completely destroyed. We'd been slowly losing ground, and now the only goal was to keep the zombies off of the boat.
What we were talking about earlier, I vote Beaver.
Rick, thinking on his feet again, made another push with his grenade launcher, clearing the bridge and buying us more time yet again. But even then, it only bought us a few seconds before the entire first floor of the boat was completely overrun.
I have more of that ammo. I'm coming down to give it to you.
There's still one inside. I'm exhausted. I can't fight.
Oh no.
Oh god.
I gotta teabag him.
No, you closed the door. Why did you do that?
I think we gotta fall back.
Back up, back up, back up, back up.
Yep, I'm falling back upstairs. All my drum mags are empty.
Second floor. Oh, no!
Pushed back onto the second floor, we focused on holding the stairwells, swapping out to reload as needed.
Jump.
Take back the ground floor.
Reloading. Oh my god, this thing's spent.
No. How are we supposed to survive?
I think that's it. Oh no.
I don't know if we might be able to push him out one more time. I think that's it.
We can jump. So game plan: if we have to fall back, just literally jump off the back patio here, and run and try to build across to land.
Okay. Sounds like a plan.
And then hold off for the helicopter, I guess.
Oh my god, there are. Oh god. Thank you.
Gotta fall back here.
Fall back a little bit. Oh, that's a big group right there.
Yeah, we gotta. Hold.
You know, we might need the minigun here in a moment.
Yep.
I'm ready.
Do it.
Do it. Guys, the back stair. Oh, never mind. That'll clear. I was like, we can always retreat down the back stairs too back here.
Through the power of friendship, we were able to claw our way back downstairs just as the sound of helicopter propellers filled the air. Help had finally arrived. As they were hovering above our position, it became clear that the only way we'd be able to escape was if we pushed back out into the parking lot. So together, we grouped up behind Rick, reminded ourselves of Reznov's 8th step, and rushed to freedom.
Predz, the bridge.
Predz. Oh god.
I'm out. I'm out.
Go, go, go.
I'm out. I'm at the parking lot.
I'm out as well.
They're surrounding Rick.
I'm trying to get him.
Rick. Oh my god.
Did he survive?
Go on without me.
No, Rick.
Rick.
Where's the chopper?
Don't leave without me. Oh man, I don't know.
Bev, where are you?
What the move is?
It's over here.
Is it the west?
It's down at the parking lot.
Oh,
It's here.
Run!
The helicopter's here.
Run! Mav!
I thought enough of them would pass.
No!
No!
Go, Beaver, go. I'll hold. What's happened? Oh, we might need to clear the area first.
Clear the area. There we go.
Go, go, go. In.
I'm in.
I'm in. No, 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 he forgot me, no! Oh, wait, no, I'm in. We're good, we're good.
Oh my god.
Out of the 6 of us that embarked on this journey, only 2 would ever live to see a new beginning. I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to the content creators who lost their lives along the way. This is by far my favorite part of being a content creator, so I wanted to give a massive thank you to Ambiguous Amphibian, Newbert, Rick, Mav, and Beaver for taking time out of their days to come make videos with me. It really meant the world to me. Hey, hello, howdy, how you doing? Welcome to the Liberating Louisville Supercut, where we took the entire series and condensed it to a single video. So instead of having to watch each video one at a time, you can slap this bad boy on and get the entire experience in one easy viewing session. We've gone through and cleaned a ton of stuff up, along with adding a completely new soundtrack to make this a more unique experience. With that being said, sit back, grab some snacks, and I hope you enjoy an entire remastered edition of Liberating Louisville. Cheers. One of the most requested videos I get asked for on Project Zomboid is to make a series where I clear out an entire city. Since I've never attempted a project like this before, I figured the best thing to do was to scale up the difficulty immensely, so I went with everyone's favorite city, scaled the population up to insane, set the helicopter events to sometimes instead of once, cranked the become desensitized settings from 500 minimum to 5,000 with the maximum at 10,000 like a true epic gamer.
Where my gamers at?
For traits and occupations, I went with the Repairman for the 2 levels and 100% XP boost in maintenance, which, coupled with Fast Learner, is completely broken. For negatives, I went Slow Reader, Cowardly, Smoker, Prone to Illness, Conspicuous, Agoraphobic, Hemophobic, Slow Healer, High Thirst, Thin-Skinned, Weak Stomach, and Very Underweight. For positives, I chose Cat's Eyes, Dexterous, Outdoorsman, Fast Learner, Organized, Strong, Fit, Gymnast, Adrenaline Junkie, and Lucky. And at this point, I had 3 points left, so I said fuck it and went with Speed Demon and Wakeful. Because I'm a psychopath, I also chose to cuck myself one more time and start completely naked with 0 gear. Getting into things, I spawned in and threw on Life and Living while I looted the spawn house. Found some pasta, which was great for gaining weight, and found some clothing upstairs, including some fancy shoes. I found a pipe wrench in the bathroom as well, and with that, I stepped outside into chaos. It felt like a scene straight out of World War Z. Thousands of zombies on each block, grouped up or roaming wild. There was nowhere I could escape to that wasn't completely overrun. Originally, I had planned on trying to get into an apartment complex and would knock out the stairs if I found a sledgehammer, then use planks from disassembled furniture to platform my way around the city to various POIs. But that just wasn't possible due to the sheer volume of zombies that spawn here on insane population. With that plan off the table, I switched focus entirely, and my big goal for today became just making it to the outskirts of the city. There was no point in trying to base up near the heart of Louisville at this point, since there were literally thousands of zombies on each block, so my safest options became the southeast or the southwest mansions. The issue with the mansions is that they're quite literally across the largest and most populated city in the game. Trying to get there now would be near impossible, and trying to get there without pulling 20,000 zombies with me would make it even more difficult. Because of this, I chose the southeast houses, and began making my way over to them. After hopping the fence into one of the backyards, I began clearing out the zombies in the vicinity. This took some time since I was trying to stay somewhat stealthy, but by that evening I had cleared the backyard and house and began looting the house. I moved some non-perishable food upstairs, as well as some skill books and a sewing kit that I found. Outside of that, I organized the kitchen so all my food was in one cabinet, and then put all the perishable items in the freezer. I read through the magazines that I had acquired and finally knocked out for the day. That was until I woke up at 2 a.m. to glass breaking downstairs. I could hear a zombie outside my door, so I prepared for the worst and whipped it open. Luckily, there was only one upstairs that was pretty easy to take care of, but when I walked downstairs, I found 3 more already in the house, one breaking down my door, and a couple more stragglers in the backyard. I'd finished up with them around 3:30 and chose to hang out upstairs for a few hours since I wasn't tired enough to fall back asleep. As soon as I walked outside the following morning, I was greeted with what I presumed to be a small group, until it turned out to be something like 20 zombies that I was chaining around the next house down. This went on for some time, until I realized that this wasn't something I could win, in which case I baited the horde inside and then climbed out a window and snuck away. After moving north a couple houses, I chose one that looked safe enough and began picking off the zombies around it. My best weapon right now is my feet. Since I only have one wrench, my biggest concern right now is weapons. And the best way for me to go about obtaining more was either to forage for spears or get lucky in a couple houses. On my first house of the day, I got incredibly lucky and found a hammer, a screwdriver, and a machete in full condition. After looting the rest of the house, I came away with some more skill books and a saw. I even managed to catch Life and Living before heading out, which leveled up my carpentry. After that wrapped up, I took the TV back with me since my original house didn't have one in it. I wanted to start pushing into the dead-end portion of the neighborhood, so I picked out the closest house and looted that one as well for the day. Now, one thing I'm finding myself struggle with early on is that there's always a ton of zombies hanging out inside of the houses. It's been rare that I find a building that only has like 1 or 2 zombies in it. Instead, it's like walking into one of those off-brand Mormon families with like 30 people living in each house. I managed to find a crowbar and 2 hammers here, along with some more food, before heading back to my base. I was clearly exerted, and just when I thought the coast was clear, I came back to find a horde gathered in my backyard. I didn't want to risk fighting so many right now, given my Moodle situation, so I went in through the front door, managed to drop my food off in the kitchen unseen, and headed upstairs to hide in my room and pray that no one would hear me throughout the night. after waking up twice throughout the night to what I thought was nightmares, I realized the hard way that grabbing the hemophobic trait was probably the worst one I could have picked. This is going to require me to either wash my clothes every night or take beta blockers or booze to fall asleep. Anyway, day 3 was spent entirely clearing out the dead-end portion of the neighborhood, which was really only like 2 houses, but with the amount of zombies in each one, it took way longer than I would have liked to walk through and clear out each house and then loot it. This entire day was really just repeating the process of baiting out zombies, looting a house, bringing all that loot back to my safe house, washing my clothes, and then heading back on to the next one. A very slow but necessary process. After spending the day pretending to be a Karen on the local neighborhood watch, I had reached the last house, and immediately decided that it was going to be my new home. There were actually way more zombies than I anticipated here, so I spent a few hours taking care of them. And after that wrapped up, I circled back to my first safe house, grabbed all my shit there before dumping it on the second floor hallway. From there, I went through and organized each category. I split the 3 bookshelves into skills, magazines, and entertainment. Clothing, watches, and tailoring all went in the master bedroom. All non-perishable food went into the closest cabinet for now until I had time to set everything up, and medical supplies went into the bathroom. One thing that I'm continuing to do is completely underestimate the amount of zombies in a house. Like, just take a look at this. Watch how many zombies just appear out of nowhere in a seemingly quiet house. Moving on. Today's goal was garbage bags. I needed to make rain collectors so that I could wash myself every day to avoid spiraling into an anxious, depressive rage like a pissed off teenager. My big plan to get said garbage bags led me to the music festival up the road. When I got there were obviously way too many zombies to even consider fighting right now, but that wasn't even an idea I entertained. My plan was to hang on the outskirts and slowly group up a horde behind me so that I could hit all of the garbage cans in the area. This worked out perfectly, and by the time I finished my run, I had gathered 15 garbage bags. While I was on the way out, I decided to bounce from car to car to see if they had anything good in their glove box worth taking, when I found a truck that appeared to be in great condition, with its key in the glove box for me. The only issue it seemed to have was that it was low on fuel, but I remembered seeing a couple gas cans in other cars, and worst case scenario, there were a ton of empty soda bottles in the garbage cans that I could take to siphon fuel with. The last thing I did today was head back to my old house where I took on the horde that I had baited inside a few days earlier. At this point, I had completely forgotten where I set the crowbars down at, as I can't seem to find them in my new safe house, hence why I came back here. Unfortunately, it was all for nothing, because I searched my OG house and didn't find them anywhere. Kind of a bummer, but I guess it is what it is at this point. After spending most of the following morning trying my best to hit Carpentry level 4, Life and Living came in clutch at noon when I got the Carpentry show, which boosted me past level 4 and a chunk into level 5. Also, I'm an absolute dumbass. All the stuff I couldn't find was sitting in the garbage bag, in a desk in the second floor of my new safe house. I must not have taken it out when I moved all my shit over, and just threw it in the desk because that bag said crafting on it. Anyway, full retard moment aside, I built out 3 rain collectors, which should, in theory, be enough for me, since I have a plan to get through nights now. I'm going to keep a clean pair of clothes next to the bed to change into at night. Then in the morning, I can put my bloody clothes back on. At least until I have enough water that I can afford to just waste hundreds of units of it daily. Either that, or I could probably just use a washing machine and dryer, but that's way too logical. Anyway, that was the main highlight of day 5. I spent the rest of my time just reading some skill books. The next target on my list was the fire station, which was located up the road a little past the music festival. I needed axes from there to cut down trees for fortifications, so I set out early that morning. When I got there, I noticed a ton of zombies hanging around and figured now was a good time to put a dent in the population on this side of the city. Towards the end, I became exerted, but everything was going smoothly. That was, until I fat-fingered Q and pulled a whole separate group of zombies in. And luckily, it was only a smaller group, and I was able to take them out pretty easily as well. I can also see this becoming my base as I continue to push into Louisville. It's got a helipad on it, and I could build platforms from here to the neighboring buildings as escape plans if needed. Also, it's got a great view. Anyway, onto the main building. There were some small pockets of zombies out front that I had to clear out before getting in, and when I finally got inside, it was loaded with zombies. Obviously, those needed to be taken care of before I could start looting, so here you go. And this took way longer than it should have. All things considered, the exertion really took a toll on me here since it started to take 8 or 9 hammer swings to finally kill a single zombie. But eventually, I was able to whittle them down and finish them off. After looting the first floor, I was up to 6 axes, another crowbar, a few pipe wrenches, and a propane torch. I also found an industrial propane tank, but decided to leave it here for now since it would be way too risky to try to carry that back while the roads weren't cleared. I got up to the second floor and cleared out the remaining zombies before diving into the medical room to drop my gear off. I'd be sleeping here for tonight since it was already getting late and I was completely exhausted. After waking up very early the next morning, I decided to risk it and head back to base severely over-encumbered. This worked out about as well as you'd expect it to and saw me max up my exertion while being tailed by about 25 zombies. I only had one real plan for this situation, and it involved me getting back to my original safe house. If I could get there, I could shut the door behind the zombies, sticking them up against it, while I snuck out the front door and around the fence back to my new safe house. I really can't believe that actually worked. Well, aside from one straggler, but he was an easy cleanup. From there, I spent the rest of the day doing a mix of recovering and contemplating if I wanted to take a chance and move my base up to the firehouse, which would basically mean I just pulled an incredibly stupid move, almost killing myself in the process, for absolutely nothing. And after sitting on it for a bit, I decided that if I was to move back up there, I would need to do some serious zombie clearing if I was going to have any chance to move. This would involve clearing out some of the roads, it would have to be the music festival, and the woods to the east. All before I even thought about driving my car up there. But I'm an incredibly stubborn person, and once I have an idea, it's really hard to get me off of it. So, the following morning, I would begin the process of capturing and fortifying the fire station. Now, as much as I'd love to, I can't just load up the truck and drive into the fire station. The truck would pull literal thousands of zombies, and I just don't have the resources to deal with those numbers yet. My plan for today was to head back to the music festival and slowly begin working my way up the street from there. I'm sure this is going to take several days, and we haven't hit a helicopter event yet, so I'm 100% positive that, with my luck, we'll spend all this time clearing out the area just for a heli event to replenish every zombie that I kill. But I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. For now, I'm just going to focus on the task at hand, no matter how blurry it is. I didn't have to look too hard to find my first horde, which was just loitering around the main road. After taking care of them, I dipped into the nearest house to rest up and clean my clothing. I came up with a plan involving me pushing into the music festival and spam shouting to pull in zombies, but I think I still need to get some more points in my nimble skill before trying to take on any larger hordes. What I tried to do instead was work my way through the area, picking off the stragglers before eventually dealing with any smaller groupings that had stacked up inside the gates. During one of these encounters, I had what I can only describe as the luckiest moment of all of my time playing Project Zomboid, when I got grabbed by a zombie, proceeded to fall into a group, get up with only a scratch on my leg, and walk away. After bandaging the scratch on my leg, it was right back into the action. I spent all day trying to clear out all the zombies from the music festival, but by late that afternoon, I was exerted and becoming tired. I chose to just fall back to my safe house for the night and continue the push tomorrow. I know there's still a ton of zombies in the woods east of the music festival as well, so my goal for the 17th was going to be to start clearing them out to make moving to the fire station just a little easier. Like you just heard me say, my focus the next morning was the woods across the street from the music festival. There's not really any groupings, but there's a ton of individual zombies that could easily form a horde if they hear my truck driving down the road. One item I brought along today as well was a gas can, so that I could siphon fuel from any of the cars I found in the parking lot. After clearing out a pretty large chunk of the woods, I rested and washed up before making my way back to the music festival parking lot. After gathering some fuel, I found a van from the Kentucky Herald that looked to be in good condition, with the keys sitting in the ignition. I chose to dump my siphon fuel into it and start it up, giving me 2 vehicles. Now, there's a gas station near the fire station, but I can't imagine it'll be easy to access, so it's not feasible right now. I turned my attention back to the music festival for one very specific reason here. On day 1, when I was making my way down to the neighborhood, I noticed a generator sitting in the northwestern corner of the festival, inside the fencing. Luckily, I didn't have to look too hard, and managed to find a second generator in the center of the gated area. Of course, I couldn't just grab it though, as a ton of zombies had noticed me and had begun making their way over. After dealing with them, I grabbed the generator and went back to a zombie that I had killed earlier to find a pair of scissors, because I had found a booth inside the festival grounds that held a ton of leather jackets that I could shred and use for strips. After arriving back at the base that evening, I began packing up and loading everything into the trunk of my van. I feel like after 2 days of heavy combat, we should have an opening to get to the fire station, and we can start clearing out cells from there once we're all set up. That being said, I think this is a good place to stop for now. So far, we've secured a small neighborhood, and we're right on the cusp of pushing into the fire station to take it over and turn into our main base for the next few months as we begin slowly pushing into the city. We still have a lot of work to get done here, but we've also made a lot of progress and have really set ourselves up for endgame already, which is insane to think about. A lot of this is dependent on getting established first. I could just run into Louisville and fire a bunch of guns, but there's no real chance of me completing this challenge with that method. If I want to have a chance of clearing out all of Louisville, I need to be smart about how I do it. This is a long-term goal, and to achieve that, I need to complete my short-term goal of creating a secure area for me to retreat to if needed. Today was the big moving day, and if you think that's boring, just hang on, because while unloading my van, I got a little audio cue. What absolutely perfect timing to start off a video with. Panicking, I wasn't really thinking on my feet, so I just started baiting all the zombies into the music festival grounds. This worked, at least in theory, as I could get them away from the fire station, but what I didn't think about at the time was that it only expanded the heli range, and only ended up pulling more zombies toward me because of that. And I spent the next few hours looping around the inside of the festival grounds waiting for the event to pass. And finally, when I thought it had flown away, I began moving back towards the fire station. And as if this game wasn't bending me over enough already, as soon as I got onto the main road, the fucking thing came back, pulling even more zombies over. And at this point, most of the cell was completely overrun, so I looped behind the fire station and then hopped the dog fences to get inside the garage, where several zombies were waiting for me. After taking them out, I ran upstairs and began unpacking while praying other zombies didn't hear me. And at this point, the first heli event had officially ended, but I had heard glass breaking downstairs, meaning that at least a few more zombies had gotten inside and were looking for me. I was getting tired, so I decided to just play it safe and hide out upstairs for the rest of the day, dipping back into the medical room and falling asleep there. First things first, I need to secure the area. The heli event brought hundreds of zombies, and I need to figure out just how much damage was done. And after waking up the next morning, I geared up and walked downstairs, and to my surprise, the station was mostly clear, with only a couple zombies hanging around the fitness room. After looting the large backpack from a corpse, I swapped my gear out upstairs before venturing outside. And at first glance, there's not nearly as many zombies as I was expecting, at least on the eastern side of the station. I chose to just start with the construction site and work my way west around the building since it seems like most of the closest zombies are in this part of the cell. I know there's a ton of them hanging around the campground that I'll have to deal with eventually, but I'll need better gear before I start that project up. This was pretty simple work then, all things considered. There were no real hordes, just a couple groups hanging around that I was able to take out relatively easily. After dropping off some loot and resting up, I pushed west down the road. The second group in the west had a zombie survivor that I was able to loot a gas mask and a bandolier from, which made me feel like a badass. I made a stupid play at around noon when I was trying to get in through the back door, without checking first, and got insanely lucky when I got grabbed but managed to get away with only a scratch on the neck. nothing too exciting happened after that. I found a liquor store and was able to loot 7 bottles of bourbon, which I could use as Molotovs, but when I went to leave, I walked into a smaller horde, and not having the stamina to fight them, I chose to fall back to the construction site and loop around back into the station where I rested up for the rest of the day, reading some skill books to pass the time. At around 9 PM, I heard more glass shatter, meaning more zombies were entering the fire station that I'd have to deal with tomorrow. Or today, since they want to stare at me creepily from across the room. For some reason, I keep getting the feeling that the zombies think the fitness room is their own personal group workout class. Today was basically the same as yesterday in terms of objective. I need to get the zombie situation under control if I want to have any chance of long-term survival here. On top of that, the power is going to go out soon, so I'll need my rain collectors, some fuel, and a generator magazine before I consider myself truly set up. I spent most of the morning and early afternoon clearing out and looting the half-built houses nearby. I know I touched on it last episode, but it's still catching me off guard with just how many zombies are in each house. I was expecting maybe 1 to 3 zombies in every building here, and somehow there's just like 15 mulling around. After a few hours of repeating this process, I came away with a couple more weapons, some crafting materials, and 2 welder masks. As I was headed back to the fire station, I got ambushed by a horde waiting outside of the entrance. I was in no position to fight them, so I baited them east on the other side of the fire station and lost them over by the porta potty. At this point, it was raining out, and I still had my water barrels back in the neighborhood. I wanted to get them moved up here, but there really wasn't a point since they'd most likely be destroyed by zombies anyway before I could use them, so I chose to leave them there for now and would have to head back another time to pick them up. After resting up, it was only 5 o'clock, so I decided to head back out and finish off the horde that I had baited around earlier by forming a crowbar conga line and letting them walk directly into my swings. After that was done, there was really only one other group left to deal with, and that was the zombies hanging around the tennis courts. Now my favorite moment of this instance was that I found Tammy from the 1,000-Pound Sisters just mulling around the tennis courts. Today was probably my riskiest day. I don't know how much longer I'm going to have power for, and I have low fuel in both vehicles, all my cans are empty, and my generator is empty. In short, I need fuel. There's a gas station a little up the road that I needed to take a chance on, and I chose today to do so. My plan was simple in theory. I started off by grabbing most of the zombies by honking my horn, and then luring them into the mall parking lot. From there, I circled back through an alley and parked the van by the gas pumps, where I got out and started taking on the stragglers. What I didn't anticipate, however, was the wandering hordes that had begun making their way over, forcing me to wrap around the dentistry. On my second attempt, I started off hot, but ended up attracting more zombies again, forcing me east through a back door and directly into a group of zombies inside. This was pretty stressful, but it was either fight the zombies inside or die outside, so I took my chances, did the Ash Ketchum hat flip, and got to work. The next sequence is pure chaos, so I'll just let it play out sped up because it'll do a better job showcasing the events that unfold. Crazy enough, this wasn't even the end of the day. When I finally got back to the fire station that night, a horde had gathered out front, forcing me to confront them before I could get some rest, which turned into an event in and of itself. I wanted today to be my final day of zombie clearing, so I got to work early. The goal is to wrap this up so I can start working on building out fortifications for when the next heli event takes place. I did get a big win early today when I found a shotgun on a zombie. Now, all I need is some ammo and we'll be set to start leveling Amy. At 7 AM, the zombies began implementing Viet Cong tactics and came out of the trees to nearly end my run. Other than that, it was generally more the same. I did a loop around the perimeter and pushed pretty far outside of my base to try and find any hidden groups just sitting around. The next few days are pretty boring, so I'm just going to lump them all together. I spent most of this time just cutting down trees, using sheet rope to create stacks of logs, and then moving them outside of the fire station. I needed a shit ton of logs to build out my fortress, so that's what I did, outside of fighting the occasional zombies that would wander over to see what this lunatic with an axe was up to. I'll have some clips on screen now, but it was basically just the same thing all day, every day. Eventually, I realized I was making this way more complicated than it needed to be, and just drove the van out into the woods. After chopping down a ton of trees, I'd stack the logs near the van and then load them in. Fill my inventory and drive back to base instead of taking 5 stacks at a time. Now the real unspoken hero here was my maintenance skill, which was level 5 when I started, meaning I could spend multiple days cutting down trees before breaking a single wooden axe. I think the most annoying portion of this project wasn't even the whole chopping trees down. No. It was all the fucking zombies that would just wander over. Normally not a problem until you piece together that I'm at max exertion and almost always tired in some capacity since I'm literally just chopping down trees for 12 plus hours a day, which means it takes like an hour in game to kill a single zombie. Finally, after 3 days of chopping trees, I began prep work on walling in the fire station. I'll need a couple levels still and some hinges to make gates, but I should be able to get the walls up with no problem. I'm not planning on doing anything special right now, just placing log walls along the perimeter. Eventually, I'll add stairs and a walkway along the wall to monitor and take out any zombies that wander over, but the walls should be more than enough for now as long as no heli events trigger. Oh, this is completely unrelated, but I also collected like 41 tree branches to use as spears if I really become desperate enough for weapons. I probably won't need them, but you never know. Building the wall took most of the day, but I was able to complete the entire process by that evening. All I need now are some gates, which I need another level and a half in carpentry to get to. After securing the perimeter, I turned inward for some additional protection by closing any choke points or open windows. I plugged all the windows in the fitness room and built out frames in the main hallway. The next day, I went out and smashed some doors for hinges and doorknobs, which I used to build out 2 doors in the main hallway and garage entrance. After that, I gathered a ton of planks and built level 2 walls in the interior before wrapping up my day by barricading all of the windows in the garage. So far, we're at 831 kills after surviving for just under 20 days. Here's what my skills look like if you're interested in that. We added levels in sneaking, light-footed, short blunt, long blunt, and maintenance. And I'll look to keep grinding blunt weapons since they're the most readily available, and there's buildings we're going to look to hit up which should give us enough long blunt weapons to carry through the rest of the series. Louisville has some of the largest weapon caches in all of Project Zomboid. There's police stations, gun stores, hardware stores, 2 malls, a baseball bat factory, multiple military checkpoints, and a bunch of pissed off gun-toting rednecks who left all their shit in their house when the apocalypse happened. All of these will need to be taken advantage of if we want to succeed in clearing out Louisville on insane population spawns. In between then and now, I got hit with several days of massive thunderstorms, so while waiting for them to pass, I grinded out tailoring level 1 so that I could upgrade my backpack for more slots and higher carrying capacity. I also cleaned up my living area and spent some time on the treadmill trying to work on fitness a little more since I'm only level 5. I managed to level up my carpentry to level 5 by disassembling some extra furniture, managed to head out and retrieve my truck from the neighborhood safe house, and then spent some time grinding out metalworking by disassembling some of the metal chairs in the office rooms. The water finally shut off as well, which means the power is going to go out any day now. Today, we'll be doing something incredibly stupid. Today we're going to go and head into the mall in hopes of looting the gun store on the northern end of the first floor. Believe it or not, but I actually have a pretty good plan as to how I'm going to accomplish this. That doesn't involve me just bum rushing in and getting insanely lucky. No. If I've learned anything in my time playing Project Zomboid, it's that any problem can be solved with enough fire and explosions. So today, I've created a campfire kit, 5 Molotovs, and grabbed enough vitamins to induce a cocaine bender like no other, and have begun making my way to the northern side of the mall. The big brain play here is to set the campfire up a couple tiles away from the door. This way, the zombies will be able to walk through it and catch on fire, without me accidentally torching the entire mall in the process. I'm expecting thousands of zombies here, so if this all goes according to plan, this should be the largest kill count of the series so far. After arriving at the northern end of the mall, I cleared out the zombies loitering by the door. After that was finished, I placed my campfire on 5 or 6 tiles away from the door, took a deep breath, opened them up, and walked inside. My only goal right now is to pull as many zombies outside as possible, and I really only had one method for this. After I'd gathered a couple hundred zombies, I booked it down the back hallway, making it outside and lighted the campfire moments before a massive horde came spilling out into the open. Over the next several hours, I continuously grouped the zombies into a massive ball of fire and looped them through the campfire. Zombies would continue to roam out from the mall and either directly into the campfire or through the various fires starting to spread into the grass and bushes around the area. Once the main horde was effectively turned to ash, I took some time to kill the stragglers. Now that the first wave is completed, I went around grabbing any ripped sheets I could so that I could add more fuel to the fire, which I was prepping for a second round. I headed back into the mall at around 3:30 to see how infested it still was. Spoiler alert, it was still completely overrun. After spam shouting for another 30 minutes or so, I began pulling the second horde outside. The only problem right now, I didn't have time to light the campfire. This is why I brought Molotovs. Instead of creating this giant conga line of zombies, I tried my best to group them into as tight of a ball as possible before yeeting a Molotov into them. After the explosion, it was business as usual. A ton of baiting zombies around until they got tuckered out and then went to sleep in the grass. One of my favorite aspects of this strategy is watching all the zombies start dying all at the same time. After wrapping up at around 8 o'clock, I was anxious, hungry, and thirsty, so I took a chance and went back in for a third time. It looks like I did some damage to the building, so here's to hoping that it doesn't spread too far west. There's a couple restaurants right inside the northern doors, so I hit one up to wash up, grab some food, and fill up my water bottles. As I was heading back, I decided to take one last walkthrough just to see how we were doing and if there was any damage being done. And to be honest, the damage was extensive, to say the least. Miraculously, the gun shop wasn't up in flames yet, so on a whim and a prayer, I spam screamed one last round, collected up a whole nother horde, which was just a mashup of normal zombies, and zombies that were completely inflamed, before pulling them out the same entrance that I'd done the 2 other times.
Good morning, savvy shoppers. We are pleased to announce that Mall is now open for business. We hope you enjoy your time here with us today as you sample out many fine goods and services. The fun never stops and the deals just keep coming.
At around 2 a.m., I wasn't pulling nearly as many as I anticipated, so I looped around to the eastern entrance, and it looks like I'm doing more harm than good here. I tried to put in some work and clear more out, but wasn't having much luck, so I moved back outside, and at 3:30, ended up burning myself while stomping on a zombie. At this point, I decided to head back home since it was too difficult to move around, and I didn't want to risk dying because I could barely walk. I woke up around noon the following day and did some tasks around the base, cleaned and rebandaged my burn, and then began working on organizing my garage some more. It was a peaceful day for once, and everything was going smoothly. Until around 3 p.m. when a second heli event triggered. Initially, I figured I was completely screwed, but I was able to deal with the small amount of zombies that had accumulated at the western entrance. I made my way over to the eastern entrance shortly after and fought to secure that as well. The heli event did come back at around 5:30, but it didn't bother me too much. I had faith that my walls would hold, at least until the event passed and the zombies moved on. I went downstairs to swap out my bloody clothes and noticed that the zombies had broken through my walls by the tennis courts. I retreated back upstairs because of that, but unfortunately a couple zombies had seen me and I could hear them pounding against the garage doors and some of the barricaded windows below me. At around 7:30, I heard glass break and watched some zombies walk in through the main entrance, meaning that they'd finally breached the building. I still had some walls that I had built last episode that would hopefully keep them occupied for the night, and with that, I moved into the side room off the medbay and held out there for the rest of the night. Well, my leg is still fucked, so I don't want to risk fighting more than 2 zombies at a time right now. I can hear zombies below me walking around and looking for me. I don't really have many options right now. I can either head downstairs and try my best, which will most likely end up in me getting killed, or I can hide out of sight behind 2 doors in a windowless room, and wait another day or so for my burn to heal. I chose option 2 just to play it safe. I have plenty of food, but nothing to really entertain me, and I'm sure I'll run out of water eventually. I'm not too worried about the boredom or depression though, since I have a couple books and magazines sitting over in the living quarters that I can read to get rid of those moodles. There really wasn't much in point of me smoking either, since I was already severely depressed. By late afternoon and early evening, I could hear zombies in the upstairs hallways or kitchen area, so there was no point in leaving the room, at least until the following day. Burns take several days to heal, especially when you have no levels in first aid yet, so I just have to sit and wait it out. I think if I can get to a point where I can at least walk at half speed, I'll be fine with taking on the zombies in the fire station. With all of my progress seemingly undone in the span of 3 hours, locked in a side room with a burned leg, in a building completely overrun with zombies, I think it's time to finally start working my way out. This is my way of saying,
we've been stuck up here for 3 days.
First things first, I confirmed that the second floor was clear, which was surprising because I could hear them clearly right outside the medical room. Anyway, next step was to take care of the moodles. I read 2 books to get rid of the depression because apparently reading The Great Gatsby 2 times in a row does that, smoked a cigarette, and made my way downstairs. Luckily, my interior fortifications did their job, and the zombies were confined to the main entryway of the building. And by that, I mean they all clustered at the door and swarmed me when I opened it. I did catch a lucky break here though, when one got stuck on the wall and another got stuck hitting the door, essentially stopping a flood of zombies from just walking through and taking me down. After dealing with most of them, I walked through the door and got DP'd by 2 zombies, walking away with a scratch on my left hand, thankfully avoiding a run-ending bite here. I was able to get a scope of the surroundings, and the damages weren't all that bad actually. The horde had gathered on the western end of the compound, but for the most part, only a couple walls had been broken in the event. I headed back upstairs to grab some bandages since I only had ripped sheets on me, but since I was still struggling to walk, I chose to just play it safe again today and hang out at the fire station. The horde hadn't seen me, so I should be safe as long as they all just don't walk straight into the building. The rest of the day was pretty quiet. I changed clothes to prevent myself from becoming anxious, and then hung out upstairs, organizing my gear some more before taking sleeping pills and heading off to bed. After waking up the next morning, I noticed that I could finally move around with a hop now instead of at a snail's pace. So with that knowledge, I geared up for the day and headed back outside to take care of some of the remaining zombies in the area. This obviously took most of the day, and I found myself venturing into a nearby neighborhood and pulling zombies from there as well. There actually weren't as many zombies in the compound as I thought. Most of them resided near the construction site, or on the western side of the wall. When I got back to the fire station that evening, I removed the dirty bandage to find that my burn had finally healed, which is huge for us going forward. And the following morning, I woke up to the realization that the power had finally gone out. After 28 days, it would seem that my luck finally ran out. I had a generator downstairs and a can of gas that I could use to fuel it, but I still need a generator magazine to make it work. I'll look for that another time though. For now, it's time to finish what I initially started, so it's back to the mall. Heading back inside to assess the damage, the fire was actually starting to die out. I didn't want to group more zombies through it since I needed to let it fizzle out before it burned down too much of the mall. So I focused on the zombies in the food court, pulling them outside along with one zombie that was already on fire, and burning down the northern end of the food court in the process, but successfully pulling the majority of the zombies in this area outside. The big issue I was running into at this point was that the fire in the courtyard was spreading, which is great if you have a massive horde, but if you're trying to navigate the area and prevent a massive building collapse, it's a huge pain in the ass. After speeding up time for an hour, it was becoming pretty obvious to me that I completely fucked the food court. The fire was just continuing to spread through the seating area, and that would probably begin to spread into the main section of the mall, meaning I was running out of time. I chose to flank back around to the original northern entrance and check out the damage again. It appeared that the fire was out in the interior, but the damage to the walls was spread down the entire northern section of the mall. There were still a ton of zombies hanging around as well, but I had a sinking feeling that the surplus store was completely in ashes. I'd have to make my way there still to see just how bad it was, so I did just that, instead of focusing on the zombies. Clenched cheeks, I worked my way over to the surplus store to see that only the back end had been burned down, leaving the front half of the store unlooted and available for me to take. With a new goal in mind, I began grouping up the zombies to lead outside. The plan was to lure them away, then loop back around and climb through the rubble in the back of the store. The surplus store was fairly covered in ashes and zombies. I didn't want to risk fighting so many in such a tight space, so I spam shouted and pulled at least most of the zombies out into the field with me behind them all. From there, I grouped them up before pulling out a Molotov and letting fire do the work for me. After trying for several hours to successfully loot the store, I gave up and just started spam shouting again to pull any nearby zombies out of the mall. The big problem here is that there's one wall that burnt down between the back and the front of the surplus store, allowing for any zombie from the mall to just hop through the shattered window, through the burnt down wall, and into the back room where I'm trying my best to loot a single gun. After burning through a large horde, a small cluster of zombies had accumulated just inside the walls. I pulled them out, but it wasn't worth using another Molotov on, so with my only remaining weapon of the journey, I took out my butcher knife and carved through the group. By this point, it's really late, I can't see well, and I'm dying of thirst. I could have headed back and continued in the morning, but mom ain't raised no bitch, so I looped back through the eastern entrance into a Spiffos that was currently dealing with a small fire problem. From there, I found the bathrooms and took care of the whole thirst issue before heading back to the mall to get another look at the gun store. When it became apparent I wasn't going to get through by just walking there, I pulled yet another group out into the courtyard to continue the burning process. Eventually, I decided to loop around once the sun came up and give it another shot, but barely made it into the back room before I, once again, got swarmed and was forced to do something that I can apparently only manage to do in PZ, and pull out. Get it? Because I have a kid now?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
All terrible jokes aside, I did see a zombie with an M16 as a leg, so I went against my better judgment and started working through each zombie one by one with my meat cleaver before deciding to just hop in the van and run them over Caitlyn Jenner style.
Buckle up, buckaroo!
And finally, after days of work and thousands of zombies burned, I was finally able to loot the surplus store. Or rather, what was left of the surplus store. Of course, it's never as simple as just heading back to base. At least not yet, since I'm still pulling zombies back in because I don't have any gates. After everything was said and done, days and days of work and recovery and heli events and all the chaos that comes with Louisville on Insane Pop, I came away from the mall raid with 5 rifles, an M16, 2 pistols, and 38 boxes of ammo. I also grabbed a bulletproof vest and some padded clothing for the winter. Eventually, I'll build out an armory to store all of this, but for right now, it'll be fine in the pile on the floor. With a little bit of time left in the day, I hopped in the truck and set out for my neighborhood safe house to collect the rain collectors. I chose to place the rain barrels on top of the helipad because that just made the most sense to keep them out of the way. Now all we have left to do is wait for the rain to come, and we'll be able to sustain ourselves indefinitely. Last episode, we recovered from a second heli event and managed to finally get into the military surplus store inside the mall, coming away with a couple weapons and a considerably small amount of ammo. You see, the power's out now, and I need a generator magazine to get this place up and running again. I also need some more skill books for carpentry so that I can finally build gates for my compound. With all that being said, today we're going to go raid the public library in our epic quest for knowledge. The plan here is way more simple than most people would ever like it to be, because I find that making convoluted plans only works until you step outside of your base and have to actually interact with the world. Truth is, I have no idea how many zombies are out here, but I do know that the bookstore has a great chance of having what I need, and it gives me an excuse to shoot some guns. All in all, this can be broken down into a 3-step process.
This is step 1!
Get to the bookstore, either by car or on foot. Preferably by vehicle, but let's be real, it's probably much easier, albeit slower, on foot.
What is step 2?
Loot the bookstore. I don't need much, really just the generator magazine, but it'd be nice to actually come away with this with the skill books needed to farm some levels like first aid and carpentry.
3!
Get home. I know, much easier said than done, but that's why we keep it simple. We'll figure out the nitty-gritty elements later. For now, just enjoy the chaos. The only predicament I have right now is that I only have 8 boxes of shotgun shells, which is like 200 shells. It may sound like a lot, and maybe it is in Riverside or Rosewood, but out here, it's not even enough to clear a neighborhood, let alone one of the main roads in Louisville. I was able to get to the library pretty easily by car, but the amount of zombies around is actually insane. I tried to get some use out of the shotgun, but it was obvious that it wasn't going to get the job done. I wanted to avoid using Molotovs, but that very quickly became the only way I was going to be able to clear out even a block of this area. I'll let a lot of this play out so you can witness the absolute shitstorm that is Louisville on insane population after a month of building up the peak multiplier. This was super intense and stress-inducing, to say the least. I don't think I've ever been in a situation in Zomboid where there are this many zombies in a cell before, so I fell back on my years of COD zombie training and began kiting hordes around. This only worked in a couple instances though, as there were just too many zombies to handle. If I was able to group up 500, another 500 would appear behind me. And at this point, with fire spreading, I really just relied on that to do the work for me, and focused on dodging as many zombies as I could. And one of the things that's definitely easier said than done, for sure. I did find myself almost constantly sprinting to avoid being encircled, which was stressing me out as well since I know my fitness level isn't all that high, and that plays a factor into how quickly I become exerted, and if I become exerted here, I might as well just lay down and die and let the hordes do their thing. Well, I lit the library on fire. Kinda figured this was gonna happen, but it still sucks because that was the only objective for the day. If I'm lucky, maybe I can salvage a bookshelf or two and keep it moving. After spending the entire day baiting around thousands of zombies and ultimately doing more harm than good, I saw a potential exit and took my chance. After getting the van started, I tried to pull zombies together so that the fire would spread, before looping around and heading east. Now that the library is complete ash, I turn to another POI, being the library inside the mall. I'm still expecting a ton of zombies there, but it should be easier than what I'm trying to do right now. Now, surprisingly, at least to me, the mall was more clear than I was expecting, but there were still a few hundred zombies or so in the main area. I initially tried to just keep pulling the zombies out by shouting and then baiting them out the front door, but eventually a walking ball of fire made its way over and the rest is history. Figured this would be a good time as any to use the shotgun in order to pull in more zombies and just keep the fireball rolling. The best thing about this is, after dealing with the streets of Louisville, this is a walk in the park. By 5 AM the next morning, I was able to get inside the mall, which felt strangely empty now. I've logged a little over 7,500 kills at this point, over doubling where I was at just 24 hours ago. Anyway, with no zombies left to interrupt me, I looted the library, walking away with the rest of the carpentry books I needed, most of the first aid books, a ton of recipe magazines, and no generator mag. A little depressing, but we'll figure something out. At this point, I've been roaming for a day now, and I'm out of food, almost out of water, and running out of vitamins, so I began the journey back to my safe house. Along the way, I managed to find a sledgehammer on the ground outside of a workstation, so I scooped that up and made it back to base safely. I spent the rest of the day taking a small break from combat. I read all the recipe magazines that I'd gathered from the mall, and rebuilt the walls that the zombies had broken down during the heli event. This actually took some time since I had to cut down more trees to fill in the gaps, but other than that, I just enjoyed the peace for a day. The next morning, I set out for a nearby bookstore on foot. I figured there'd be a couple clusters to clear there, but made a stupid decision and grouped them into what ended up being two hordes that I just kept bouncing back and forth between. Eventually, I got a small opening, and I was able to quickly peruse the fantasy adventure sections of the bookstore, which unfortunately did not hold the generator magazine. After my time was up, I narrowly escaped out the back door. And headed back to base, where I was greeted by a group of zombies who broke down one of my garage doors. At this point, I'm not sure where else to look, so I just started going door to door through the neighborhood in the west, which ended up turning into more of a looting run since I came back with a backpack full of canned foods and then some, but still no generator mag. After waking up the following morning, I walked over to the apartments and just spam shouted to pull any nearby zombies out. After the area was all clear, I started by going door to door again, looking for the generator mag, which I finally found, ironically, in the first apartment that I looted. Now that that's taken care of, I can go refuel all of my cars. All I need to do is actually clear out the gas station. I spent basically the entire day just walking down the road in that direction, checking out any zombie groups that I came across. I will say though, I'm starting to really feel like I'm doing some damage with short blunt weapons. There were a couple stretches throughout the day where I either two-tapped or one-shotted like 5 or 6 zombies in a row, and that's gonna be one of the most satisfying moments in Zomboid. As I came up to the Finnegan Research Group building, I got to witness an apple factory moment when the zombies were throwing themselves off the roof to try and escape. Eventually, I bit off a little more than I could chew, and tried to retreat back to the compound. I thought I had gotten away, until I turned around and got to watch like 200 zombies press their faces through the fence. After resting for an hour or so, I had the genius idea to load up an M14 and head back out onto the road. This went about as well as you'd expect, and within a couple hours, I'd amassed a horde of what I can only guesstimate was around 1,500 zombies. I took advantage of the zombie AI pathing here and looped them around before dipping through a couple buildings where they could inevitably all group up at, since that triggered my last seen location to all of them. I spent all of the next day regaining all the ground that I'd lost from the zombies spilling out of Finnegan's. Normally I'd show all the combat here, but it's literally like 45 minutes straight of combat, so I'll show some of the larger hordes and we'll move on. Sound like a deal? Alright, sweet, let's go. I was hoping I'd be able to reach the gas station yesterday, but here we are. That was the goal for today though. And although we still have a ways to go, and even once we clear out the zombies, I'll still have to come back, grab the generator, and do that entire setup process. One thing I kept thinking about was the potential to find another generator, so that I could leave one at the gas station and another at my base. There's a self-storage POI near me that I can hit up now that I have a sledgehammer, so I'll have to head over there at some point. There's also an abandoned car lot nearby that I can use for spare parts. Or I could grind out some skills and unlock the ability to hotwire cars and just take my favorites. We'll figure something out eventually though. For now, I just wanted to focus on getting to the gas station. One thing that I'm noticing that's beginning to drive me nuts as well is how much of a performance issue that bloodstains can cause. Even with it set to low, the sheer amount of zombies being beaten and stabbed to death, no disrespect to Jeffrey Dahmer, the bloodstains are starting to mount up, which is causing me to drop frames. Now, I don't like to brag about specs or anything, but I do have a pretty beefy PC, so when this shit happens, it's kinda like, alright, well I guess I'm being penalized for doing a good job. Alright, rant over. On August 15th, after getting an early start to the day and spending my entire morning working through all of the zombies in the area, I finally reached the gas station. From there, it was only a few hours of clearing out the nearby zombie groupings. While heading back to base to recover, I did get hit by a roaming horde that threatened to once again undo all of my progress. And because of this, I spent the rest of the day clearing out the zombies that had wandered over. At this point, I can reach the gas station and can safely walk there now with the generator as long as no hordes wander over from the west. In the span of just a few days, I've gone from under 3,000 kills to 8,400 zombies killed, almost tripling where we were at last episode. Today is going to be much more focused on taking care of some necessary grinds in order to make it easier to take on the rest of Louisville. Really, this is just taking care of the compound and knocking out some skills to give myself a better fighting chance. And with that being said, let's go ahead and get into it. First things first, we need fuel. It's our biggest concern. We'll need to fuel up the vehicles and then grab some additional gas to keep for future use. And before we do that though, we still have zombies to wipe out. Since the previous day, it seems that a couple zombies had wandered over, so we'll just have to take care of them if we want to fuel up in peace. After spending the morning fighting, I was able to successfully hook up the generator and begin refueling my van. Now obviously, since the generator is turned on, it's going to attract some friends that we'll have to take care of as well. After fueling up, I was able to loot the gas station, leaving with a ton of food, over 30 water bottles and orange soda, and some empty gas cans. Oh, and a popsicle freezer. I still need to fuel my other 2 trucks and the empty gas cans, so I loaded up the black truck and set out again the following morning. I almost flipped the truck though, which was pretty sick, but other than that, it was basically the same process all over again. Drive over, fight the zombies, get gas, drive home. One thing I'm going to have to figure out here is the migrating zombies. It feels like every day I get another horde finding their way over to me. Anyway, after fueling up and making it back to base, I dealt with the zombies that followed me. Following the events of the morning, I wrapped up the Carpentry Level 3 book and headed downstairs to seal up one of the garage doors that had broke down a few days ago. That included cutting down several trees and hauling the logs back to base, completely exerted. Unfortunately, in the time that I was away pretending to be Paul Bunyan, a couple zombies had wandered inside the compound. Not having the stamina to fight, I chose to end the day and worry about them tomorrow. It was also around this time that the whole bloodstained clothes situation was starting to take a toll on me again. The 2 rain collectors that I was able to salvage were completely dry, so I'd either have to use my water coolers or wait for it to rain again. The next morning, I took out the remaining zombies and got to work refortifying the base. I finished building the walls in the garage and then barricaded all the exterior facing windows before adding 2 doors at the entrance of the fire station. After all of that was taken care of, I switched focus to making more rain collectors. I needed more planks to get this done, so I headed out to cut down some more trees. Unfortunately, a couple zombies had broken through by the tennis courts, so I'll have to repair that as well. And with no stamina, I didn't want to risk fighting, so I dropped my log stacks on the ground outside and headed into base to rest up before continuing. I made my way back to the helipad where I built out 2 more rain collectors. I have the planks to pull it off, I'll just need to figure out the logistics of it that don't end up with me falling to my death. The following morning, I destroyed one of the walls of the helipad and built a ramp over to the fire station. The only problem? I'm one story off. Or so I thought. There's a pretty cool trade-off though. Apparently building wooden floors can phase you through walls and ceilings, landing me in the garage. On my second attempt, I used a sledgehammer to destroy a window on the second floor, and built a platform from there to the roof of the garage that I was able to walk on. Moving to the west side of the garage, I built out another platform that connected to my original roof. After that, I destroyed the stairs on both the helipad and the fire station, replacing the stairs with sheet rope so that I'm able to get to safety with ease. During the process of building up the walkway, I did level up my carpentry to level 6, meaning I'm finally able to build out gates for my compound. I got to work the next morning by building out my first gate on the west side of the compound. With that completed, I turned to killing more trees so that I could both rebuild some more broken walls, as well as add the final walls needed to fill in the space between the gate. And after building the eastern gate, I noticed a massive mistake in my wall building techniques. The south wall and the east wall are off by one tile. It's nothing super important or drastic, I can just add one more wall going east and west, but still, it just looks ugly now. I still needed some more logs to finish up the walls, but my wooden axe finally broke that afternoon, forcing me to start using some of my fire axes for trees. By that evening, I was finally able to completely secure the compound. With construction officially completed, we can start to focus on skill grinding. Now we'll need some books for that, and with the public library currently on fire, there's some symbolism there, but I'll let you guys draw your own conclusion to that. We'll need to head back to the mall. The goal here isn't to fight any zombies, which is hilarious to say considering the series is centered around killing zombies. I mean, we certainly can, we're just depressed and anxious, which will impact our ability to do any damage. Anyway, back to the skill books. We're looking for first aid 1 and 4, tailoring 2, 3, and 5, and farming books, the full set 1 through 5. Before starting though, I did go ahead and plant my cabbages inside the grounds of the compound, and by that afternoon was able to walk away with everything that I'd come here for. Not wanting to pull a massive horde of zombies back with me, I looped around to the south and then crouched through the gate before climbing the rope ladder back to base. Finally safe and secure, I headed over to the helipad where I washed all of my clothing before heading back to base and getting rid of my anxiety and depression through the power of reading Harry Potter for the 200th time. At this point, I've got tons of food and water, a safe route to my rain collectors, and nothing but time. So with that, I spent the next 3 days reading through Carpentry level 4, Farming 1, First Aid 1, and Tailoring 2. No sleeping, no grass touching, just 3 straight days of knowledge. The skill books checked off the list for now, we can start the arduous process of grinding some skills that will be a necessity, starting with First Aid. If you don't know, the fastest way to level First Aid is by standing on glass barefoot. This is insanely fast, taking less than 60 seconds in real life to level from 2 to level 4 in First Aid. I'm not worried about dirty bandages and infections either, since I'll be constantly giving myself fresh wounds each time. Anyway, it was around this time that I heard zombies pounding on my gate, and when looking around, only saw a couple, which I figured would be an easy break from reenacting a scene out of Jigsaw. When I got down to the gate, I opened it to find something like 6 zombies instead of the 2 that I thought I'd be taking on. Luckily, Project Zomboid doesn't adjust injury speed reduction into aim, walking, so with my agility skills where they are, I'm able to pace with the zombies as long as I'm aiming at them. Now back to our scheduled programming. Honestly, the longest portion of this grind was simply just reading the books. With Slow Reader, it takes most of the day to read through a single book, and that allotted time only grows with each volume. For example, I started reading volume 5 at 4:10 p.m. and didn't finish it until 8:10 a.m. the next morning, 16 hours later. A couple of things to note with this method real quick. First one is that you can queue up events, which is why you see me constantly clicking the same 2 injuries. I've been able to stack up to almost 10 times with each injury, so you can just queue up a bunch of these removals and then step away if you need to. Another point to touch on is that I've never gotten killed by removing glass. It almost seems that at a certain point, the glass shards just stop damaging you. Now, don't take this to heart though, I've never fully tested it, but in my experience, I have never died doing this method. After a couple days of doing this, I was finally able to max out my first aid skill, stitch up my feet, and take some antibiotics, and then go to sleep. By the following morning, my stitches were already ready to be removed, courtesy of level 10 first aid. So I traded in the suture needle for some bandages, and could finally focus on my next skill, which I'll need a considerable amount of thread for. Normally, I'd just walk outside and shred all of the clothing on the corpses littering the streets, but given that it's been like a week since I've set foot out here, a lot of these corpses have despawned due to the settings I enacted in an attempt to keep my game from running at 5 FPS as the bodies pile up. Luckily for me, several hordes had wandered over, so I spam shouted to pull them in and got to work. By the end of one full day of ripping sheets, I walked away with 85 thread, which, after consolidating all of it, left me with 24 full counts of thread. I need like 10 times that amount if I want to fully max out tailoring, so the next day, I headed back out down the road and spammed Q to pull in as many wandering zombies as possible before spending the entire day physically dominating as many zombies as I could get my hands on. Whenever I became exerted, I'd hop the fence in the junkyard and hide out there while the zombies tried to work their way around to me, before heading back out to continue the fight. By the end of the day, I was up to about 45 thread, which isn't nearly what I need to max out, but should be enough to at least get me through a couple levels. By this point, it was about 5 AM, so before heading up to bed, I went over and disassembled all of my electronic junk, or at least most of it, until I was able to hit electrical 2, which I'll need to start hot wiring cars. With that being said, it was already well into the next day, so instead of sleeping, I spent 4 hours pretending to be a heroin addict looking for wherever I chose to set down my dirty needles at, before grinding out 2 tailoring levels to end the day. After waking up the following morning, I began the tailoring grind, which was basically the same setup as first aid. The books take anywhere from half a day to an entire day to read, so I'd just alternate between leveling tailoring and reading until eventually running out of thread at tailoring level 5. From there, I figured I'd probably just be something that'd be better leveled throughout the series since it was already halfway to level 10. The last skill I'm focused on now is mechanics, since having the ability to hotwire cars will be a lifesaver. For that, I need mechanics level 2, which I was able to achieve pretty easily off of 3 cars within the compound. Originally, I had planned to end the episode here, but when I got back to base and was working on getting rid of my negative moodles, another heli event spawned, and since there hasn't been all that much combat in this episode, it was worth showing some highlights of the heli event at the end here. So, enjoy. I tried to big brain this event and moved into the neighborhood to the west of the compound since I knew it had some zombies nearby, but was safe enough that I could retreat if needed.
While I was shredding clothing at the end of the fight, I foolishly let my guard down and was ambushed by about 4 zombies that had traveled ahead of a wandering horde. This was hands down the luckiest moment of the entire playthrough, and maybe even my entire time playing Project Zomboid, as I was somehow able to avoid getting pulled down and was able to walk away from the entire situation with only scratches and lacerations. No bites. So far, we're up to 8,794 kills after almost 2 months in Louisville. I'll need to relax for a couple days to let my injuries heal since my right arm is basically destroyed, but other than that, we should be ready to go for next time. I have a couple POIs marked on the map that should have some guns, weapons, and other things we can use to start making a dent in these hordes. And for anyone wondering, here's what my skills look like so far. Today we'll be heading all the way to the west side of Louisville to hit up an army surplus store sitting off one of the main roads. With that being said, let's get into it. Picking up almost immediately where we left off last, I need to heal up before heading back into the city. Even with first aid level 10, this is going to take a day or two, so I sat around the compound and read skill books to pass the time. By the end of the day, I had healed 2 of my injuries. While waiting on the remaining injuries to heal, I set up my generator on the roof to restore power and harvested and replanted my cabbages, giving me a solid food supply to last me for at least a few weeks. After that, I really just did random tasks around the base. I refilled some water bottles, washed my clothes, patched up some barricades that zombies had broken down, and then ran on the treadmill for a bit. On September 6th, I woke up and checked my bandages, but had no luck since I was still stuck with the same 3 injuries. Although they were just base wounds now, with no title of severe or moderate anymore, so that was promising. With nothing but time, I spent the morning working on tailoring some more before bringing a laundry bin to the helipad and washing all of my dirty clothes. On the 7th, I checked my bandages and found that I was down to just the laceration on my right hand, and even then, it didn't seem to be much of an issue when it came to swinging a weapon. I chose today to make my journey across the city. It was raining, so I was expecting some frame issues as I progressed, especially as the game tries to load in zombies into the correct cells, while I drive like an absolute lunatic. Eventually, I made it back to the library, which was still on fire. It was pretty cool to drive through the aftermath though, seeing ash covering the streets while zombies still continued to shuffle around. I didn't bring any Molotovs with me this time since I'm now 0 for 2 on attempting to clear areas without causing massive destruction to the location that I'm trying to loot. I ended up parking just to the north of the target location. When I got out of the car, I started spam shouting to group as many zombies as possible. The goal was to bait them into the factory and then loop around through a window and hop over the fence. This worked initially, but I hadn't managed to pull any of the zombies around the military surplus store, which left me 2 choices. I could try fighting my way into the store, or I could keep trying to group zombies and pull them away. After spending like 4 hours just running in circles, I finally caved and headed back into the truck. It was a big risk to take my only nearby vehicle and use it to bait zombies away, given that if I crash or it breaks down I'm essentially fucked, but I wasn't really sure what else to do. While this was going on, I kept thinking about the South Park episode where all the homeless people invade South Park and then the kids soup up a bus Dawn of the Dead style and drive down to California. But anyway. After pulling way too many zombies to count and baiting them up to the northern end of the map, I circled back and was able to finally get into ready prep. I didn't have much time since there were just too many zombies, but I did manage to grab some more ammo that I could use. Unfortunately for me, the biggest piece that could have gone wrong inevitably went wrong when I was unable to get back to my truck and was forced to begin my journey back home, on foot. After several stress-inducing hours, I finally made my way back to base that evening. This didn't go at all how I'd hoped it would, which was a huge bummer considering I was planning on using the ammo there to really begin making a dent in Louisville, so walking away with only a few boxes was a major letdown. That being said, some ammo is better than none, I guess. After spending the night doing some research, I found a gun store far to the south. It's super out of the way, but it's really the only idea I can come up with that doesn't involve walking into Louisville with an M14. In the morning, I began my journey down to the gun store on foot. So there's a ton of zombies hanging out around the area, and there's no real way to get around them. I was able to bait up pretty large hordes and move them out of the way to the gun store, but overall it didn't do much good. So I began working through any stragglers so that I could narrow down some of the zombies to help. After a couple minutes of this, I just said fuck it and pushed into the hardware store in search of a sledgehammer, since I realized I'd need one to break through the metal fencing inside the building. After a fair bit of chaos involving me almost getting quartered in a bathroom and then pushing through the Black Friday shoppers trying to force their way into the building, I just gave up on the premise of baiting them around and began looking for a house to hide in so that I could recover from my exertion. Initially, I thought I was safe after breaking into one of the back houses and finding a bedroom on the second floor to rest in. Until about 15 seconds later, when I was greeted by a small army of Jehovah's Witnesses flooding into the room. After somehow escaping and finding my way outside, I was able to get a car started and drove back to the fire station. The grind to unlock hot wiring is already coming in clutch. At this point, I was so desperate for a win that I just grabbed all of my boxes of 308 rounds, an M14, and some cabbages, hopped back in my car, and drove straight back to the gun store. Now there is one major trade-off to having a car that you literally give zero shits about. Anyway, I've got time to kill, so I whipped out the M14 and spent a good several hours just gunning down zombies while simultaneously pulling them together. After ditching the horde in a tree line, I circled back to the hunting supply, and basically just did the exact same thing but with a wrench and a hammer. After like 8 hours of fighting, I was finally able to sneak through to the hunting supply without being seen, and break down one of the metal fences. I didn't really get to loot anything though, since I had the sneaking ability of a main character on a TLC show. But I do have at least 6 brain cells to account for my lack of chromosomes, which gave me the ability to think of using a sledgehammer to break down a wall to escape out the back of the lodge without many zombies seeing me. There, I looped around and killed the zombies outside, before resting up on the bench, and eventually pushing back into the store. After the zombies were cleared out, I got to live out every Texan's fantasy and finally get an entire gun store completely to myself. To compensate for all the shit I was borrowing from here, I hotwired the car in the parking lot and siphoned fuel from my makeshift battering ram to use as transport. Wanted to hit up the hardware store up the road, but there were a lot of zombies over there, and I wasn't sure if it'd be truly worth it right now. But if I've learned anything from watching a movie about a coked out squirrel stealing food from a Karen in the suburbs... Hold up, pause. If you got that reference, let me know in the comments, because that movie was fucking awesome, and I feel like it never got the respect it deserved. Alright, I'm pause. Things didn't go as planned at all, which shouldn't come as a surprise by now. And after doing a quick walkthrough, I figured this wasn't worth it at all, and dipped out back to base. Now, as many of you are quick to point this out, this wouldn't truly be a series if there wasn't an unnecessary car crash, and while driving back to base, I wasn't paying attention and accidentally slammed into a fire hydrant, totaling my 27% engine quality car. Luckily, I was right next to the fire station, but that really didn't matter since some of the walls were busted down, and the crash had alerted some nearby zombies that needed my attention. Now that we're starting to gather a stash, I'm a little more confident in giving the Ready Prep another shot. I'm planning on driving over with a van, but instead of baiting zombies to try to get in, I'm just going to bring a Desert Eagle and an M9 with tons of ammo and just start blasting, until I pull most of the zombies far from the store. You guys want to see something funny? Did you know that if there's too many zombies for the game to texture in, they just become silhouettes of the local anorexia patients? I'm just gonna burn through my ammo here for a bit and see if I can make any sort of dent in this group. So this isn't going anywhere. I've burned through almost 300 rounds of ammo so far, and I might as well just be throwing socks at them. There's zero chance I can get into the Ready Prep like this, so I chickened out once again and snuck through the back of the warehouse, where I looped back to my van and began my journey back to base. Normally I'd show the drive back, but PZ is so greatly optimized that I accidentally ascended to a new level of epic gamer that looks something like this. Anyway, there's no way I can get into Louisville to loot the Ready Prep, or really any POI in the heart of the city, not with the current ammo situation. No, I'll need at least triple, maybe even quadruple the amount I have now if I want to have any semblance of a fighting chance. But I do have a plan.
I have a goddamn plan!
I've finally come up with a plan. You see, I've got all these sticks, and with the help of some kitchen knives and a couple chromosomes, I was able to turn those sticks into spears. 41 spears to be exact. And with those spears, we're gonna do what our small ammo stash couldn't do, and finally begin the journey of making some genuine progress towards clearing this city. Without over-encumbering myself, I can carry about 22 spears on me, which should allow me to make some decent progress given my maintenance being level 7, even with my spear skill being 0. With that being said, I think starting off the vid with a little montage should be fitting. By the end of the first day, I had broken about 8 spheres, but leveled up twice. Even with all the zombies killed today, progress was incredibly slow. After all that time, I still hadn't made it past them all. I did, however, clear out the little shopping section with a gun store inside. After hotwiring a nearby car and connecting a trailer to it, I left it parked outside the gun store and headed home. The following morning, I loaded back up on spears, grabbed a sledgehammer, and made my way to the gun store, where the zombies had accumulated. After clearing them out, I destroyed the metal fencing inside the store and set foot inside. This place was absolutely loaded with 9mm, 38 Special, 7.62, and 44 Magnum rounds. But on top of that, it also had a ton of guns. Now, I didn't really need all of them, but I did grab a revolver, a Tech 9, and a carbine. After dropping everything upstairs, we're up to 32 boxes of 38 Special, 30 boxes of shotgun shells, and 21 boxes of 9mm. We'll get to use some of this eventually, but for now, it's back to spears, which brings us to our third day of this escapade. Today was really just busy work. I almost leveled up my spear skill to level 3, and I was finally able to push down the main road from the mall, up to the gas station down the road. There actually weren't as many zombies as I thought there'd be, but I'm sure that'll change once we get into the residential section a little further down the road. Getting an early start the next morning, I decided to finally check out the Humvee sitting on the main road that I've passed probably close to 50 times now. The only issue with it right now seems to be the fuel tank, so with that, I hopped in and drove back to base, grabbed the generator, drove back up to the gas station where I fueled up my new toy before heading back to the front lines. Do you guys remember just a couple minutes ago when I said there were no zombies around? Well, thinking back to one previous episode, I've still never learned that each building is currently holding hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies. Which I was not so subtly reminded of when I honked the horn before stepping out of the Humvee. My goal was to use the Humvee as a makeshift rest point, which inevitably led to some really cool moments. The consequences of my actions spread further than just a temporary setback, as the next day, it felt like the zombies had multiplied, and after only a couple hours, I was tripped up and, having no bandages on me, was forced to run all the way back to the compound to patch up. Since there were thousands of zombies roaming the area, I figured it was probably time for me to break out the shotguns and see what I could do. Equipped with 500 shotgun shells, I set off down the road once again, only this time, I didn't have to walk nearly as far, as several groups had split from the main horde and made their way just outside of the compound, which, at this point, has both gates broken down, making it incredibly unsafe. Early on in the fighting, I hopped the metal fence by the self-storage and held my ground while the horde slowly worked their way around until I was forced to hop back over before continuing my mission on foot. and throughout the day I had quite a few close calls, 2 of them coming within an hour of each other. First one came at around 2:20 p.m. when I barely managed to hop the fence after being surrounded. And the second, and much more dramatic one, came when I accidentally cornered myself, and as the hordes closed in, managed to shove my way through them, trip, get up, and hop a fence to safety. Truly one of my greatest escapes I've ever experienced in Project Zomboid. And in between that and the final close call, I managed to kill another couple hundred zombies with the Mossberg. And finally, at around 6:30, having not learned any lessons from the day, I repeated the exact same series of events as the last close call, slowly looping zombies through the self-storage until cornering myself once again, pushing through the horde, and scaling the exact same fence that I had climbed just hours earlier. As if all of that wasn't dramatic enough, I had one more close call at the end of the day when I was trying to get back into my Humvee. After retreating back to the base for the night, I swapped out the shotgun for the new carbine I'd picked up and set back out. This thing was actually pretty sweet. It's a lever action, and as long as you have decent aiming, you can one-shot most zombies. There's even the ability to hit collaterals, which should save some bullets. After spending most of the morning burning through over 300 rounds of 38 Special, I went back to the compound to swap out the carbine for the Tech 9. Now I only have one mag for the Tech, but I do have over 20 boxes of 9mm ammo, so I wanted to see what I could do with this thing. In short, it kinda sucks. I was expecting a full auto weapon that I could mow down zombies with, and what I got instead was something with a slower fire rate than an M9. I think I'll just keep hoarding that ammo for now, since I don't really have a powerful weapon to use it on. Now normally I'd end the video here, given that we've accomplished a ton, but we still have like 14 spears left or something like that, and I hate leaving things unfinished. So here's a compilation of me burning through the rest of my spears that I had at the compound. So a funny thing happened during all of this. At 2:20 p.m. on September 17th, another heli event was triggered, meaning that all of those days of work and hundreds of bullets fired to clear out the small section of the city was for nothing, as the heli event just pulled thousands of additional zombies into the area, completely flooding this section of the map. After finally burning through all 40-something spears, I headed back to the compound, where I harvested all of my cabbages, giving me around 130 fresh cabbages to shove my face with. After all the chaos of this episode, our kill count is up to 10,359 zombies, with 6,226 of those coming by fire. In order to really start putting a dent in the population, I'm going to need to get creative. I'm also going to need some firepower. Now, we have a decent amount of ammo from 2 gun stores, but it's not going to be enough to do anything significant. Because of that, we're going to head down to the military checkpoint and see if we can find anything useful. If not, well, that's why Molotovs exist. Ideally, I'd like to grind out some kills without using fire so I can get that desensitized trait taken care of. We don't have to worry about becoming extremely panicked and stressed all the time, which should make the playthrough significantly easier. The goal for the military checkpoint is to find some more 5.56 ammo and some magazines for the M16. But since we don't have that right now, I figured it'd be a good time to break out the M14, so I have 32 boxes of ammo for it. With that being said, I chose the Humvee since it was the most prepared to take a beating, attached my trailer to the back of it, and set out for the military checkpoint. I figured the easiest route would be to head south, taking the path to the gun store, and then heading west on the highway, which should connect me to the main road that leads right to the checkpoint. Obviously easier said than done, but I don't really have many other options at this point. Now, sometimes I just forget how massive Louisville is. To think it took me several in-game hours to drive from one end of the city to the other, when you can get from almost every other city in the game in under 1 hour, really speaks to the scale of this place. Oh, also, for anyone who's doubted my driving, I was able to successfully navigate a massive horde with the Humvee and trailer by slowly working my way through a small opening, and then looping all the way back around for a clean 360 and heading back down the road, leaving approximately 500-ish zombies shambling behind me. The best part of that is, as soon as I thought I was in the clear, I reached the 4-way intersection and got hit by another, most likely equally sized horde that I had to navigate through as well. Although this one wasn't nearly as hard due to the amount of open space I had to work with. I arrived at the checkpoint around 5 PM and immediately got to work with the M4 team. Now, I know I don't have nearly enough bullets to clear the area, but my goal is to at least thin them out enough that I'll be able to loop a large horde around and sneak into the base relatively undetected. If you're wondering why I chose to just start shooting instead of using melee weapons, the answer is actually pretty simple. I didn't want to waste any stamina killing a few zombies with a hammer or a knife, since I'm going to need every ounce of it that I can for sneaking and crouch sprinting in the military base. Like that evening, after burning through a few hundred rounds, I was able to circle back to the checkpoint entrance, where a smaller grouping was waiting for me. I wasn't too concerned with these zombies though, since there was only a couple of them, and I could just outwalk them while looting as long as I was careful. The tents were my primary targets because they held crates that I could spawn 5.56 ammo and M16 mags that I could hoard, which turned out to be exactly the case. I don't really care about the clothing available since I have leather jackets and other clothes that I can use for better protection. Outside of that, I found a ton of hunting knives, which I was excited to get to use later. If you don't know, after a certain fitness level, you effectively lose 0 stamina when using short blade weapons. If you're looking for an excuse to use them, they're by far the best option for low fitness builds. After looting all of the tents on the western side of the checkpoint, I had accumulated 26 boxes of 5.56 ammo, 13 M16 mags, 16 boxes of 45 ACP, and 12 hunting knives. With the western side looted, I turned my attention to clearing up the zombies in the area so that I could move more safely through the checkpoint. It was too dark to risk looting any of the tents at this point, so I just sat around and waited for dawn to start hitting the tents and locations on the eastern side as well. Eventually, I was able to move the Humvee up the road since it was a lot easier to loot with, and took some extra time to clear out more zombies before heading back in. After wrapping up my looting run, I came away with 42 boxes of 5.56, 34 boxes of 45 auto, 8 boxes of shotgun shells, 21 M16 mags, a G17 pistol, an M16, an M19, a Mossberg 500, along with 13 hunting knives and a plethora of attachments. Given that there's tens of thousands of zombies between me and the compound, I decided to load up all the M16 mags and sleep in the Humvee before heading down the road on foot to take on those two massive hordes that gave me so much trouble when I was driving in. Even with a bad condition M16, everything was going smoothly, albeit slow due to the gun constantly jamming. until around noon when my M16 just flat out broke. Since I was hungry and dealing with a few negative moodles, I chose to just head back to the compound and reset, with the plan of coming back down here to continue the push up the main road. When I got back to base, I just dumped all the ammo in the pile on the second floor and sat there trying to think of a plan of what I should do next. In a nice callback to episode 4, I do still have an M16 that was used as a zombie's leg, so I decided to grab that and 34 boxes of 5.56 ammo that I had sitting around, and set off the next morning to push into the heart of Louisville on foot. I'd actually forgotten about the hordes hanging out around the mall from the heli event days ago, so that caught me by surprise when I had to walk through hundreds of them just to get back to the main road. I contemplated stopping and just pushing through all of them, but figured there wasn't much of a point since they'd all just kind of wander back over to me anyway. As I reached the car dealership, I did my best Deshaun Watson impression and whipped out my M16. After a couple hours of this, my second M16 broke, and I found myself walking back to base once again. At this point, I was so sick of constantly dealing with shitty guns that I grabbed a Mossberg and over 600 shells for tomorrow, before spending the rest of the day just boiling water. The next morning, I set out with my 600 shotgun shells and proceeded to spend the entire day pumping zombies full of over 400 of those 600 shells. Eventually, I found myself looping through buildings after I got bored of kiting, and found myself in a hardware store, where I found a machete and some more short blunt weapons before getting overwhelmed and retreating back to the open road. Once the sun went down and the rain came out, it was time to call it a night. Heading back to base was actually way more difficult than I was anticipating. It was pitch black out, and on top of that, the rain made it near impossible to see anything. So I resorted to just using click to walk and just spamming the direction I wanted to go in. After opening the remaining boxes of shotgun shells, I had just over 250 remaining, which isn't really enough to do anything, so I grabbed a Glock and 15 M9 mags, along with a few hundred rounds of 9mm ammo, and set my eyes in the baseball stadium. Zombies had destroyed my rope ladder, so I had to take a running start and aim for the bushes. Now I know some of you are probably thinking, why didn't he just use the rope ladder inside, and I have a pretty simple answer for that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my god!
It wasn't until I started walking that I realized that I was already tired, and it was raining, which was no fun for anyone, which is a twisted way of saying I found myself hiding at the compound working on Rule 1, while I waited for the storm to pass. After waking up the next morning to no rain, I took my chance and set out for the stadium. The roads leading to the stadium were completely swarmed, as if this isn't normal by now, but I managed to make it to the stadium late that morning and found it completely overrun, which makes sense because if you were looking for a place to find thousands of brain-dead, loudmouth creature lunatics, a baseball stadium would be the first place you'd check. Anyway, I thought it was going to be incredibly difficult to get inside, but after finagling my way through people trying to buy tickets to nothing, I found a side entrance that I was able to sneak in through and began making my way through the stadium. Eventually, I ended up cornering myself when I tried to sneak through a side door and found myself on a catwalk with a dozen or so zombies. I paused here to think about what my options were, but I also think this is a good stopping point for today and can also serve as a cliffhanger while I contemplate if I really want to continue this series or not. At this point, I think it's time to have a conversation about this playthrough, and how it was inevitably doomed from the start, due to both how the game is designed and a failure on my end to recognize these issues before starting the playthrough. So, issue number 1, zombie migration. Something I should have disabled at the start, but I completely missed in my initial settings walkthrough. Zombie redistribution occurs every 12 hours, and the game does this for an entire cell at the same time. This means that every 12 hours in-game, thousands of zombies will flood back to a recently cleared cell, effectively removing any progress I'll ever be able to make in-game. Rotanaru has a great video on this, I'll link it down in the description, you guys should definitely go check it out as well. Normally, this isn't an issue in a regular playthrough, but on insane population settings, the game moves literal tens of thousands of zombies all at once. Think of a helicopter event every 12 hours to the cell you just cleared out the night before. This wouldn't be the end of the world by any means if that was all that was happening. I mean, progress would be more difficult to show, but eventually the numbers would decrease enough that it'd be noticeable in each video. This brings us to the second problem with this current playthrough, zombie spawning. The way that Zomboid works is that zombies inside of buildings are only spawned in if you're close enough to the building and have visible sight inside that same building. This means that you could essentially walk up to the building and set off a siren while spamming Q, and they wouldn't spawn until you looked in the window or opened the door. Again, not a big deal in a normal playthrough. The big issue comes when you think about just how many buildings are in Louisville.
This applies to every house, every gas station, every singular building in the entire game. If you remember from earlier episodes just how many zombies are in each building, scale that immensely, as we'd have to go door to door just clearing each building one at a time, as they spawn anywhere from 12 to 50 zombies per house. All of this isn't even factoring in buildings like apartment complexes, which, from my best estimate, would contain thousands of zombies spread over the course of a couple dozen rooms on each floor. Duck's Zombie Building Spawn Fix is a mod that addresses this, but this brings us to our third problem. The first 9 episodes of Liberating Louisville were recorded, edited, and completed before 2023. I know that's crazy to say, but the last time I've even opened the save file before recording the footage you're seeing on screen was December 13th, 2022. Since it's been over 4 months since I opened the save file, the world version was on 194, when the current game is on 195. This, in turn, creates a new save file. Not anything out of the ordinary, but what I found was that when I opened the playthrough to continue where I left off, the zombies had despawned and then respawned just outside of my current loaded area. After talking with some other players, we came to the consensus that this effectively reset zombie spawns for the new save file, completely undoing all of my original work. This is what you saw at the beginning of the video when I first spawned in, and there's no zombies there, even though I haven't touched the file since it was paused almost 4 months ago. My kill count also shows thousands from weapons and fire, but my kill total is somehow stuck on 1. This is all to say that I can still play the game and continue making episodes, but what would end up happening is I'd have to start from scratch, head into the residential area, kill all the zombies on the roads, go door to door to spawn in the zombies and then clear those out, and do that repeatedly, all while dealing with zombie migration, constantly redistributing zombies into the neighborhoods for me to continue fighting, which would get incredibly tedious for me, and to be honest, would probably get boring to watch from a viewer perspective. With all that said, I think it's time to say I failed this challenge. Leaky Bum is still alive and well though. He's not bitten or dead or anything. This save file is just too far gone to continue playing in my opinion. Because of that, I think it's time for him to move on to greener pastures, and maybe move to a different city to liberate. Who knows? I hear Raven Creek is beautiful this time of year. Thank you all for the support over the last 4 months. I had an absolute blast with this series, and I'm excited to take what I learned from this one and apply it into a future series built off the foundations that this one laid. When I first released episode 1, I had just over 50,000 subscribers, so it's insane to me that I'm ending it after just hitting 100,000. You just got off your third 12-hour shift in a row. You've been working 4 weeks straight with no time off. Your neighbor just tried to bite you, and people just won't stop screaming all night. It's time for a vacation, and I know just the place. Hey, hello, howdy, how you doing? Kingsmouth is a remote island located somewhere in some body of water at some time. Very specific, I know. In short, it's a small, compact island with a few POIs, like a military base, and the infamous hotel, packed with so many zombie spawns that it's known for quite literally crashing the game for players the first time they load it in. For this vacation, I set out with one goal in mind: to have fun. No, seriously, this wasn't even supposed to be a video, let alone a stream series, but here we are. So here's the breakdown. We're going to be stuck on this island with no means of escape. Using the Change Sandbox Settings mod, I was able to tweak the spawn rate from 1 all the way up to 8. If you're wondering why 8 and why not 16, well, you'll see throughout the video, but 8 is more than enough to drop your frames to like 4 or 5 FPS when you go near the hotel. And you all thought St. Peregrine Hospital was bad. Can we escape Kingsmouth Island? Hell, can we even survive the first week? Well, it's time to find out. It's worth noting that I f***ed up the audio for the first stream because, like I said, this was originally intended to be a one-off event, so instead of separate audio wavelengths, it was just one, which included game audio, voiceover, and music, which tends to cause problems when you try to turn this into a video. So because of that, some of the combat sections early on don't have that satisfying skull-crushing sound effect. It's fixed relatively early on in the video, so don't panic, it's just something I'd want to be made aware of if I was sitting down to watch this. Real quick, I gotta get my plugs out of the way. This entire playthrough was streamed right here on YouTube, so the playlist for that will be down in the description, if you prefer the uncut stuff. If you'd like the longer version of the playthrough, but don't like the uncut streams, I've got a trimmed down version of all of those streams packed into one video. That'll be up on screen now and can be found over on my second channel down in the description. And finally, me and my editor just launched a new channel recently called TGP Explains. It's really just me going back, revisiting some of my favorite shows and movies and talking about them, along with ranking and tier list videos, all that fun stuff. So if you're interested in listening to my horrible opinions on why President Jimbo is the worst character in Smiling Friends, that's the place for you. Alright, no more plugs, I promise. Here's the video. Meet Leaky Bum. He's just spent his first night on a resort island and was awoken by the sounds of screaming in this week's episode of Lolcow Live. Much like any other playthrough, I started this one by looting my spawn room, trying to catch an episode of Life and Living, missing it entirely, and then heading out into the world. There's a truck parked just outside of the house, but more importantly, I found a backpack on a Howley that I appropriated for my own personal gain.
Yep.
Equipped with nothing more than a lead pipe, I set off down the road, only to walk directly into my first group of zombies.
I will stop the stream and put that on. I was hoping it would work. I held out faith that it would work, but that was silly of me.
This wasn't just for the fun of it either, as I managed to pull quite possibly the best article of clothing in the game. Jorts. But not just jorts. Folded up jorts. Further down the road, I managed to find a decent quality blue Chevy. Since it's easier to maneuver with, I went with this compared to the big truck from my spawn. The last thing I wanted to have happen was to get stuck on the road with all my gear in the trunk just because my vehicle was too big to squeeze through a little passage. Now it's worth noting that this was my second time ever playing Kingsmouth, with the first time coming in around 2 years ago when I did my 50,000 subscriber stream. So I don't know much about the map, but what I do know is that there's a cabin in the southeast of the island with only one entry point, making it a great base location to start off at, so I set out for that general direction. Here's the thing with Kingsmouth though, it's incredibly densely populated even on normal spawns. Take into account the fact that this is cranked up 8 times the normal rates, and you get frame drops like this. I had to suffer through this, so you do too. In reality, here's what's happening. As I was driving through the most densely populated location on the map, I was generating those cells for the first time, along with all the zombie spawns in that area, including the hotel. You need a clear line of sight into the buildings in order to start spawning the zombies, but that can become a problem when the largest building on the map is encased in glass windows on the ground floor, allowing a clear line of sight and spawning literally thousands of zombies in a single cell. Like I said, that's enough to cause massive performance issues on a vanilla game, but when you expand that to 8 times pop, it's enough for it to even drop my PC down a few frames per second. Anyway, home sweet home, I guess. This will be my base for the entire playthrough. It's easily one of, if not the safest location in Kingsmouth.
Honestly, I'd rather just do content. This will be the beverage portion. This one can be the food. I was like, there's a sink right here, I know it.
After settling in and unpacking, I headed out to loot a few nearby houses before nightfall. I'm mainly focused on gathering food for now, but did manage to walk away with a brand new TV that I could use to watch both Life and Living and any VHS tapes I found throughout my stay at the resort. The next morning, I started off the day by borrowing a fridge from one of the abandoned houses on the island, bringing it back to my cabin by around 8 AM. With that checked off the to-do list, it was back to looting the surrounding area, starting with the warehouse.
If none of these crates have loot in them, I'm gonna scream. Okay. At least there's one box of nails and a tire pump. I was gonna say, if they're all empty, I'll lose my mind. I will take the boots. We need to be able to stomp. I know the white New Balances were cool, but ooh. Oh, that's nice. That's lovely. This is all lovely. That's a piece of crap. Oh, wow.
By the time I'd wrapped up at the warehouse, it was already close to noon, which means it's almost time for Life and Living. Luckily, there's a house directly across the street, so all I needed to do was clear out the area.
I'm living now. Oh. Oh, but hold on. But wait. Hold on. Wait. 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 Wait.
After watching Life and Living, I looted the house and got back on my way.
More!
That evening, I ran into a small horde around the houses next to my cabin, so I got to work clearing them out to make looting runs of it safer in the future.
They may have the upper hand now, but just wait. Just you wait until I shift into maximum overdrive. Hiya! 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 What's worse than getting hit by 2 pipes at the same time, ladies? More scissors. I want to pile them up and use them to, once I read that. Actually, that's what I'll do. I'm going to finish this group, head back to the house, and finish the Tailoring Volume 1 book, and start shredding all these clothing up. Perfect timing, too, because I just got tired. What mod that makes you walk faster? It's not, it's a keybind. That's base Zomboid. Come on. Yeah, I'm just speeding up time when I walk. Oh, did he just, I was like, did he just give up? Anything good? Alright, yeah, we'll go back, we'll finish tailoring.
With the zombies all taken care of, I returned back to my safe house and spent the rest of the night reading through some recipe magazines while catching another episode of Life and Living. I got off to a late start on day 3 after waking up at around 1 PM, and immediately got to work clearing more zombies near the houses.
Ooh, that worked out perfectly. Hold on. Awesome. You are exactly who I wanted. Oh, what are the odds? Actually, statistically, 0.04. Oh, that's so nice. Okay. I love the cloak. And then we put on some jeans, and it goes hard. And we need a police bulletproof vest, which I think we can get off the dead cop right there. And, I mean, all we need is a bandolier, and the outfit's complete. And the drip is complete. You're not in the right spot, though. There are you.
One thing I do love to do in Zomboid is pile up the corpses all nice and neat, which allows me to farm tailoring en masse since I can just click craft all on rip clothing once, instead of having to keep moving every few zombies like you do when you form a zombie conga line. After spending some time ripping up sheets, I looted the house and the truck out front for a new duffel bag before ending my day almost dying in a random house at 7 PM. On the 4th day of my vacation, I hit up the nearby gas station to refuel the truck and some of the gas cans I'd collected throughout the run so far. I will say, this lead pipe has been putting in work for me so far. Once the area was cleared, I moved into the gas station to loot the place before refueling my truck and heading back home. Admittedly, this took almost the entire day because I kept getting distracted by breaking and entering into random people's homes in search of more Pokemon cards and RuneScape party hats. Oh, and I also stole one of those ice freezers to bring back with me. On the morning of day 5, I woke up to find it raining outside, so I took the time to plant a small garden of cabbages and potatoes. I always like to do this when it's raining since it saves a few hours of having to water each plant individually, and in most cases, you can get through the first few growing phases without having to worry about them. Especially if you get lucky and it rains for more than a day. After tossing a shit ton of seeds into the ground and stepping on them a bit, I hopped in my truck and set off for the military outpost. At this rate, I figured, meh, why the hell not? It was actually way less populated than I was expecting it to be. I spent most of the morning trying to dip and dodge around a few dozen zombies, kiting them through a few buildings, and picking my fights against the stragglers to start slowly working my way through the hordes. I did manage to find a generator in one of the warehouses as well. Don't worry though, this literally never comes up again. Once I dragged the generator outside, I just said f it and started brute forcing my way through the hordes grouping up.
Back. 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 If nothing else, we're gonna walk away with a much better backpack. And another level in Short Blunt. Oh, that was bad. I was backing up, too. My fingers have not moved off of A and S. But for some reason, the game just decided to stop me from moving. Just wait till I get Nimble 3, too. It's over. Your backpack. Ooh, you have a striker on your back. There we go. Short Blunt level 2. On the home stretch here. We just need 3. This actually isn't that bad at all. Should have stopped balling them up. It's when they get in these groups of 3 like that it's a real pain in the ass to deal with. And we're exhausted.
This went on for a few hours until Leaky Bum became exerted, in which case I slipped away and managed to lose the zombies by looping through buildings in the south. I managed to find the armory that evening, but as soon as I set foot inside...
That's annoying.
Not knowing where to go or what to do, I ended up hiding in the nearby office building, found a staircase, climbed to the top, and fell asleep in the guard tower. The next morning, I made my way back down in the building to find it completely overrun with zombies. Obviously, I wasn't going to be able to make it through all of them, so I ran back to the stairwell, climbed to the second floor, walked out onto the roof, and aimed for the bushes. Dozens of zombies had already piled up at the armory due to the alarm going off yesterday, so I just started spam shouting in order to pull them away, which in turn led to another round of fighting.
I know we got to one of these, right? Yeah. Just go to the second one. There we go. Shout out maintenance. This pipe needs to break, though. What's in this building? Nothing important, I guess.
And if you're sitting here through all of this going, is that a dragon scimitar from old school RuneScape? Yes. Yes, it is.
I think once they're stuck on it, though. They're not going to move aggro. We'll see, though. There's a lot of them. Oh, no, they immediately lose aggro. It was a trap the whole time. It was just a giant bait. The sneaky, sneaky zombies. How dare they? And, oh, that's like the worst timing. Okay.
Anyway, once the area was all cleared out, I finally entered the armory.
And just like that, we have endgame ammo.
Now, normally, I'd sit here and take literally anything of value, but in this instance, there's simply too much to carry. We've got all kinds of guns and ammo here. I'm talking M60s, M240s, AR-15s, M4s, shotguns, PDWs, a fucking grenade launcher, along with literal thousands of boxes of ammo. There's enough here to clear out the island 10 times over on Vanilla Pop. The only holdup now is the fact that my aiming skill was still 0, so I primarily focused on grabbing boxes and canisters of 12 gauge shells, with the plan of using shotguns to power level my aiming up to 5 or 6. At that point, I could swap over to something more powerful. To help with that, I started going back through the piles of corpses I'd left behind to find a police officer carrying a striker shotgun. It doesn't do all that much damage, but it holds 12 shells compared to the 4 to 6 of a normal shotgun. I didn't get to start on my epic aiming grind until the next morning though, since I was already tired by like 2 PM. Who would have guessed that sleeping on a shitty plastic chair would have consequences? Anyway, here's a mini montage of me shooting up a military outpost. I gotta stop saying shit like that. It's gonna get clipped in like 10 years. I'm gonna end up on a watch list. God.
This is just magical. It's 2 levels right off the bat. Probably get at least 1.5 more today. Come on. Almost 3 levels in the time it took us to get 1 reloading level.
Once all the zombies in the area were stacked into a nice neat pile, I got to work doing what I do best. Farming tailoring at max speed and praying I didn't get bit in the process.
I did this for several hours. Look at all those beautiful moodles.
Once I had enough ripped sheets, I started converting them to thread to grind out my first 2 tailoring levels. It's always a good idea to grind tailoring as you play instead of in bulk. This is because the higher your tailoring level, the higher the chance you'll find thread from ripping sheets. Normally, that matters a ton, unless you're using the thread and twine mod, which allows you to convert ripped sheets into thread, making it possible to grind in bulk. Still though, generally good practice. While I was trying to find a place to store all of this loot, I stumbled upon the Dr. Disrespect van in the parking lot. It was in pretty good shape, just out of gas, but I could still tow it out of here with my truck, so I started storing all my extra crap in the trunk of the car, while saving the truck bed for weapons and ammo.
What else can I... That'll give me a ton back, right? Oh, no.
I spent most of the next day just exploring the military base. See, there's a ton of communications buildings and office-styled buildings like this, but the big draw is a massive airfield in the northern portion of the map. After I'd made the rounds, I spent the rest of the day gathering up as many supplies as possible and loading them into the van and the truck.
Still need the magazine to do it. Yeah. That's fine, we'll just have to hope we get lucky for that. Otherwise, it's not a big deal. I'll spearfish if I need to. I don't even think I'll ever need to really fish, but just in case I want to.
This took most of the 17th to finish up, but by that evening, I was ready to get a move on. All that was left to do was hook up the van to the truck and tow it back to base.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Now that I was back in relative safety, I took some time to start organizing and expanding my base. For starters, it's time to create a small clearing that I can turn into a storage area. The goal is simple: chop down a ton of trees, and then sit down and spend an entire day reading Carpentry Volume 2. After a good night's rest, I woke up and sawed all of the logs into planks.
Most fun portion of the stream. Round 2. Look at it go. We did it.
Getting me to just under halfway to Carpentry Level 4, which means I can now make wooden crates. With this realization, it's time to build out a small storage area. I started out with 4 columns stacked 3 high and began organizing each crate by weapons and ammo. This took the rest of the day to complete, and even then, we still had a crafting section to build out, which is what I spent all of the following day doing. When it comes to crafting storage, I like to organize each crate by skill. So I've got one for tailoring, one for electronics, one for metalworking supplies, and one for tools. I keep these entirely separate from melee weapons since I tend to prioritize them for crafting needs instead of fighting. With my makeshift storage area complete, I changed focus to begin searching for a generator magazine. I've been on vacation for about 12 days now, so the power should be turning off soon. Luckily, I have everything I need: a generator, fuel for it, and all that's left is to learn how to operate the thing. Now, because I'm a dumbass, I mistook the hotel for the school on the map and began making my way down to it in search of the library. Initially, I headed out on foot and just tried to fight my way through all of the zombies on the main road, leveling up my long blade skill in the process.
Time to see if we die. No, we're good. We did level up long blade.
As I neared the hotel, I made the mistake of pulling a Danny DeVito and started blasting with my striker.
We're gonna do this for a bit. Damn, is it just Kingsmouth in general? Whenever I come over here, I just drop to 30 frames. I really wanted to keep them stacked up. It's not gonna work. On the bright side, we'll be able to use out like these for metalworking. It's a whole little wreckage spot. all just make nice and neat piles. Greatly appreciated. Oh, did I go too far? I did. Yeah, they all got stuck over there. Damn it. Okay. Ruined my nice circle. I was also wondering why I'm losing them on my peripheral. And I'm pretty sure I went, yeah, right there. That'll do it. It's like, why can I not see them on like the side of me where I know I can? Short-sighted, and I went for drip over glasses because I'm not a nerd. Took an hour and a half in game, but we have a much tighter circle now. Start in the middle here.
Upon walking up to the hotel for the first time since driving past it on day 1, I peeked inside the windows to see it completely loaded with zombies. Keep in mind, at this point in the playthrough, I just realized I f***ed up and had gone to the hotel instead of the school, but there is a library at the hotel as well, so I figured I'd just waltz in, kill a few hundred zombies, and then raid the building for a potential generator magazine. In reality, all I did was spark an ongoing battle that would last up until the end of the playthrough. The marker name for this moment was labeled Battle for Habbo Hotel. You ever do something stupid and have like immediate regret and consequences? Well, that's what happened here. We haven't been back to this place since day 1. We're now halfway to peak day, being 28, with high respawn rates, so what I thought would be a rough day was actually just flat out impossible.
We need you all grouped up, please. Yes. This must be how General Grievous felt when he would add lightsabers to his collection, except instead of lightsabers, it's corpses. Oh, attack of the briefcase. There we go. Do like drive-bys like that. Behind me, like 3 seconds. Jammed, of course. Why wouldn't that happen? Ooh, lagged as I pushed him. That was almost bad. Alright, there we go. Why weren't we doing this the whole time? Just kiting them down the fence line here. They just keep taking shortcuts to that hospital. That's super annoying. We've not made enough progress here. Actually, I know I don't have one because I didn't take any with me when I left. Probably wouldn't be a bad thing to whip out here. Shotgun's almost gone. No, it's not. The condition's fine. Why are we jamming so much? Can I hold the fence? I cannot. Okay, I'm out of ammo, so there's not really much I can do at this point.
And after spending around 4 hours burning through all of my shotgun shells, I took advantage of the zombies' janky pathing and escaped into the trees. It was time for a change of pace. And by that, I mean it was time for bigger guns. Not now though, because I spent all of the following day, literally a full 8-hour shift, loading up 17 5.56 mags. When all 17 mags were loaded, I took some time off from my R&R for some much needed skill book reading. If you're wondering what skill, don't worry, it doesn't matter, but it was electrical. Alright, nice little break from the action, now back to shooting shit.
God, dude, seem to not jam. Oh, if I can just keep doing that. Eventually there's going to be too many corpses over here. And it's going to really start causing... I mean, it's already causing frame rate issues. But soon it's going to really start causing frame rate issues. Yeah. I think I spaced them out a little too much yesterday when I was trying to leave. How much smoother everything is over there than over here.
During all of the commotion, the power went out, making this push for the generator magazine all the more important. It took around 3 hours of M16 action, but by 10 AM, I'd successfully cleared an entire block of road, somehow managing to keep most of the zombies all piled up in one big cluster. Now, there were a few more small pockets that I took care of, and by 1 PM, we were already up over 1,000 kills. But now we've got this big-ass pile of corpses just sitting here wasting away.
465 of my kills came with shotguns, and that was over the course of like...
You know what that means. There were so many ripped sheets and thread that I actually went back and grabbed the truck in anticipation of the ordeal.
If I get bit and die from this, it'll be worth it. I can't even go that fast. Look at our tailoring XP. Do we have any red tailoring 2 yet? No, it's not even worth it.
By that evening, I'd already grabbed over 500 ripped sheets and close to 100 thread, though by the time it's all consolidated, it'll be more like 20. That was only the start though. See, and I'm not kidding about this, you know I don't f around when it comes to tailoring. I spent literally all of the next day ripping up clothing to farm materials for tailoring. We're talking over 1,000 ripped sheets at this point. And now that I just spent practically 2 full days ripping clothing, it's time to pound out the second tailoring book. Before that though, my cabbages were ready for harvest, so I burned through the first farming book.
Kind of reset the day.
Well, mostly. See, I'm lazy by nature, and since I'd already gotten a level in it from Life and Living, I figured I could get away without reading the full book. Spoiler alert, I couldn't. This continued into the next day since it was raining, and if Zomboid had taught me anything, it's that fighting zombies in the rain is the best way to kill your frame rate. It was around this time that I learned the consequences of eating nothing but ice cream for 2 weeks straight.
What's our weight up to? Oh, we're gonna be fat as shit. God damn it.
You know how I literally just told you that fighting in the rain is a surefire way to get yourself killed? Well, it is. If you're a f***ing loser. It's back to the hotel for yet another round of fighting through endless waves of zombies in an effort to reach the library. The only problem with this is what my frame rate looks like if you even so much as look at the hospital.
Alright, this was a horrible idea. We will not be sticking around because I can't even look at the FPS.
Because of this, I bitched out and hit up the school instead, hoping I'd get lucky in the library there. which is a sentence that I'm pretty sure has never been uttered once in American history.
I want you guys to pay attention. Look how smooth everything is right now. Quite smooth, wouldn't you say? Now remember that for like 20 minutes. Let's head on in. Never mind.
The school itself was pretty tame compared to Habbo Hotel, so it only took a few hours to reach and begin looting the library. On my first pass, I just went through and grabbed every magazine with a red circle to get them out of the way first. Sadly, there was no generator magazine to be found. On the bright side though, I did gather dozens of recipe magazines and almost every book I'd ever need for some skill grinding. If you're wondering why I kept pausing while looting, it's entirely because I had a little notepad up on my screen that I had to keep checking to see which books I did and didn't have. Once I'd made it back to the cabin, I dropped all the books into the shelf and then sat down to burn through all the recipe mags that I'd collected that day. Coming up short on the school means we're down to two options. I can start going house to house and hope I get lucky finding a bookshelf carrying one specific magazine, or I could continue fighting into the hotel, where there's like 50 bookshelves, all with a chance to spawn one magazine. I think we all know which one I chose. This time, I tried a different approach. Well, not really. The only thing I did differently was park my car in the west instead of the east. Keep in mind, we're pushing 20 days in at this point, so we still haven't reached the peak day yet, and on top of that, there's more zombies now than there were a few days ago when I tried to push my way in with an M16.
Get back some of those frames. I think there might just be too many zombies.
The first round lasted about 6 hours and consisted of more than a few close calls.
No, 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 no. Still got it.
To be honest, I'm blaming the frame rate drops here, because at points like this, there was almost a full 1 second delay between me pressing a key and the character reacting. Which may not sound like much just hearing it, but when you're participating in that in the moment, it's the fucking worst. And of course, it didn't help that I was dropping thousands of bullet casings on the ground, and I forgot to set blood textures to low, so those were just caking the streets as well. Just a perfect storm. I need more firepower though. This is why it's fun to stream these kind of runs though.
Pipe bomb or nail bomb might do good though. Oh, a nail bomb, yeah. That's true, I think I have some cans. We can try those out. Can I make them?
If it wasn't for chat, I would have never even considered just crafting a ton of nail bombs. So with that plan, it was back to the military base to stock up on some new weapons and a plethora of gunpowder. Honestly, this next portion took about 2/3 of that stream to do, so I'm going to try to distill it down to just the absolute highlights right now. The military outpost run took 4 days in total. Why, you might ask? Well, because I got in there and realized what an idiot I was for not looting the armory again. My first day here consisted of grabbing hundreds of boxes of 308, 5.56, and 9mm rounds, along with more LMGs and a grenade launcher with dozens of explosive rounds. I did make a point to avoid the incendiary rounds, since it'd be a colossal f*** up if I just put in all this work only to burn down the library, which, if I'm being honest, it would be inevitable. I ended the day by hiding out in that same guard tower I'd stayed in weeks earlier and converted hundreds of 9mm rounds into gunpowder. On my second day at the outpost, I found another blue truck since I had to abandon my first one at Habbo Hotel and loaded it up, taking my first trip back to the cabin. Day 3 was more hauling, at least in the morning and early afternoon. By that night, I'd grabbed basically everything I'd need and headed back out to grind some metalworking since I still needed level 1 in order to make nail bombs. This brings us to the 4th day of the nail bomb escapade, where I spent literally all night organizing all of the shit I'd looted from the outpost, before heading to bed at like 6 AM and sleeping through the entire day. That night, I woke up and made 9 nail bombs, boosting me to metalworking level 2 in the process.
There we go. Metalworking 2.
With all of the planning done, I hopped in my truck and headed back to the hotel with my new gear. First up was trialing the grenade launcher. I only brought a few rounds with me for the day since I wanted to see if it was even going to be viable, and yeah, it's pretty fucking viable.
Fire 2 rounds. There we go. That I have 2 extras, so 8 left. It's not gonna hit many, yeah. Oh, no. Yeah. Alright, there we go. It's so delayed because of the frames. That's a good shot. There we go.
After burning through all of my explosive rounds, I kited over 1,000 zombies out of the way and circled back to the truck where I had to pull out Dark Light to fight my way through until I was able to swap the nade launcher for this beautiful M240. During my stay at the armory, I'd managed to find 4 100-round box magazines. It wouldn't be enough to clear the area, but it should be enough to never have to reload mid-fight. Don't worry about me falling over a fence over there. Just watch this bad boy in action.
Swing. It's yellow for me on the game. Box hard. Like that.
In perfect Zomboid timing, we triggered the first heli event of the playthrough in the midst of all of the chaos of the day. Evidently, Channel 5 Zomboid News needed to fly out to the island to get a closer look at what was going on, only to see a lunatic with the autism headphones massacring the entire populace with a machine gun.
No sense in going home until the heli event's done, but...
To end the day, I was reminded that I'd been holding onto my nail bombs, so I let a few of them loose, and I gotta say, these things are super effective. They don't do as much damage as a grenade launcher, and they take a bit longer to explode, but the radius is like 3 or 4 times the size of an explosive round.
Alright, let's dip out. Hey, we put in some work right there.
I followed up today with another attack the next afternoon. What's been happening though, is there's simply too many zombies to fight, and since I can't break the line of sight, they're just kind of slowly following me up the road and back towards my cabin. Meaning, every time I come down here, I've got to work my way back through the clusters forming on the roads so that I don't wake up to a surprise party in my safe house.
Oh, did not mean to cut like that. I group you all up. Kind of. That's a bad shot. A little bit better, but still bad. That was the good one.
Admittedly, I got way too cute with it here and almost died after tripping over my own 2 feet. That didn't stop me from cutting through the mini horde on the road though.
Weaken him up a little bit more. We just got rid of the leg injury too, that's so annoying. That's a good shot right there. Hell yeah, there we go. Another good shot. Go, go, go. There we go. We are running out though. I need to save these a little bit more. Okay. Let's drink a soda. Needs to not be overheating constantly. Which, contrary to popular belief, if you're running around with long, thick socks on, a hoodie, a poncho, masks, and a hat, while sprinting around fighting zombies in 90-degree weather, you will start to overheat a little bit. Hey, we made some progress.
After that whole fiasco, I needed some time for my leg to heal, and what better time to take a day off than one covered in a thick layer of fog. Fortunately for you, I hadn't started recording yet, so you get to miss watching me read for a day. But if you do want to see that, all the streams are down in the description.
That's fine.
It's here where the streams and the rest of the video turn almost exclusively to combat. I'm talking astronomical numbers here, like averaging around 1,100 kills per day for the next 4 to 5 days. The goal here was always the same though: clear Habbo Hotel, reopen the pools, and find a generator knowledge magazine.
it.
I even stopped giving a shit about the fog. That's how stubborn and determined I was. Just all regards for basic Zomboid safety straight out the window. Oh, and since I don't think I had one in here yet, here's a small rant about Zomboid's horrid aiming system.
It'd be great if, you know the highlight that comes up when you shoot, or like when you're aiming? It'd be great if your character would hit the shot instead of the zombie behind it. This, you know, we're shooting this one, but we're hitting zombies back here. It's fine. It's whatever. Ooh, another axe.
I did have a near-death experience on this day as well, after a zombie bit my face.
Oh.
Luckily for me, though, I'd grabbed a face shield back at my first visit to the military compound, so that ended up saving my life. I made another rookie mistake here when I pulled out the M240 too close to my truck, and instead of shooting the highlighted zombie, Leaky Bum felt an overwhelming urge to turn our beautiful truck into the Goonies mobile.
Just lighting up the truck. Just missing half his shots, lighting up the truck.
It wasn't all bad though. Eventually, I made my way inside the hotel for the first time. And when I did that, I discovered that even though they're solid objects, you can simply shoot through f***ing stairs. Just Zomboid things.
Shoot through stairs? That's a good tip for people. Just build up a ramp, build up a whole box of stairs, and then just shoot through it. So they physically cannot get to you.
Anyway, I capped off the night by reaching 5,000 kills. The next day was more of the same. I relied heavily on nail bombs and the M240 to wipe out more of the zombies around the hotel, all before, once again, pushing in.
The bullet casings. I was thinking that, Bubba. I was actually, like, not even kidding. I was literally just thinking, like, I'm gonna have to go back and pick a bunch of these up after after all the zombies despawn. I was, like, not even a minute ago thinking that to myself. Oh, you know what? Because I know fire kills don't count towards becoming desensitized. I wonder if explosive kills don't count towards desensitized. Whole group in the north. Oh my god.
This time, I managed to even make it to the library before retreating for the night, with hopes that tomorrow I'd be leaving the hotel with the Generator magazine. I should have known what I was in for when I flipped my car at the start of the day. Oh, love it.
I don't think we ever came back to the first one, right? We don't have enough ammo to deal with all these guys.
No! What can I say? It was bound to happen eventually, but like any other vacation, it has to end. This time, it wasn't poor decision making or bad luck. I just got too distracted looking at the ammo counter in the top left corner and walked directly into a few zombies waiting to ambush me from the tree line. To make matters worse, we went into debug mode with the new character after his death, and there was not one, not two, not three, but 4 fucking Generator magazines in that hotel library. Remember a few months ago how that game Chained Together took over the market for like 2 weeks? Well, what if we took the main premise of that game and applied it to Project Zomboid? Thanks to the help of a trusty mod author, the 4 of us will start in a strange facility completely locked to each other and unable to travel more than a few tiles away. We'll have to work together to overcome the hordes of the undead, navigate 4 separate death run styled courses, solve various puzzles, and uncover the mysteries riddling this place. I'm trying something new here. So at the end of this video, you'll be redirected to the live stream finale of this challenge run, where Beaver, Rick, Mavin, and myself will attempt to beat the final challenge of this death run. Before we get started, this is an entirely custom build, meaning everything you see here was hand-built by some very special helpers. So I want to give a very big thank you to the build team and my mods and admins who helped create all of this and ran the event for us. This quite literally would not have been possible without them, and their names are up on screen now. Apologies in advance for this, by the way. I was violently ill while recording this, so if it all seems just a tad unhinged, that's why. Alright, let's do this.
Wait.
Who are you?
What is happening?
What's going on? Why are we chained
This
together?
is the last time I hang out at P. Diddy's house, I swear to God.
Why are we all conveniently in different colored jumpsuits?
Why are we all chained together? Title roll.
After getting acquainted with each other, we began planning our next steps. And by that, I mean we ran through the only door we could find, directly into a few lockers with some gear and a note waiting for us.
I'm Penny the Plunger.
Oh, fancy.
I was in prison at the Plunger Penitentiary.
And then and now we end up chained together.
But why are we chained together? What's going on?
A note.
A note?
Good morning. Or I guess I should probably say good morrow, but whatever. Hello and welcome. We appreciate your participation in this cutting-edge technology experiment. The purpose is there's a misspelled word here. The purpose is to test teamwork under pressure during a cataclysm. I don't know what that is. Please equip your requested gear and continue. Adventure awaits, Mr. B. There's no.
Oh God, it's Mr. Beast.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Equipped with some sporks and plungers, we took a moment to pay homage to some artwork on the walls before walking into our first challenge.
Guys, we don't own the copyright to this. Our videos are gonna get claimed.
Yeah, someone just blur that. Yeah. All right. Let's move.
Through here.
The whole warehouse portion of the building contains shelves upon shelves of junk. Sometimes you'd find food, other times you'd find VHS copies of Pluto Nash. There was really no in between. This is also where we ran into our first zombies.
This is not great.
They're gonna fall apart.
This is so bad.
Everybody fall back really quick.
No falling back, only pushing forward.
Unless you can't push forward.
Unless you're Mavin, they just kind of stand there. Now, I probably don't need to mention it, but obviously this was our first time fighting said zombies, and I don't know if you know this, but fighting zombies solo is a hell of a lot different than fighting them while chained to 3 other people. Kinda hard to control pathing when you can only move a few tiles in any direction before getting yanked across the floor by your fellow compatriots.
Find some water on the way.
Surely.
There's a can of
an open can of chili.
Yoink.
What? Oh, I think I'm like grounded by I can't pull Mavin, so I'm actually grounded by him too.
Oh, hey.
Wow.
There's an antique spear over here too.
I'll let you. Hold on, go back. You can grab that.
Oh, it wasn't anything good.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, the plunger boy is the one with the jumpsuit on.
True.
Hey, maybe I worked there.
With the
ignore the inmate.
That says inmate on the back.
Ignore the inmate.
Hey,
Oh,
ooh.
no, they're breaking things.
Good job.
Yeah, get that one. Get that one.
Nice. Keep going. Keep pushing, lads.
Loot. Oh God. Oh, I'm just gonna. I can do little loops like this.
I would not.
I'll loop the perimeter.
No.
That doesn't feel great. Oh no! Oh no! Was that desync or did Beaver? Did you get bit?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. You just rub your eyes. You'll be okay.
Just rub your eyes.
Rub your eyes. You'll be okay. Dude, they really don't like the walls, huh?
No. No, they do not.
As we ventured further into the warehouse, we had our first casualty.
Keep going.
I'm really only interested in being able to unlock the moonwalk dance, and then I will
Okay.
sit at the back of the line and let you pull me
Oh,
as
we
I
may
move
have plunged a little too deep here.
Oh,
what?
Let's see what you did there. Let's run back. Let's run back.
Is someone dead?
Wait,
Did we get
you
hooked on someone?
I
Oh
died.
no!
Well, you got instant infection on.
Wait, he's chained to us still.
Pull!
Oh
Pull!
Oh.
Oh, well.
So this mod is a little buggy, and if someone dies, you're still chained to their corpse until they respawn. So we had to fight through the rest of the zombies while dragging Rick's soft, shitty body on the floor behind us. With the zombie threat cleared, we took a moment to mourn our friend and unchain his corpse from the rest of us.
Covered in shit and walking around with a bunch of plungers also in shit. And a chicken hat.
The chicken hat was very iconic, though.
Whoa!
Seven.
Oh, Jesus!
What the?
Before we were rudely interrupted by a man falling from the sky.
Wait, are you one of the people who chained us together?
Let's leave. Oh my god, there's more of them.
Wait, a note! It's
a note?
Well,
we don't have time for notes.
Ah, you guys got this.
We can't read. Oh.
Oh my god, there's a lot.
We just keep... Yeah.
This is...
Pull us, Beaver!
Okay, we reposition over here.
Oh, man.
There's more of them.
Guys, to our left.
They're right behind us, aren't they?
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, I've chosen a very poor profession.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I'm a doctor. Wait, I can heal you.
Can you actually?
Potentially.
Can you? Yeah,
I'm seeing a bug here. We can't. Oh, there we go. No,
There you
I
go.
can't. I can't heal you. I can't heal you.
You can't heal me.
I cannot. I think you can only do yourself.
I can check you.
Oh, now I can.
As we pushed outside, the group continued to suffer from various injuries, but we had no time to focus on that now, for there was another note to be read.
He'll be.
Take a look at my girlfriend.
What did that note say, by the way?
Oh yeah, I
good
forgot
question.
reading.
Congratulations! You made it through the warehouse of insanity, but they spelled insanity wrong. Up ahead, we have an old...
Who wrote that?
Damn you, Dr. Science Man, medical dude. Up ahead, we have an old salt cave system from what used to be a lake nearby. It can get a little squirrely in there, and we have set up a few biohazards along the way. Best of luck.
Who is doing this and why?
Curse you, Science Man!
Now, I don't think we were supposed to do this, but there were two cars in the parking lot, so we hopped into one of them and just kind of rammed our way through up to the salt cave, before realizing we were in way over our heads and retreating all the way back to the warehouse.
Yeah, dude.
Savages!
You did this to yourself, Doctor.
Why? Why did we choose to do this and then get out?
Oh god.
Quick, into the sneaky cave!
Into the cave! Into the cave! Oh, no! I can't! No!
Beaver pull! Run,
Get me
Beaver,
out of
run!
Oh god.
Oh man!
Drag me while I bandage.
Okay.
Oh, my glasses. I lost my glasses.
Oh, he
Oh,
can't
wow.
see a thing without his
I
glasses!
can't see without my glasses.
You guys, hey, there's another, you wanna run it back?
Yeah,
We
let's go.
can try it again, second time's a charm.
Forward.
Oh, there's,
March.
excuse me, we're coming through. We parked our car over here already. We already paid the parking fee.
Oh, goodness.
Oh god.
I would not vault over that fence right now.
It was not intentional. We're in a combat zone right now.
Doctor, I'm a visual learner,
Yeah.
okay? I need it up close.
Doctor, try to focus on the important things here. Take your pants off, please.
Behind you, Doctor. Behind you again, Doctor.
Get down! Get down again!
Thank you for catching my back.
Yeah, you're welcome.
After taking the slower, more methodical approach of killing our enemies, we found ourselves at the entrance to an expansive cave maze. This wasn't so much difficult as it was infuriating.
Oh my god. He just kind of appeared.
They've been in here grinding their stealth for 47 days.
Whoa, hey, look at that guy.
Most curious.
Oh. Ooh, look at those diamonds. What type of ore is that exactly?
Jeez.
Good heavens.
Oh,
Hold now.
Hey,
Those
wait.
Go back.
We had things.
I don't even. We don't even have iron pickaxes to mine that yet.
Must be nice.
Unless we're looting something.
No, every time we walk through these rocks, it's like walking through trees.
Yeah, it's slowing us down.
Yeah.
Ah, yes, the
Look at
rock
these
tree.
idiots.
Julia.
Mavin, are you okay?
I think
Oh,
so.
mark
I
on the
lost
right.
my hat. My grandfather's raccoon hat.
Ew,
Hold
it's
on.
wet.
Hey, don't ask.
Oh, there's a passage over here. We could go through
Oh, let's see.
it. Nope. No, it is
Oh,
not.
we've been bamboozled.
It was a
They
nice walkway, though.
deceived me with a cool walkway.
About
I
this
must
way.
rest.
This is also no. Yeah. No. No. Wait.
Hold on.
Might be something here.
Pull
Might be.
harder.
Are you moving at all? Are we just dragging you dead weight?
Mr. Scientist.
Don't get me wrong, the guys who built the maze did a phenomenal job. So well, in fact, that we kept getting lost and had to continuously retrace our steps to make our way through it. And the whole time we were doing that, zombies were being spawned in around all of the corners, jump scaring us and causing us to fight in tight spaces, which the four of us aren't really used to. That being said, we persevered and were able to find the exit, before subsequently getting pushed back into the cave to fight for our lives once again.
Freedom.
Close call. Boy,
Also a horde.
those you guys got this. Those fellas in our
You guys are really bad at your timing and reading.
Oh, God.
Listen, I don't want to be here any more than you do, but we have to work together.
I lost my granddad's hat again.
This is like when I retract the leash on my dog when we go for a walk.
Oh, my
Pulls
God.
everyone back like 50 yards. Fight! Fight! You better get that looked at. You're gonna get rabies.
I'll have to get a shot.
Don't worry, I found another friendship bracelet.
Alright, as I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted.
Yeah, let's read this now.
Close call!
I'll be the one doing the reading.
Yeah, go for it. Mr. Scientist.
After we've dealt with the threat.
Got me.
After we... Okay.
They just keep walking out of the trees.
They really like trees. This is something I've come to learn of the Zomboids. They are a fan of foliage.
Oh no, boys. My
Do we
left
need to go back in
hand.
the cave?
My left hand.
Pull us, yank
Going
us.
to the cave! Come with me!
I think I'm quite combat ineffective right now.
Can we give him like a little morphine shot, maybe? Oh,
behind
my
us,
God.
behind us.
Oh,
Get us out of here.
Pull!
Further back! To the skells!
Oh, I lost my knife.
What is happening over here? What the hell is this? What is this?
Oh, no.
Oh,
Whoa.
this is,
Oh, there was a knife in here if you want a new
There's
knife.
a chopper.
I do need a spear. What?
Tell us what it says, scientist.
Title: Close Call. Body: Boy, those fellas in R&D sure outdid themselves. Don't worry though. They tell me that there most likely isn't any illness that you can catch. Probably. Either way, enjoy the nice stroll. Somebody get that zombie.
No.
Through the woods.
Oh god, get rid of them.
Hiya!
Up ahead,
Oh my god!
you will find a nice house to take a rest at.
A house? To rest at?
Scientist, we come back to this in a minute.
If the note was correct, there should be a house for us to rest at up ahead. The issue was simply getting there. Of course, between dealing with the Viet Cong, we kept ourselves in good spirits by interrogating the scientist.
Scientist over
I'm in the peak of fitness, I'll have you know.
I'm sure sitting at that table all day doing little paperwork, figuring out the little measurements and whatnot, that's hard work.
Mr. Scientist, we've all seen your DoorDash bill. We know.
The brain uses many calories, many more than muscles when being fully utilized.
Are you wearing the fishnets right now, Doctor?
No.
We never checked. Like, you gotta show it, you know?
It depends on.
You're moving.
Safe to say, we were in tough shape. All of us were sporting some form of injury and/or mental illness in the form of anxiety or depression. Now, luckily for us, those only exist in our minds and aren't real, so we just continued on our way. We managed to push just to the outskirts of the house before Mavin went catatonic.
And there's something over here.
Oh.
Guns!
Oh.
Whoa, yes.
Whoa.
Oh, they're breaking the tents!
I'm trapped. I can't move. Okay.
Oh, I too. I no longer can swing my weapon.
Behind us.
Yeah,
pull me. We're
going.
I don't know what is happening.
Just rub your eyes. You'll be fine. Did someone get an M16 or something like that?
All I have is this sweet shotgun.
I cannot. Whoa! Oh no!
Oh dear.
Also, I don't know what happened, but guys, I can't swing my melee weapon.
Luckily for us, though, there were only a few stragglers hanging around, so we were able to make it to the cabin in the woods, reaching our first and only safe zone of the run. Inside, we found things like health potions, which fully healed us from all of our injuries. Now, were we running the risk of becoming another statistic in a Bill Cosby court hearing? Of course, but what choice did we have?
I am going to concede that this gun has no magazine.
Oh, damn you. Up next was the graveyard. Just inside the fencing, we found another note with instructions to solve our next puzzle.
Spiff. Not me.
Spiff. You all remember that movie, Night of the Walking Dead? Yeah, me neither. But I'm sure you remember the famous fast food chain Spiffos. Thanks to their donations, we have been able to run these tests for quite some time. But alas, we must fulfill our side of the contract. You need to find the entire Spiffo costume to proceed. And remember, act now on Spiffos, buy 2 get 5 free burger deal. They're scrumptious.
Buy 2 get 5?
Yeah,
wow.
That's
more
generous.
than that's more than twice the amount.
Yeah, that's in this economy?
I don't know if I could eat 7 burgers.
We have to try.
We have to.
If we split it up between us.
Tasked with finding all of the pieces of the Spiffo outfit, we got to work clearing the cemetery.
Great intro to it.
Oh my god, we could do a Zomboid mukbang.
Oh.
In a cemetery, though.
Luckily, the pieces of the costume were relatively easy to locate and could be found in these crypt room things. I don't know what they're called, but these things.
Oh yeah,
tail.
there we go.
The tail.
Who's gonna be the one to dress up as Spiffo?
Look, guys, I'm going to
I'm
Rainforest
already
this
orange. I can't move without your permission.
Well, couldn't possibly be me. Oh, you're dead.
And you're dead. And you're dead. Rick, who said you could
drop
go
on
to the
the
back
alley.
of the group? Get up here.
Okay, Predz, you get them back. Oh no, there's more here.
Yep.
Let's deal with these bad guys.
Creatures.
Charge!
Get rid of them all.
Just
to have some random information, Rick, I want you to know that every time I run or jog anywhere, I'm not watching myself. I'm only watching you, because it just doesn't. It never gets old to watch you just get pulled like 5 feet.
Yeah, I have been watching you like a hawk every time.
It's like, get over here.
Bitch. The party, right?
I guess I'm the only one who's not Spiffo themed.
Get out of here, Mr.
You will be.
Science. As we collected our Spiffo accessories, we ran into complications after Mavin refused to return the slab and was stricken down from the gods, or zombies.
Are you okay?
Oh, he's bleeding.
Oh, I'm bleeding everywhere. I don't have bandages.
Run, here. Come to me. Yeah.
I don't think I'm gonna make it.
You're
No!
I couldn't move. I
was next to you with medical on, but I couldn't. It doesn't let me medic you.
I got. Oh, what do I have PvP on?
Oh god, you got PvP.
Oh my god.
I just had to confirm.
What is happening?
We're falling apart.
It's two right hand and right forearm. Do we have any health potions?
We ready?
Yep. With Mavin dead, we devised a plan to bring the Spiffo costume to the weird church in the center of the graveyard and use some Wiccan magic to bring it back from the dead. It was a long shot, but we literally just drank Cosby potions, so we figured why not try this too?
What is this place, though? The Church of Spiffo or something?
I'm here for my 2 for 5. Hello?
Actually, that is a great deal.
Further instructions. Yes, I'm gonna read that. I am holding a body.
Hold on. I'll read.
Further instructions. Once the mascot is complete, head northwest.
Those instructions suck. Alright.
I guess we just put it on the mannequin then?
Slap this bad boy on there.
I'm rad.
Please, Spiffo gods, bring him back. I'll gladly trade Mavin's corpse
Let me put the
for a
suit
chance
and
at the
head
2 for
on.
5 deal. Alright, step back. Step back.
Thunder.
Oh!
Oh my god!
Oh!
A furry!
You guys suck.
Oh,
It's Mavin! Uh-oh.
Holy shit. I'm taking out life insurance for Spiffos.
Yeah, that's great.
That sucked.
Well,
Who was in charge? Why was I chained to you? I couldn't move.
Well, if I could just put on my tinfoil hat for a second, we could really come to a conclusion here.
Wait. Oh, my body. It seems to be missing a backpack. But hey, at least I have my necklace and my earrings.
And 20 sets of
really
earrings.
Gone.
Nah, it's probably lost in the resurrection. If I had to take a guess. The gods probably... With Mavin having been brought back as a furry, the 4 of us continued along the path, eventually coming across a neighborhood seemingly hidden atop of a hill.
Everybody sit and listen to the Spiffo speak to us.
Yes, it says, well, now after those sponsors, back to the meat and potatoes, so to speak. The fries at Spiffo are to die for. Up ahead is a small cul-de-sac. Go around and find the clues for where to head next. Divided, you can conquer. Oh, wait. Smiley face.
Oh, damn you note writer person. Hidden throughout the town are various pieces of paper, all containing portions of a message that, when put together, will tell us where to go next. So with no other options, the 4 of us waddled our way into town. Alright, let's, do we have the note from before?
I do, I have it.
Alright, let's get the hell out of here then.
Oh yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, no reason to stay.
Are we still...
New Zomboids and Zomboids today.
Oh.
Good work, team.
Wait, if I combine this with the other note, hold on. Here we go. In the... I think maybe back... underground.
Woo.
Something like that? I'm not too sure.
In the back underground?
A note!
Oh, another note! What does it say?
In under.
Definitely underground. Okay, so in the something underground. I don't know if it says back, it might be dark, it might be something else.
Anyone hungry?
I'm a little depressed.
Oh dear.
Have a bowl of cereal.
Ooh. It's fresh.
Wait, you
like
you
Subway.
Just had, oh my gosh, you just had... I'll take that. Preds, you just ate the spaghetti and meatballs though with your bare hands.
Yeah, I'm not eating anything. Oh, you.
I'm trying to like get ready to pull if I need to. Because Predz is the one in trouble, so I've got to pull you two before I can pull him.
Yeah, I feel like Rick, you usually like to be up front. I feel like you being the puller is probably not.
Pull. Are you assholes?
Oh no, Fred.
I'm being stopped from pulling sometimes.
Yeah, it's a little weird, but it works. It's fine.
Okay.
Oh, hello.
Oh, I dropped my beaver bar. Oh, there it is.
Not your beaver bar.
I'm gonna need to go back for that, Preds. I don't have a weapon right now.
I have. You can have a spear here. I got a spear.
I'm not the best with spears, but I'll make do.
It's either that or hunting knives.
I have a shovel.
Oh.
Beaver, I have a shovel. That's long blunt, right? Here I was.
Oh, zombies are.
Yep, teleporting.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I just got scratched on the forearm.
After collecting 3 of the notes, we dropped them in the middle of a street to try and piece together what it said. With our collective 4 brain cells, we were able to decipher the message and head to the park, where we found an entrance leading us down into the catacombs.
I'm down.
Alright, let's go.
We did it, Terry.
Okay. We did it.
We successfully beat
this
our
kind of
hardest
underground,
enemy.
like the London Underground.
So when does everyone start getting stabbed? There's not. Ooh.
Oh,
wait, there are.
Oh my gosh, there's so many fries.
Everyone gets 7 burgers.
Everybody take as many as you can.
Yeah, well, seeing as how I already know where I'm going, I'm taking everything with me.
All right.
There's just a spitpost in this fucking train station.
Let me like a
I
jump.
love it.
Oh, I'm in the wall. Pull me.
No, I'm in the wall too.
There's a single zombie in the wall. There's a single zombie inside of it. The catacombs were tied with the cave for my favorite part of this challenge. It reminded me a ton of like the back rooms where everything looks the exact same, and you just find yourself getting lost behind every door.
Oh no, these doors are
That's a
open.
good idea.
Oh no!
Oh, they knew it was happening.
Well, maybe follow the hordes. Maybe the hordes lead to the outside. Can you walk us through your process on how to go?
I'm just following the same
Oh,
wall.
go back. Go back.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, Mavin, you need to stay in line with them too, so I can pull you all back.
Okay.
But you can also fight together.
This way?
Ooh boy.
Or the right. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Let me at him. Let me at him. You enjoy that cheeseburger. It's made by my people.
A real raccoon cooked this cheeseburger. Oh, behind.
I feel like that's got to be the right way then, right? That alleyway back there, with all of the zombies in it.
I don't know. It seems like there's zombies behind every door.
Yeah.
Well, I'm still navigating. Don't worry.
All right.
Put your faith in my hands. Challenge my authority.
Dude, I am like powering right through them now. My god. Absolute beast. Get rid of that guy. Get rid of that guy.
Yeah, we're going this way.
We're going this way?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Excuse me, coming through. Alright,
Okay,
and then this door.
Well, we can kill these guys, but... it's only 2. Okay, yeah. Back we go.
Okay.
We're gonna stick to the right. Taking every right.
Oh, zombies.
Oh my gosh.
Yep, nothing here.
Ah.
There's so many.
Oh.
Who opened that door?
I'll shut that. That's fine.
I need to rest.
The scientist. Always so tired.
I'll see us through this place.
Sorry, Preds, you can't get in there.
Damn.
I know you want to get that one little guy right there.
I got him. I got one of them.
How about a smoke, too?
No, not good for you, scientist.
Oh, it is
What kind of doctor are you?
I told you, I'm a biologist.
Wouldn't a biologist know that's unhealthy?
We all have our vices.
Those silly biologists. Boo. Well, they're all in the story, dude.
Together we are quite unstoppable. Stay right.
What was that statement, scientist? Together we are quite unstoppable.
He's just full of one-liners.
Yeah. Oh, is this something?
Oh, here we go. Eventually, through the tried and true method of only hugging the right wall, we managed to find a mushroom-infested room covered in corpses and these massive hands in the corner. Push! Push! Fall back.
Fall back. Fall back. Oh no!
No,
no,
Bevan!
Pull me back! 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 Back!
I got scratched on the same place.
Hold on, I'll help you. Hold on. Fight through. Fight through. Don't give up.
Mushroom Kingdom, we've arrived.
I have a feeling these mushrooms grow from people bodies.
People bodies.
No. That is a little concerning to see that little guy hanging out.
Yeah, there's multiple little guys.
There's big ass hands in the corner too.
Oh my god.
A real
what the
test?
hell?
What is this?
What is this?
What?
Congratulations. You've made it through the trial run. But are you ready for the real test?
Oh no.
I don't think you can handle it. Most of our subjects will fail here. Will you be different? Let's see if you can handle it. Subjects.
And beyond, a seemingly endless hellscape that reminded me of the ending of the Sons of the Forest, where you're basically in hell fighting all the demons and stuff. Do we have what it takes to make it through the challenge? Will we ever uncover the secrets of this testing facility and learn the true identity of the Mr. Scientist Dr. Man? Hey, hello, howdy, how you doing? Welcome to the supercut of my Project Zomboid Hardcore Iron Man series. This video features a group of 8 YouTubers working together to survive one of the hardest dedicated servers in the PZ community. We'll start from nothing and work our way deep into Louisville, where we'll establish a base, make several looting runs, and build up our defenses, all over the course of about 1 month in-game. All of our hard work comes together in a grand finale where we defend our base from endless waves of zombies until there's only one survivor. A very special thank you to the creators who were willing to work with me on such short notice. I have links to all of their channels down in the description, so go check them out and show them some love. Alright, let's get into it. We chose West Point as our spawn location since we figured most players would spawn Rosewood, leaving us one of the larger cities to ransack on wipe day. I went with a high strength, high fitness build along with burglar occupation, giving me the ability to hotwire cars on day 1. I also put an emphasis on short blade weaponry since I figured most players would run with blunt weapons, giving me a larger pool to work with. Since I went with Deprived, I spawned in naked, so I set out in search of clothing, and after quickly looting the starter home. Getting started would be the most difficult portion of the event. For reference, the starting zombie pop is about 2.5 times higher than a normal game, with an additional 1.5 times peak multiplier. Throw in the fact that I have no shoes, and I'm effectively 1 cut away from becoming a day 1 statistic. Luckily, I was able to circle back to a corpse and loot some clothing along with a cowboy hat to get me started. With the basics covered, I began making my way to Twiggy's, which was our designated meeting location. Along the way, I ran into Little Flame.
Hey, that's me.
Together, we were able to kite zombies through the school and hotwire our first car. It was during this endeavor that the server managed to claim its first victims. With a working vehicle, the two of us continued our journey across West Point. While driving, we came across a red Jeep sitting outside of a house, so I hopped out and scooped that as well, giving us 2 vehicles before sunrise. Luckily, it already had a key in the ignition, so I just had to press W and we were good to go. Flame was a little ahead of me, so by the time we got to Twiggy's, he was already in the middle of being potentially overrun. Willing to risk the Jeep, I slammed into a few zombies before hopping out and using my chef knife to help secure the area. Funny enough, Coco was also in the vicinity and came to lend a helping hand. I tried to keep the zombies away from the others since Flame was out of weapons, so he could really only push zombies around. When there's multiple players in the same area, you really want to space out and stay in a designated area to lower the risk of accidentally kiting zombies into another player, so we did just that.
While in the process of clearing Twiggies, another player named Samuel showed up to help out as well. He was actually in the process of looting the gun store right to the north of Twiggies and came over when he heard us struggling. Together, our small band of misfits was able to secure Twiggies by 5:20 that morning. About 30 minutes after that, some dude who fights sprinters on the rooftops of Louisville showed up in Ted Bundy's van, and approximately 30 minutes after that, a wild Hazard appeared, bringing all of his fanboys that had to be dealt with. With about half of our group here and Twiggies once again secured, we set out to loot the gun store, which Sam had broken into by yeeting a Molotov at it and climbing in through the side. As a group, we decided to focus on the most common weapons and ammo, such as 9mm rounds and 12-gauge shells, since shotguns and pistols are the most prevalent weapons we'll be able to find and use. It also allows us to leave some extra loot for the other players on the server without just keeping everything for ourselves. Comp came wandering in from the trees at around 8 AM, and with that, we just needed to find Newbert and Ghost. While waiting for them to find their way to us, the group decided to head out to West Point's main street and see if we could find anything useful at the hardware stores. If you don't know, there's the main hardware store that's on the corner of a four-way intersection, but there's also a hidden hardware store not listed on the official PZ map in between the post office and food market. The big issue we ran into right away was the team of misfit YouTubers made one fatal mistake. They left me in charge of directions. After making a wrong turn in the back entrances of some shops 1 block away from the actual hardware store, we were ambushed by a few dozen zombies. Equipped with items like screwdrivers, 1 knife, and a baseball bat, we fought for our lives with the hopes of finding an additional weapon on any of the zombie corpses we slaughtered. While the group cleaned up the remaining zombies, I set to work hotwiring the nearby cars since they were all in much better condition than what we were currently driving. With the cars hotwired and ready for use, I ran back to the fence line to help Comp and Rick take out the remaining zombies. After finally deciding to stop and ask for directions, we reached the location of the hidden hardware store only to find it ransacked. Whoever beat us here left a few gems that we could use though. Items such as a ball ping hammer, lug wrench, and a propane torch were all incredibly useful to us, so I threw them in my backpack before heading upstairs to loot the apartment.
I do have a propane torch now.
I was able to find a needle that we could use for tailoring and stitching, along with a ton of dried foods that we could use to tackle the fact that we all went underweight as a starting trait. In the bedroom, I found a ton of guns, but only a Mossberg and Remington were worth taking, as we didn't have any ammo for the M14, and the other shotgun was in terrible condition. With some new weapons available to our group, Hazard and I took out the zombies outside, while the rest of the team went into the nearby shops to loot what they could get their hands on. After throwing our loot in the back of the vehicles, we all settled down to watch some cartoons together.
Oh, no, it was me.
After wrapping up our Teen Titans marathon, we walked outside to see a spooky ghost waiting by the cars for us.
Who took my key?
Since we still had one more goofy goober to link up with, we began making our way downtown, Vanessa Carlton style, towards the warehouses on the southern end of West Point to see what we could find. The answer? A ton of zombies. And a bus. Oh, a bus. Hold on. You son of a... After finding an initial spot to park, we broke out into groups. One group would head into the warehouses and self-storage units to see what they could loot. Another group would work with the zombies, moving as many out of the way as possible and killing the rest, leaving the final group to loot the gas station and fill up the empty gas cans. I went with the runners, pulling a few hundred zombies and leading them into the tree line to the south of the warehouses and gas station. It seemed like a good idea in the moment, but in reality, it only made a small dent in the overall zombie count in the area. Fortunately, while I was leading one group into the woods, the rest of the team was busy clearing the area around the bus, allowing me to head back towards it since I was the only one in the group with the ability to hotwire. Initially, the zombies were tolerable, but that quickly escalated, forcing me to round up another group and lead them to the trees behind the bus. This one didn't work too well though, and most of the zombies ended up just pathing through the trees directly back to me in an effort that'd make the Viet Cong jealous.
Probably close to like 50 or 60.
Luckily, Comp and Little Flame had circled back just as my meat cleaver broke, and Comp sacrificed his baseball bat for the cause before heading back to the warehouse to continue looting. Similar to the school about 12 hours ago, Flame began kiting the zombies around while I focused on hot wiring. With the bus secured, we all split up with plans to meet at the gas station towards the center of West Point. This was a much safer location where we could catch our breath, take stock on our weapons, and fuel up our vehicles all in safety. There was just one problem. We'd forgotten the green car with a trunk full of guns, ammo, and food just sitting back near the warehouse. We figured it'd be safer to head back with a small team, so Flame and I stole a car from earlier and set out to retrieve the gear.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I saw you get in, so I'm just...
Alright.
Join up, then. Here, if you want to drive around...
Alright.
Just kind of maneuver through this, maybe? There we go. As long as this starts up.
So we're waiting at the gas station.
Yep.
Okay. Yes.
Did you make it?
Yeah, I turned it on, but I couldn't back out, so I just jumped out. A lot of zombies. Didn't get... Okay, at least the car's running, so I should be good.
You got it?
Yep.
Alright, I'm coming back then.
With all our loot accounted for, we took care of our moodles and geared up as best we could given the circumstances.
I mean, like waiting to get into Louisville.
Oh, you mean that? I
Somewhere.
mean, we can go
Like
towards Louis and then stop like in the middle.
Stop.
do
I mean, we can
something else overnight.
I was
How
gonna say
about we hit at the shooting range?
There we go. We can do that.
The rundown of the plan.
Okay, so we are at the gas station right now. We're moving gear over from the green car, and then we're gonna head out and start making our way to Louisville.
Am I?
Oh, I don't know. Are you?
I can.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna throw a bunch of like guns and ammo in there then.
It was around this time that a wild ginger came over to graze on the nearby grassy plains. We accepted him into our small tribe of wandering idiots and set off for Louisville. It was already around 7 o'clock at this point, so we didn't plan on truly heading into the city until sunrise the following day. But we figured it wouldn't be a terrible plan to begin making our way there and stopping wherever we felt safe when the sun finally set. Everything seemed to be going according to plan. We had a few working vehicles, no one had died yet, and we even had a developing hierarchy of Blue Hard Hat members. While stopping to loot the bridge, I made the mistake of smashing a window without holding a weapon, giving myself a deep wound and forcing the doctor to come to my aid.
Thought I had a weapon equipped.
Did you open?
Oh no!
Did you break the thing?
Does anyone have a needle and some thread?
I do. Come to me. Come to doctor. The doctor is in. Get over here.
Oh, I gotta take
Why
the
are you
glass
running
out.
on this spot?
Where are you? Oh,
Come
no.
over here.
Oh, Coco.
Oh, it's the right forearm too.
Turns out he's not even a real doctor, he's just some dude who found a pack of crayons and wrote, "I am a doctor," on a piece of paper, and we all just kind of believed him. The whole time Coco was tending to me, the group voiced their displeasure with the bus's condition, but I knew they were really just super jealous of my sweet driving skills.
Oh, the bus? The bus, I crashed into a tree.
Don't even worry
Because
about it,
To prove my worth, I abandoned the damaged bus and headed back into West Point with Newbert to find another. This actually wasn't all that difficult, and we managed to find another one sitting in the Spiffos parking lot. While we did this, another group hit up the mechanic shop right outside of the east entrance to West Point, and Ghost contributed by finding Nemo with a spear. I made it back to the group at around 10 o'clock with the Magic School Bus in perfect condition. It even came equipped with an M19 and some cigarettes in the glove box, which I didn't even know buses had, but hey, you learn something new every day. While hanging out, we found a pretty glaring bug within PZ multiplayer, where seemingly for no reason, players will just disappear for random members. In this case, Flame is standing next to me, but he doesn't appear until he gets back into a car and re-exits.
I am. I'm right in front of you.
You're invisible for me then.
Oh, let me get into my car and get out.
Gotta love Zomboid multiplayer.
Can you see me now?
Yep, there we go. Okay, perfect. Okay.
Anyway, now that the group was all together, we hopped into our cars and began making our way down the highway towards Louisville.
Very proud of us that we're all still alive.
Why'd you say that?
We survived a whole day.
There's a bus station a small distance outside of the military checkpoint, so we chose to stop there until morning. We arrived just before midnight and got to work clearing the area. I was going back through my notes while cutting all the footage down, and the note quite literally just says, "Hazard Among Us," which led to this gem.
Look, I'm an Among Us character.
Oh god.
Found Fast forward to the morning, and we found ourselves cruising along the highway towards certain death.
Oh damn, son.
Oh, cooking.
The checkpoint wasn't nearly as bad as we expected it to be, likely because players had beaten us to it. This is a blessing and a curse. See, I don't think it would have been possible for us to make it through this section unscathed if we were the first to arrive, but that also means we get the leftover loot that wasn't worth taking, at least by another player's standards. We weren't able to find any guns, or even a lot of ammo, but we did manage to come away with a full set of ponchos for every player in our group, along with some N16 mags and some military backpacks, which were much needed considering up until this point, I was still rocking a school backpack with less than half the storage space. Oh, and Rick found a ghillie suit, so that was cool. With most of the checkpoint looted, we began pushing into Louisville. I wasn't a big fan of the bus though, so I gifted it to Comp and decided to continue on a motorcycle I found. Surely he would take fantastic care of it. Be better than me.
Look at this. Okay.
Oh, God! What was that?
Just happened.
Since we still needed guns and ammo, we targeted a gun store in the southeast of Louisville since it was likely that anyone who had beaten us here already would target the larger POIs first, leaving the small shops relatively unlooted. The only hiccup at this point was the fact that Compt kept DC'ing while driving, so I had to go back and pull off the rescue attempt of a lifetime. Mainly because the game had bugged out again and Compt decided to impersonate John Cena, so I couldn't even see him. I could only see the zombies shambling along behind where he was. The gun store is in the middle of a series of shops right outside of a neighborhood, so we expected the place to be swarming with zombies, but in actuality, the place was pretty calm. We needed a sledge to get into this hunting supply, so I moved up the street to find a hardware store in hopes of finding the sledgehammer. The store itself was unlooted, but didn't have anything of value outside of a couple packs of cabbage seeds, some nails, and a hammer. Without a sledge, we only had one other method of breaking into the hunting supply. See, with fire spread off, you can effectively yeet Molotovs at the walls. They'll burn down one piece, but won't spread to the surrounding buildings or other walls. The only downside is you risk destroying whatever's on the other side of the wall you hit. This was a painstaking process that took multiple attempts to pull off. Eventually, Flame was able to blow a hole in the western wall, giving us access into the building.
So, we look like you're
Oh no, I can't get in.
Oh, there you go, you got shit.
There we go.
I'm in. Wait, can we get out?
The funny part with this is that we're stuck. Almost all of us were stuck inside the hunting supply, unable to hop back through due to the metal weapons locker blocking the path. We can't pick it up, and we need carpentry level 3 to move the locker. Completely at Hazard's mercy, we began looting the entire store in hopes that he could power level his way into freeing us. After being freed from the hunting supply store, we set our sights on a nearby fire station with the hopes of gathering some axes, which we need to farm logs and planks with. At this point, a couple zombies had begun making their way over to us, so I focused on them to clear the road for the rest of the group. While the group looted the fire station, I stayed outside to defend the area and took the time to level my combat skills a little bit. Something that we desperately need for the finale. After wrapping up there, Rick hopped on the back of my bike and we moved north towards the second fire station, which coincidentally was the primary base of operations for the Liberating Louisville series. I had a ton of fun with the motorcycles this playthrough, and honestly, I think I may prefer them to normal cars going forward. As long as you keep your speed below 50 miles an hour, you're very smooth and easy to turn. Anything above 50 though, and you begin to lose control of the bike. We chose to go ahead of the group and serve as more of the scout team, dealing with the majority of the zombies so that the rest of the group could roll up and begin looting the place. With the rest of the group catching up to us, I changed focus to help loot the place so that we could establish a base before the sunset.
Alright, I can head out. I did find another axe, by the way.
Brett, where's that crowbar?
I got a sledgehammer. It's in the garage, the first rack on the right-hand side.
Sledgehammer?
Sledgehammer, 2 axes so far.
I'm in like one of the storage rooms. A lot of tire pumps. Alright, I'm coming out.
Oh, crowbar, baby. Let's go.
Let me drop stuff out here.
2 windows.
Axes. Oh, they're not gonna fit in the trailer.
No.
Fit the bed of the truck. I'm gonna throw the sledge in the truck. In hindsight, I definitely should have moved the bike out of the way because just as I was walking over to get back on it, luckily it was still in driving condition despite being stone cold sundered through the concrete. All in all, we left both fire stations with around 10 axes and a ton of firefighter clothing.
There's a bunch around here.
With nothing left to do for the day, we began making our way to what would be our final home for the duration of this playthrough. Along the way, I did my best to reenact tricks from MX vs. ATV Unleashed.
Behind me, I'm like scared. Is he gonna go for it or not?
Dude, there's not even a person on that motorcycle. It's just Ghost Rider behind us.
Oh, jeez.
Sick! Kickflip, dude. Wow. Whoa.
Turning this into MX vs. ATV. We made it to our base destination later that evening. Far enough away from the city that the finale wouldn't impact the other players in the server, but close enough that we can make looting runs into town. Fort Knox would be our Helm's Deep. A base that came equipped with some pretty solid defenses, but a large enough opening for us to shape it however we felt the need to.
Oh, here we go.
They should have heard that, right?
I mean, there's basically no zombies in here.
Dude, you killed the clown, bro.
Roof is clear.
Clown.
Clown had it coming.
Clown where? I want that fit.
With the fort secured, we settled down for a midnight feast of painkillers and bourbon. I have 213 kills so far, which, funny enough, is one of the highest in the group at this point. Skill-wise, it's about what I expected, with 3 levels in short blade, 1 in maintenance, and then 2s in all agility stats aside from sprinting, though it's getting there.
About survive.
Next morning, I broke my leg before I started recording. At this point, it's gonna be a few days before this thing heals, so I considered just farming my first aid by impersonating John McClane and walking on glass. The only holdup is that we're missing First Aid Volume 2, so I hopped on my bike and set out for the mall. Luckily, most of it had already been cleared by Rick and Hazard, so there shouldn't be too many zombies hanging around. I actually streamed a lot of this with the group, so if you want to watch that, it's up in the top right corner of your screen right now. Anyway, back to the adventure. Like I said, a lot of this has been pushed by some other members of the group, which gave me easy access to the mall library right inside the entrance. Not only did I find Volume 2, but I also grabbed a ton of books and skill magazines that we need for the future. With nothing but time on my side, I made my way back to base and removed my shoes and socks before placing some broken glass on the floor and proceeding to power level first aid. At around 8 o'clock, Newbert's mod Aragon picked me up and took me back into town to loot the mall some more. We needed food and general supplies, and I was one of the only members at the base at the time. And for once, it wasn't me who crashed a vehicle.
Ow! 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 Ow!
With my bike totaled, we proceeded on foot, reaching the mall parking lot about an hour later, where we found Newbert and Rick's power leveling mechanics. Now that we had strength in numbers, I felt comfortable heading out on a small looting run with them in search of weapons and VHS tapes. We checked out the baseball bat factory first, which ended up almost killing the 4 of us. After crashing the bike again, we hopped out with the intention of just gunning down anything in the area, but got swarmed before I could fire more than 1 shell. Aragon slowed the zombies while I power hobbled my way down the street before Rix came to the rescue, dropping me off in a safer location to hide in while he went back for the others. We had a brief moment of peace before a house alarm triggered, pulling in dozens of zombies while I immersed myself in peak 90s fashion. Truth be told, Rick 100% carried me here. I was a liability to the fullest extent with a broken leg and 2 stitched feet, making it near impossible for me to walk. It wasn't all bad though. I learned that Rick has superpowers and could kill zombies even without touching them. Some say it's desync, but I know the truth, and now you do too. It was around this time that Aragon managed to make one massive mistake. He underestimated the power of the PZ gods.
How many zombies are there?
There's like 4.
Hazard had shown up at this point as well, so normally this wouldn't be too big of an issue, but you see, Hazard broke his leg way before I did, back at the end of episode 1, so 2 of the 5 in our group were essentially immobilized, forcing us to retreat back to the mall. Newbert came up with this genius idea to head back on foot while I handled the police cruiser to go pick up Hazard, since he had both working legs and I was a literal cripple. With all of us safely back at base, I figured it was a good idea to just sit here until my injuries healed, or at least until the entire group was ready to move. It wasn't the end of the world though, there was no shortage of things to do around the base, so I got to work planting a garden. This took a considerable amount of time as the well is outside the base, so I had to hobble back and forth with buckets and water bottles to water the entire garden. Later that evening, we got wind of another group looting the mall, so Newbert, Flame, and I hopped in a car to take a trip down and loot whatever we could get our hands on before there was nothing left, which led to the following incident.
My
fucking hell, what are you guys doing?
My foot is fractured. My foot is fractured. Take me home.
It's like you guys freaking manifested we were gonna die. We get T-boned at light speed by the only car going like 20 miles.
With Flame's foot splinted, we set back out for the mall. The grocery store section was completely untouched, giving us a few days worth of food given the group's size. I also hit up the gardening store to grab some more seeds and watering cans, which would be incredibly useful later on. Outside of that though, the mall was all scraps. Almost every store had been completely destroyed, leaving us only a couple items spread amongst the corpses. With only some food and gardening supplies, we headed back to base, arriving early the following morning. Nothing too crazy happened throughout the night. I rewatered the garden, which was a little faster this time since I had watering cans, but outside of that, we all just kinda hung out and waited for sunrise. Feeling overconfident and having learned nothing from yesterday's fiasco, we gave it another shot with less people. Newbert, Flame, and I set out the next morning with the hopes of reaching it before anyone else in Louisville got their hands on the weapons. Looking back, I think we were a little paranoid that if players had already looted the mall, it was only a matter of time before they targeted the warehouse, if they hadn't even looted it already. Flame and I went in while Newbert acted as our getaway driver, kiting the zombies around outside to prevent us from getting swarmed. This worked for a few minutes, but after the car stalled, Flame and I were forced to retreat into the warehouse section of the factory, leaving Newbert outside to fend for himself while we grabbed whatever we could carry without encumbering ourselves.
Oh no.
Let's go rescue a friend.
I took a decent part of the horde on me, so you should be alright.
I do have a shotgun if needed.
I do myself.
That's so unfair. That's so unfair. That's so unfair. That's so unfair. The headphones were working. How am I gonna be
No,
screwed by
that's the only
technical
exit.
failures of equipment beyond my control?
That's the only exit out there?
Well, we have to loop around. Here, come this way. We can lose them back here.
Alright.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm on high exertion now.
Did you grab quick rest?
Yes, I did.
There's chairs back here.
Excessive.
There's chairs. Go. There's chairs.
Like I can always still shoot, so it's all right.
Well, we still gotta make it back.
Yeah. Like I shot earlier, so it's fine if you shoot inside.
We managed to grab 18 baseball bats, which should be more than enough for the group, before getting the car started and heading back to base. Also, Newbert has no idea who the Llama King Carl Weezer is, so head on over to his channel and bully this man for his unspeakable sin against mankind. You don't know who Carl Weezer is?
Sound like Carl Weezer? What?
Oh my god. Chat.
Sounds like Carl Weezer now.
Did you hear what this man just said? I don't know who Carl Weezer is. Over the next 10 in-game days or so, the group went on a few raids and cleaned up the base some. I had hopped off to do some life stuff with the family and just hung out around the base waiting to heal from my injuries. I expanded the garden as a means to keep busy while I healed up, which is another way of me saying I finally healed from my broken leg and managed to get first aid level 7 in the process. All of that in anticipation of the big raid we were about to pull off. You see, there are several zombie cures spread throughout Knox County, with a couple of them located in the St. Peregrine Hospital. At this point, Newbert and Aragon had been bit, so it became a necessity to reach the hospital before anyone else had a chance to loot it. Now, it wouldn't be as simple as just walking in the front door. No. If you've seen any of the community events my staff has run in the past, you know that they like to go above and beyond for the added difficulty, and you'll see what I mean in just a second. The cures were located at the top of the hospital, but there was a distinct path to follow. All the windows on the ground floor had been welded shut, along with some of the staircases having been removed, forcing us on a single maze-like path to find our way up the building. The zombies were layered along with the building so that each floor contained a larger amount of zombies, slowing our progress immensely and also allowing zombies to work their way over to us from the ground floors due to the sounds of gunfire. Along the way, we noticed that there were green arrows pointing us in the direction of the next staircase, so at least we had a general sense of direction.
Zombies are lagging really hard.
I know.
This game. Is the server joinable? Yeah, the whitelist is still open.
Someone just get that.
No, that's just general desync.
Yeah, I heard you get crunch too, but it's not real. Don't worry. Your imagination.
Unless you're somebody groaning with exasperation.
If you're someone complaining, then no one's there.
The biggest issue we ran into on the second floor was just the sheer amount of desync. With the amount of players in such a small area, coupled with a few thousand zombies scattered through the cell, really does a number on the server. On top of that, multiple players hitting the same zombie risk completely bricking a multiplayer server because game dev, am I right? To counter this, we tried to stagger our shotgun blast so that we didn't have an instance where 3 or 4 of us were shooting the same zombie at the exact same time.
Missed my turn.
Oh my god, this thing does no damage. As we made our way deeper into the hospital, we found that whole sections of the hallway were blocked by metal fencing, forcing us to go down a pre-designated path directly into larger groups of zombies. On top of that, there were also these small doorways with zombies packed in like sardines waiting to ambush us. Once we reached the 3rd floor, we set up a sheet rope ladder for us to escape with, provided that no zombies were waiting for us in the parking lot. It was around this time that a random player had wandered into the hospital, up to the 3rd floor, and appeared behind us. He didn't really do much at first, just kind of watching from the background and offering his services at the most opportune times. Rick's just having a conversation with him right now. To the left.
Oh, I saw it coming, Aragon. Careful. Did someone just get bit?
No.
Yeah, we got the cadence. Back up, man.
No wonder I lagged.
Drums, back up.
I had to load them all in. Everybody in chat, cheer for random guy that joined us.
Oh, he's leading the charge with his pitchfork.
I know.
What a hero! What a hero!
Dude, Hazard's just taking a break over here. Dude, I've been working hard. Come on.
Yeah, it's 10 Taylor. He's just trying to get us protected. Oh, 100%. He's just trying to lend a helping hand. You guys, you didn't even shut the door over here. Oh, there they go.
Okay, maybe don't hold the window. Boy.
Maybe don't hold the window, it's kinda dangerous.
Don't go over the chairs.
You
Yeah, you'll
sing now?
Uh-oh.
Are you like intimidated? Mom, will you help me? Yeah, when we talk this out with the zombie, can we do diplomacy?
We got guys coming behind.
You can scam the rooms empty.
More zombies in here? Uh-oh.
You must be like, oh my god. Yeah, no, behind you. Behind you.
Oh, that's a lot.
When you join the server, you have to sign up for a whitelist. It's in the general announcements on my Discord.
Where the hell are they coming from?
Never mind, I'm alright, going back.
Yeah, no,
Go back down, go back down, go back down.
Yeah, they're coming. It's clear. Well, it's not clear, but it's manageable.
Go back.
I guess we're going up the stairs.
The 4th floor was a massive ambush point, but with the payout we'd been hunting for. A lab room was set up here with a handful of zombification cures for us to grab. Along with the cures were several metal crates, including hundreds of boxes of shotgun shells. Oh, remember that random bystander from earlier? Well, he saved me a ton of time when I got separated from the group on the way back, crafting a sheet rope ladder to get us outside and back into the parking lot. Naturally, I let him go first, so I knew if it was safe or not. As payback for him covering me, we souped up a car in the parking lot and gave him a cure for his troubles.
Do we want to get the engine parts first and then go for the van?
This is all muscle memory. On the way back to base, Rick and Aragon had wrecked their car, so Hazard and I stopped to defend them from zombies while they transferred supplies.
Oh, full. Oh, they're heavy. Oh, no.
Put them in the trunk of the ambulance. I still got them on me.
Predz has saved me.
I
just realised you just stopped.
I was trying to save Rick.
Fine, I have the ball of zombie behind me.
Shall I repair the ambulance so we don't die?
How bad is it right now? Do you check?
Nope. Yeah, good work.
If it's bad, yeah, repair it a tiny bit.
Oh, it's 8%.
Okay, maybe you should give it a quick.
Do you guys want to put your stuff in the trailer and we can drive you back?
But we have to get my van though. We can get the van later. Fine, I'll say that. We can just get out of here.
Yeah, I'll put the engine parts in the.
Alright.
Do you lose any members? Not yet, no. Alright, I'm not gonna try fighting with this arm injury.
With the axe, aren't you?
So you guys are right here?
Yeah, we're in the middle of the road.
You know,
we offered them a ride back, but they were determined to get the ambulance up and running again, so Hazard and I just headed back to base with whatever we could carry. With the raid completed and the supplies successfully delivered back to base, all we have left to do is build up some fortifications around the base and we'll be ready for the hordes. Getting started, I need sheet rope because I'm going to have to commit mass deforestation, so I set off to find some zombies near the mall. Luckily, a few were hanging around near the northeast parking lot, so I took care of them before heading back to gear up. With 40 sheet rope, a couple axes, and a saw, I set out to purge the nearby tree line. This took forever since I went in with a slow worker trait, making it incredibly time consuming to do anything from cutting down trees to even picking up logs. Most time-consuming task came with sawing the logs, which took several IRL hours over the course of this build. It took early into the next morning to saw through all the logs from the first haul, but I ended up with around 430 planks to work with. I spent most of the early morning moving planks to the top floor of the fort, where I began the long process of fencing in the third floor. Multiple group members, including myself, had fallen off of here on our own accord, so I can't imagine how chaotic it would be if we threw a few thousand zombies into the mix as well. I chose to build out walkways from each of the four corners. This way, we could space out some more to prevent the group from getting backed into a corner and choosing between getting torn to shreds or breaking their legs by jumping into the abyss. The slow worker trait was a real killer for me since it extends to carpentry in general and makes building fences and flooring incredibly tedious. This continued through the early morning before I ran out of planks, forcing me into another round of tree chopping madness. Fast forward several hours later, and I'm back at base sawing more logs into planks. By that evening, I had finished sawing all my planks and began working on building again, with a focus on continuing the platform. About an hour into the second round of building, I fell off the platform, in which Aragon had to fix me up. At this point, Aragon and Rix had hopped on and were eager to help, running planks up to me while I continued building. It wasn't until the end of the second day of building that we realized we could just build a sheet rope ladder off the main platform, allowing us to run planks and logs up here in seconds instead of hobbling back and forth every couple minutes. Rick began placing piles of planks along the wall, which I took to utilizing while him and Aragon set out to chop down some more trees.
Do we have more axes?
The building continued on for several days while I took a break. Came back to the next day to see Rick and Aragon had been putting in a ton of work on the base, fencing in a massive chunk of the platform and setting planks on every several tiles for me to continue with. Oh, and I also broke my other leg when I missed the sheet rope platform by one tile and just threw myself over the edge. I began using the excess planks to build windows around the interior staircases, so that if anyone got caught inside, they could retreat up the stairs and hop through the windows, which would slow down the zombies chasing them. I completely walled in both sets of stairs in the southern end of the base. I figured having 2 escapes was enough, and if we kept all 4 staircases open along with the exterior stairs, well, we'd be swarmed within minutes. The duo's work wasn't contained to just the base either. They also chopped down dozens of trees, allowing me to bypass the grind of having to spend hours and hours on the same process. I did have the honor to photobomb one of Rick's thumbnails before a stream, so I wanted to include that in here as well. With the platforms fully built out, I began layering fencing along each walkway so that zombies would be tripped up as they closed in, effectively prolonging the inevitable. After wrapping up the platform, I switched focus to the ground floor. We have our last stand built out, but we didn't have any initial defenses to hold the zombies at bay. I wanted to build a set where we could all contribute if we had to fall back, while allowing any injured to retreat and heal up. My solution was to buy as much time as possible by layering fencing every tile, so that the zombies would have to fall over each fence, lay down, stand up, register, then hop the next fence, one at a time, repeating the process. I did a similar wall near the sheet rope, building out a rectangle fencing to slow down any advancing zombies. Closer to the rope, I built out a windowed building that would force zombies to fall through single file before being able to swing at the rope. The hope here is that while a player is climbing through the windows, the zombies will hit the fence, giving the player enough time to climb to the top of the platform before the zombies make it through the windows and destroy the rope with anyone on it, which could risk killing the player. I finished up fencing at the main gate that afternoon. The only issue with this is that we can't bring any vehicles in or out of the base from this point onwards. With some defenses now built out, I moved on to the next task. See, we're an incredibly unorganized group and have really just been dumping loot in any crates we had with no rhyme or reason to it. To To address this, I built a ton of crates in the center platform and began moving all of our weapons, non-perishable food, medical supplies, and ammo into a centralized location. I tried to keep the crates organized by weapon type as well, and even crafted a ton of spears with the excess planks. As a friendly reminder to all the keyboard connoisseurs in the comments already, we decided to avoid any cheese builds for the sake of keeping this as entertaining as possible, so no crate fence builds to save us this time. With certain doom around the corner, I took time to relax in a froggy chair. We had made it to Fort Knox, looted valuable supplies and weapons, and built solid defenses. Chose to leave the courtyard fairly open to allow us to kite zombies into varying corners to keep each other safe, but the final battle would come down to pure skill. Everything we have built is intended to allow us as players to showcase our skill in combat both as a unit and what we can do once the bodies start to pile up and plans fall apart.
What could possibly go wrong?
Both legs gone! Boom! Everyone was online, the base was as fortified as it was about to get, and we were ready to die. There's just one final adventure for us to go on before our doom. My staff, like they tend to do, went above and beyond, building out a small location for us to explore prior to the finale, so we made our way south to investigate.
Guys, we can't go inside of it. It's a restricted area.
I'm supposed to tell you guys this was all made using brush tools. Coming up in the location, we found a cabin-styled outpost with a man laying on the floor who had unalived himself. The group found a lore note, so they had me read it because apparently I'm the interim Morgan Freeman. To Greg. Brother, I'm sorry, I had to set off to the ship. A group moved into the fort and have started to build up defenses, so our backup plan is gone. There are too many of them to kill on our own. So I'm going to the ship now. Hurry. We don't have much time until the mass horde in the south reaches our hideout. I've left you old six to keep you safe while you make your way to me. Try to leave without that group seeing you. Let them deal with the horde. It might buy us some more time to set sail. And then he shot himself and I took his revolver.
So sad.
Yeah, somebody else took
happy
that.
ending.
Moving out back, we found a massive warehouse. Inside it, we found stacks and stacks of gold, which served literally no purpose other than the fact that we could brag to everyone that we had gold and they didn't.
More gold!
I was excited for the gold.
Broke stuff already?
Yeah, Moving further down was a cafeteria, along with library. Our group didn't care so much about knowledge as they did for the hundreds of hot dogs sitting in the kitchen area.
You know what I like more?
You losers, what are you losers looking for? We've got gold right here.
Would you guys rather have pallets of gold or dinner with Jay-Z? Me personally, I'm taking the dinner with Jay-Z.
Gold can buy you
that knowledge
dinner with
is immeasurable.
Newbert, were you just gonna keep quiet about these guns?
Yeah, they have found the armory.
While we focus on hot dogs and gold, Newbert and Flame found the true gold mine. Inside was everything we could have dreamt of. AR-15s, shotguns, AKs, attachments for guns, and enough ammo to go to war with the state of Kentucky.
Ammo.
Alright, and at this point, we drop the shotgun.
Oh wow, you were in line. There's a lot of things in here.
Somehow, we managed to back the van into the compound and loaded it with everything we could get our hands on.
Come on, load me up. Think I'm getting paid by the hour?
Are you being paid at all?
Yeah, and
You guys
gold.
are getting paid?
Oh, in gold, right?
I grabbed an AR for myself and a backup for if and when it decided to jam up during battle. As we began making our way back to base, a heli event triggered. We didn't think much of it at the time, but little did we know it would end up killing all of us in a matter of hours.
Smoke.
Hold on. Okay.
No time.
Bye, Newbert.
I'm so sorry, Newbert. At the entrance to the compound, we began unloading the cars. The biggest issue was that the pallets of gold were obviously very heavy, so we could only move one at a time. While this was happening, I took up watch on the third floor. I ended up making it just in time to see zombies beginning to trickle into the driveway. What else thought to come up here?
Oh,
Guys, we need to bring the gold in before the zombies can get it. They're here to steal it.
They're already touching it.
Go, bros. I'm bringing the van as close as I can because it's got all the ammo in. We need to ferry this out.
Sorry, Aragon, it's too late for you.
After a few moments of this, I got so bored with Overwatch that I just said screw it and headed outside to join the rest of them in repelling the attack.
Nah, screw this.
Yeah, I agree.
You guys
Going for the gold.
get the gold.
I tried to conserve ammo early by using knives while I could, seeing as the zombies were taking their sweet time getting to us. But the knives are where it's at for now.
Good thing I have a bulletproof vest. I'll aim for the head.
What was that called, Python?
Sword.
little conga line.
I like it how enthusiastic we are about this right now.
Just spending some time where we can easily get surrounded.
Yep. I mean, there's like 3.
They're just here for the rave. Exactly.
Alright, the van is unloaded.
Alright, we're losing ground. You guys need to kill him faster.
It's just sitting back there eating hot dogs.
Well, there's gotta be a general, right? Somebody has to control this mess.
Yeah, we gotta, kill the commander.
A friendly reminder: part of that gate is broken, so it's almost not even worth like shutting the gate. Just hop through the fence, or just hop over the fencing. All in all, we managed to hold the main entrance for about an hour before being forced to retreat.
Oh, back! Damn it! Here we go, boys!
Yeah, there's no point in holding that gate. Let's get back.
Yeah, get back behind this one.
Close the door!
And now spirits were still high since we were confident in the fencing to slow them down while we rearmed and prepared for the next line of defense. Similar to the hospital raid back in episode 2, the men carrying shotguns staggered their shots to maximize damage on them. Like, just listen to this. With the shotgun Shogun while holding, say that 5 times fast, I headed up to the wall to assess the damage. In all honesty, we were holding up pretty well for a bunch of misfits. I mean, it also helped the zombies were stuck pathing directly into the walls of the fort, but hey, we'll take every ounce of cheese we can get here.
They should be able to come from.
We'll just slowly work through the ones up here. Shortly after that, I was called back downstairs to the entrance, where zombies were beginning to destroy the fencing. Around this time, we encountered some of the strangest desync the game has ever thrown at us. Don't worry, it gets so much worse later on, for those wondering just how unstable Zomboid multiplayer can become. But anyway, we ran into this issue where these other members in the group didn't appear to be shooting, leading me to believe they were just watching me take on this massive horde pouring through the gates. The gun audio is all desynced, so like it doesn't make any sounds when you guys are shooting, so it sounds like I'm the only one shooting on my end, and you guys are all just like watching. In reality, they were in fact shooting. The game just wasn't displaying it on my end. This fixed itself in time and led to a beautiful symphony of gunshots and explosions later on. But before that, something very important happened. See, Rix tried to buy the group some time with a pipe bomb after zombies had broken through the fencing. Yeah. I have to reload all mags.
Oh, that hurt.
Oh god, you killed me.
What? Where were you?
I was nearby enough. I'm not dead yet, but that is not gonna end well for me.
Did you throw a pipe bomb?
He did.
Do you need a doctor?
Go get in there. A solid idea in theory, but this ended up shredding Little Flame in the process, almost killing him and forcing Dr. Coco to drop what he was doing and tend to Flame, effectively taking a fourth of our group out of the fight entirely. It was around this time where the zombie desync began to quite literally break the game. Zombies began teleporting all over the place, going from storming through the center wall to teleporting back to the main entrance, providing me the opportunity to fire rounds into the masses. The goal?
Yeah, we just like...
Return the slab.
We will not give them the gold. Screw that.
We need to move the gold back. I'm gonna move it upstairs.
Yeah, somebody bring the gold upstairs.
Alright.
Come on, me.
Remember how all the gun audio stopped a while back? Well, it fixed itself all at once. There we go. As if the audio desync and teleporting zombies wasn't enough. Unfortunately, after the zombies broke in, the horde claimed its first victim. Sea shanty in the background.
Did we get upstairs?
Probably a good idea.
We need a truck. Come on, start.
So I want you to pay attention to the time in the top right corner. See, for everyone else, the sun is about to set, but for me, this continued for most of the finale, but ends up correcting itself at the end, at least partially. With the ground floor completely overrun, most of us had fallen back to the center platform for a brief moment of peace. While checking the exterior, I noticed something that practically sealed our fate. At least for me, the game had limited its rendering to only the current cell, effectively trapping me in Fort Knox.
We'll hold the line up here.
The zombies are all confused now what to do with their lives.
You know, that's convenient. I need time to relax a bit.
The big issue now is that we forgot all our 5.56 ammo down by the fencing, leaving me to undertake a suicide mission to retrieve it, along with some of the other gear I could get my hands on. With the zombies bugging out trying to path their way to the players above them, it made the ground floor easier than it looked. Sure, there were hundreds of zombies just loitering around, but they weren't all that interested in me, at least at first. The only real threat at the moment was the teleporting zombies, which would sometimes appear practically right on top of me, forcing me to always be on my guard. My original plan was to just push the stairs the interior, but that was quickly abandoned when I saw just how many zombies were standing around next to them, forcing me back outside.
It's time for some expert kiting.
The northern section of the courtyard by the garden was completely cleared, so I just kept biding my time until I found an opening to squeeze through. While kiting, the group on the western side of the wall began hatching plans to try and rescue me. These included clearing out the stairs, both interior and exterior, as well as placing sheet rope ladders on the perimeter. At this point,
If you go west, we're trying to go to west there.
oh,
Yeah, wait, which side are you on?
interior, exterior, because I'm exterior still.
Exterior.
Okay.
Never
There's
mind,
too
there's
many
no
of them.
way.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Let's just stay down. The ammo was a bad idea.
Can we hang out a sheet rope for Fred?
The big issue with the sheet rope ladders is that my game is so desynced that it's 5:30 p.m. on my end, and almost 11 p.m. for the others, which resulted in me being unable to see any of the rope ladders that they placed for me, along with players going invisible for me, such as Aragon, who had fallen downstairs and was on the ground floor alongside me, eventually leading to the second casualty of the group.
Years of COD zombies. I think someone died.
I'm adding another one, so I think this is where the bus was, right? There are two ropes next to where the bus was.
They're not in for me yet. I still see the fences on my side.
3 for you.
Yeah, and then they're breaking through the north now from my end, like that kill box. So it is getting messier, but we're still moving. Hopefully.
Time to eat a burger, boys. Where are you going?
I'm just looking. I'm just getting an idea of the situation down there.
There we go.
How about the situation up here?
Unfortunately, Aragon was just the tip of the iceberg. Within minutes, Rix and Comp, while desperately trying to reach vehicles near the entrance, were swarmed and fell to the undead.
We're gonna be okay.
Okay,
We're
here we
not,
go.
we're not gonna be okay. It's the end of me.
No, no, not Comp.
During this time, Hazard had his final stand along me in the courtyard. I'm not sure how he ended up there, but he went out on his own terms, akin to Marcus from the original John Wick.
As long as none of them fall from above, right here.
Come on, start.
He's trying to get to his car.
As if that wasn't enough, Little Flame passed shortly after while attempting to escape.
Not at this point.
Coco escaped, so it's literally I'm the only one left in the fort.
I'm just walking around. I'm gonna check the north side outside right now. There's a lot of them on the windows.
Rounds of 357 and like 3 knives left.
If we could make it out over here.
And just like that, we were down to Coco, Ghost, and myself. With all of us separated, it became a cat and mouse game of how long can I keep kiting until I slip up. Around this time, Coco had managed to build a rope ladder off the northern wall and escape to the outside of Fort Knox. For some reason, instead of fleeing, he chose to stay back and try to help me and Ghost, who were still trapped inside the walls. With the big predicament being that, unfortunately, with only 2 of us left for the zombies to aggro, it only upscaled the difficulty for me and Ghost. My goal was to get back up to the 3rd floor where I could find Coco's rope ladder and get to the outside of the fort, but we found out pretty quickly that no matter where I tried to go, the zombies were already flooding it. Coco made a call out about the entrance of the fort being relatively clear, so I began making my way over there to see if I could use that as a way out. Oh, that's a wall. Oh, for some reason I thought we were way back over here. Okay, there we go. This is where all the close calls start to pile up. Call it sheer luck, but I'll take every minute of it. Clear.
Yeah, I'm outside on the east side with a big ball of zombies on me.
Oh, all the hats are right there. All the hats are right there.
I hate when big zombie balls get all over me.
If you can manage to get outside, we could, have a grand escape from this beautiful place. Maybe retake it another day.
Shoot the gas tanker, go out Rick Grimes style.
I'm a stubborn son of a bitch. Oh shit, okay. I don't know, you might talk me into it.
Uh-oh, this might be my end here.
I had a near-death experience maybe just like 3 seconds ago.
Oh yeah.
There's no way. There's no way.
What's to stop me from just jumping?
There's no.
You're gonna break your leg.
Okay.
And that's not the best. Outside of the entrance is like
they're not even aggroing.
Outside the entrance is completely clear.
They're not even aggroing. Oh. Bad idea, bad idea, bad idea.
I mean, a broken leg.
Eventually, the time had corrected itself, and by that I mean I was still at about 12 hours behind the rest of the players, but at least I wasn't stuck in a loop anymore. Oh, and I also found another cowboy hat, since mine had been knocked off when I tripped a while back. Alright, we have a white cowboy hat. Oh, wait, oh no, it's a garbage bag. We have a white cowboy hat now, so it's not... it only gives like +2 damage instead of +10, but it'll do. Now the goal was to group up as many zombies as possible to pull them away from the main entrance that I could attempt to link up with Coco and Ghost. This led to the jankiest moment I've ever experienced in Zomboid. I'm really not sure how this happened. I definitely should have died there, but going back through the footage, I noticed something. I'm the only one in the fort at this point, but when I go down, instead of a zombie bite triggering, the game was so broken that it spawned in a literal Molotov. I have absolutely no idea how this happens, and I haven't been able to recreate it since, but we caught it live on stream as well. What a quality multiplayer experience. Anyway, after grouping up the stragglers and moving them to the northern end of the courtyard, I was able to run back and scoop up a pipe bomb to try out. Which didn't really do all that much, but it brought me enough time to do one more loop around and walk out the front door. Unfortunately for me, the map still wasn't loading any cells outside of Fort Knox, which means there was only one way out for me. Ghost had broken his leg from jumping off the 3rd floor, making him a liability in anything other than shooting a gun, and Coco was entirely out of ammo, having to rely on whatever melee weapons he could get his hands on. While making what felt like our final stand, I killed Newbert's zombified corpse, looting his zombification cure off his body. I could have taken it, and lived to continue fighting, but there wasn't really a point. Even if I took it, I wouldn't be able to escape. I was forever confined to the cell containing Fort Knox. It became obvious in that moment what needed to be done. With one last hoorah, I sprinted back into the fort, pulling in any zombies behind me. I just needed to buy enough time for Coco and Ghost to find a vehicle and flee. At this point, I turned my focus to any players still alive on the server. Listen. There's so much ammo up here. There's food, there's medical supplies. There's knives, there's hot dogs, there's axes, there's weapons, there's booze. Not as many as SKSs. Looks like a lot of the ammo was taken. Shotgun shells. There's a zombie cure. It's gonna be in the center crate.
Thank you all.
It's been great.
One painful year. Project Zomboid's most notorious player-created challenge. So what is it? Well, allow me to give you the rundown. No mods except for Pillow's random start or any UI mods that don't impact the game. For this run, I'll be using Pillow's random spawn and the kill count mod. A hideout can only be used once per life. No in-game map or use of third-party map, with the only exception being annotated maps. You must abandon your safe house and move to a new town every 4 months. These are static on the 4th month and 8th month survived. Supplies are allowed to be transferred between safe houses. After moving, you can no longer base in the previous town. However, you are allowed to go back and stay for up to 2 nights in a row. No time skipping, for the purpose of passing time. What this means is no slamming sleeping pills and just flying through 50 days in an hour. No dupe bugs or silly exploits, though cheese is allowed. Because of this, I'm opting to include the fence crate fence walls as exploits, so I will not be using that setup for this run. And last but not least, this is played on the 6 months later preset. This means we'll spawn in the middle of winter with insane pop zombies, no water, and no power. There are additional rules such as starting over on a new world when you die, but this run is the one that made the cut, so I chose to skip over explaining those. If you're interested in the full breakdown, the link to the Reddit posting is down in the description. Alright, let's pop over to the build. I promise I'll go fast here. I went with the burglar for an occupation. For negatives, I went with thin-skinned, high thirst, slow healer, underweight, claustrophobic, conspicuous, prone to illness, smoker, weak stomach, and slow reader. For positives, I grabbed dexterous, outdoorsman, gymnast, fast learner, organized, athletic, and strong. This will start me with 3 levels in light-footed and nimble, while giving me 2 in sneaking and allowing me to hotwire a car immediately. I'll also spawn in with 8 fitness and 9 strength. Real quick, this isn't a sponsor, but I'm streaming over on Twitch 3 days a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and sometimes on the weekends too. The full schedule is up on the channel if you're interested. Not only do I stream Zomboid stuff, but I've also gone back through and started replaying some old games from the 360 era, such as Dead Rising, Dead Island, and even some newer games like Dying Light and Kingdom Come Deliverance. I also recently launched a 3rd channel called TGP Explains, so if for some reason you want to hear more of my insufferable ramblings covering anything from crazy TV show conspiracy theories to full iceberg breakdowns and deep dives, go check it out. I'll have a link for it down in the description and in the comments. Alright, that's gonna do it. Thank you for watching, and I hope you enjoy my experience through one painful year in Project Zomboid. The first task on our list is to figure out where the hell we are. Since I can't even open up the map to guess the city, it's all reliant on identifying POIs and judging by the railroad tracks. Shit. It's one of those things where you knew it was gonna happen before you even hit play, but you still hope and pray that you get like Riverside or something to start in. But no, Louisville. Welcome to Louisville. Effectively starting on Insane Pop in the middle of winter, no food, no water. How bad could it be? On the bright side, we're by the railroad tracks, which means we're not too far away from the mansions along the river. My plan was to start making my way over there and hopefully turn one of them into a safety net for the first few days. For me, the big issue with One Painful Year was simply trying to remember all of the rules, like what constitutes a hideout and when I need to leave. From what I figure, I can stay in a house for 2 nights and then hop to another, and as long as I keep doing that, I'll be safe until I find a home to settle into. Anyway, please enjoy me walking through Louisville with a cut hand. And to those wondering why I don't just hotwire a car, well, we're 6 months in, so that means no fuel in the cars, and on the off chance there is fuel in the car, most of the batteries are dead. Once I made it to the coastline though, the first thing I did was start shouting. The goal was to group up all of the zombies and then kite them out of the area before taking a risk and hopping a fence so they could lose sight. I actually didn't even have to do the fence hopping shit here and was able to find a gated house, get them stuck on the gate, and then get into the house, in which case they'd get stuck at the front door or right inside the building, allowing me to sneak out of the back and up to the house just north of here. Before moving in though, I took an hour or so to clear out all the Skid Row residents in the area, walking away with a leather jacket and a digital watch. After taking the Kardashian approach and entering through the back door, I took a walk through the ground floor before moving outside to clear out the zombies at the front of the house. By that evening, I'd fully cleared out the property and began looting the house. I made sure to grab 2 sheet rope off of the corpses. If I can find a hammer, I'll slap those in whatever room I'm staying in that night, just in case I wake up to the door being broken down. Immediate problem. I completely forgot I grabbed claustrophobic, which kinda limits where I can sleep, at least until I find booze or beta blockers. Since I don't have any yet, I said f it and slept outside on a bench. I figured I was still on my first day at this point, so if I did happen to get the Bill Cosby treatment, I could just start over. Luckily for me, I woke up the next morning with all of my clothes still on and none of the Cosby household within seeing distance. With that, it's time to think of a plan for the day. I'm not going to conjure up any long-term plans at the moment since we've only survived 1 full day at this point, and it's still Louisville on the 6 months later preset, so I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself. Just gonna take it day by day, and eventually I'll have some idea as to where I can form a base for the next few months. Until then though, I can keep using these mansions and bouncing between them every 2 days. This was day 1 of 2 for this house. The only downside is that I'll need to keep sleeping outside and rolling the dice each night. I'll worry about that later though. For now, my goal is to hit up the houses south of me and loot them for any basic supplies. I need to get my weight up, find a backpack, and gather some more weapons. My hand's still injured, so combat's gonna suck for another day or 2, but that's alright. I also have a few kitchen knives, so spears aren't out of the equation either, though we'll have to deal with the glorious Louisville foraging treatment, where the foraging search mode just doesn't work in half the city. And for all you dipshits who are gonna sit there and go, well, you didn't enable foraging mode, that's not how this works, dumbass. The question marks you see indicate that the cell you're in doesn't have Build 41 foraging enabled in it. Nothing to see here will proc regardless of if search mode is enabled or not, and I'm tired of having to explain that every single time I play Zomboid because no one understands anything about it. Don't worry, there's also no information on the foraging tips, so apparently the devs didn't think you needed to know that info either. I mean, it doesn't help that over 1/3 of the map still doesn't have working foraging, even though this build's been out for several years at this point, and Indiestone willingly changed it from a method that already functioned, but we'll just ignore their half-finished bullshit project for now because it's early access. Alright, rant over, into looting. This has nothing to do with the looting run, but I just realized that Steamy Ray Vaughn looks just like Mr. Ballin. Alright, back to it. While making a quick pit stop at the first house to drop my loot off, I noticed several zombies near the fence line. Since I'm encumbered, I didn't want to risk fighting all of them like this, so I dropped all my gear, rested at a picnic table, and pushed ahead to deal with the zombies. Oh, and my hand is healed now, so we can actually do damage again. Finally inside, I chose to spend the rest of the day reading through the Foraging 1 skill book on the off chance I could find a spot to take advantage of. It was already getting late, so I didn't see much of a reason to keep pushing south today, especially when I could just move down one house tomorrow and continue. After spending another night sleeping on a bench like a bum, I looted an annotated map off of a zombie corpse. This one's for March Ridge, and I was really hoping we'd get lucky and get the barracks, but it just looks like a regular house, so I don't really see myself going there. Outside of that, most of my morning was spent clearing all of the zombies in the backyards of these properties. I will say, some of these houses are absolutely loaded though. In my first one of the day, I found a crowbar, a ton of food, another hammer, a gas can along with a carpentry book, and another VHS tape all on the ground floor. This one must have been compensating for the fact that the next house down was burnt to a crisp. I can only imagine that the lady living here grabbed her and her babies and bounced out. She wasn't going to be caught in no fire, not today. Right back onto the next house though. I managed to find a big hiking bag, another crowbar, and overall just a shit ton of supplies. By early afternoon, I was already tired again since I slept like shit last night. I did manage to find a beer can in one of the houses though, so I can sleep inside tonight, which should help. With that though, it's time to head back, pack up, and move on to the next house. This place will do for the next 2 days, but I'll need to start thinking of a long-term solution pretty soon here. I've got a ton of supplies, but there's no way I can stand up to the hordes of Louisville yet. I spent several minutes racking my brain for any places I can move to. Now there's the distillery in the north, but I'm sure there's dozens of zombies over there, and even then, I'm not sure I could even sleep in those buildings. If I make it to the army checkpoint, I could scoop up a tent and then bring it up north, but at that point, we're talking about having to maneuver through thousands of zombies. A car would do wonders for me, but I'll need a battery charger and a generator first, and even before that, we'll need fuel and a magazine to operate the generator. That being said, I took today to head north and at least check out the distillery. It's worth at least looking into for a long-term solution, especially if we can block off the entrance to it. At first glance, we got a fight on our hands. There's way more than a few dozen zombies here, but as long as I keep them contained, I can just hop the fence whenever I need to rest and I should be fine. My new plan was to slowly clear out the hordes from the distillery, and then keep hopping from house to house until I'm ready to move in. Anyway, here's some combat. I did manage to find an ambulance key on one of the corpses, so we'll need to keep a lookout for that. With the initial wave taken care of, I started looting the parking lot. There's a pretty nice car here, and surprisingly enough, it's high quality across the board. It even has fuel and a charged battery. The key is also in the ignition. I've seen this a few times where the car's spawns just don't apply to some vehicles, and they'll still spawn in at a high quality, despite what they're supposed to be at. Regardless though, I'm taking it. There's an ambulance key I also found, but that's used for the wreckage, sitting right next to me, so thank God we have an actual car. Anyway, there's still a shit ton of time left in the day, so I pushed inside. This is the distillery, after all, so naturally you'll find magazines discussing advanced mechanics for performance model vehicles. Truly what every visitor looks forward to here. Not only is this a place to learn new things, but you'll also find dozens of patrons. They're usually just divorced alcoholics who make whiskey their entire personality, but still, I'm sure they're not completely unbearable to talk to, right? My favorite part of Zomboid is when you push zombies over, and then they just decide they're still standing, so they teleport back up, but then decide they actually do want to be pushed over, so they fall back down. Most of the afternoon was spent clearing out the second floor. I broke one of my crowbars, but that's why you bring 2 hammers. There's a skydeck across to the distillery storage room, but I'm tired and exerted, so I'll save that for tomorrow. Instead of heading back tonight, I just moved the car over to the other shitbox in the parking lot and slept there. What I didn't account for was the corpse sickness I'd get from sleeping next to a bunch of dead bodies. Also, it's snowing, so yay. Anyway, it's 4:20 in the morning, and the Snoop Dogs are just about to settle in for the day, so I moved back up to the second floor of the distillery for a few hours until I lost the queasy feeling, and then began moving across the skydeck into the facility. The storage area is actually over in the third building. This is the factory portion thing. I don't know what it's called, but the place where they, actually do the do. At this point, I figured it was early enough in the day that I could head outside and continue to push through the factory parking lots and hopefully clear out the entire compound today. I know this day is basically all combat, but just hang in there, I promise. Things happen. Regardless, if we can clear out the facility today, we can move in tomorrow, and we'll officially have our base for the next 4 months. With most of the zombies cleared out, we can now access the loading bay. It's loaded. I'll see myself out. Seriously though, it's got dozens of boxes full of bourbon and empty bottles of bourbon. We're gonna have fun here. Naturally, as soon as I say that, I open the door and phase through a zombie who scratches me on the hand. There's a chance for infection, but we literally just established this is a long video, and we're on day 5, so obviously nothing really happens here aside from the inconvenience of not being able to swing as fast or do any damage to the zombies. It's also worth noting that infection mortality is set to instant, so you'd know right away if the injury was fatal or not. Since it's already late and I can't swing a weapon, I didn't want to risk heading back to the mansions, so I took the Tom Cruise approach of sleeping in a closet. With our second night in the books, we've got one more day here before it officially becomes our compound. But honestly, I don't really care at this point, since I've already pretty much decided that we're gonna be living here. There's enough booze here that we can survive for 4 months with the ability to sleep indoors, so that's a huge win. With the distillery liberated, I walked outside, slaughtered a few zombies, and grabbed a black cowboy hat before hopping in my new car and heading back to the mansions. Well, maybe it's not entirely liberated, but it's a hell of a lot safer than bouncing from house to house. While clearing out the parking lot again, I peacefully protested a police officer before taking out a survivor zombie, giving me both a machete and a shotgun. I don't have any shells for it yet, but it'll be a great way to grind out aiming once we find a few boxes. Now, the roads are obviously just insanely clustered with hundreds of zombies. I finally made it back to the camp that afternoon and started the arduous process of sneaking in, stealing all of my stuff, and then getting back to the car. It may be worth spending the night here again, since hundreds of zombies are going to end up congregating near the car, so it'll be nearly impossible to get back in, start it up, and get out without being swarmed. Funny enough, I said that, and then I made it back inside without issue. I didn't think I'd be able to pick all my gear up and sneak back to the car without being overrun, so I spent the rest of the day locked in my room reading skill books. After waking up the next morning, I grabbed all of my gear, checked to see my scratch had healed, and moved out to check the car. Turns out maybe spending a night in hiding wasn't the worst idea. There's still a few zombies idling around, but I was able to sprint back to the car. I mean, if you call this sprinting. Regardless, I made it back to the car and was able to get it started before the horde came over. The drive back was smooth, and I even noticed that there's a gas station just across the street from the distillery, which I'd never noticed before. We've been gone for almost a full 24 hours, and in that time, it looks like dozens of zombies have migrated back over, so I'll need to clear them out before moving my gear back. I feel like I'm looting a ton of useful supplies from all of the corpses. Granted, we're averaging close to 100 kills a day right now, but still, look at this. A padded jacket, a hand axe, beta blockers. Most of my weaponry I'm using at this point isn't even from what I looted in the mansions. It's almost entirely comprised of items I've found on corpses. I figure I'll use the loading bay as a loot room since it's already got like 50 boxes in there. Obviously, I'll organize it a bit more, but I'll focus on that later. There's still a ton of zombies out, and I'll need to figure out a way to start barricading this place in. While clearing out the parking lot, the heli event triggered. Now, I know this is kind of a bitch move, but I ran back and hid in the Tom Cruise closet and spent the rest of the day just waiting for it to pass. With the heli event over, I didn't even bother clearing out the zombies the next morning. There were other plans to enact. Admittedly, this is probably the stupidest thing I could do at the moment, but I'm not familiar enough with Louisville to navigate the inner city streets effectively. What I can do is follow the main road south, past the military checkpoint, where I can find a warehouse just off the main highway. If I'm quick, I can break in, hopefully find a sledgehammer and some other crafting supplies before dipping out. Once that's done, I'll hit up the military checkpoint if there's still time. That being said, I fully expect to die here, so let's just get this over with. Honestly, I'm surprised I haven't been swarmed in the car yet. The four-way intersection is going to be the most compact portion of the drive, though. There's got to be hundreds of zombies here, so I'm just going to kind of hope that they don't migrate south. That being said, the potential payout for this run was too good to pass up. Think I'm kidding? Well, there's just generators laying out on the road around the military checkpoint. Honestly, the checkpoint itself wasn't that crowded. I was even able to get through the barrier portion in the south and back on the road without issue. As expected, the warehouse was absolutely covered with zombies. The goal isn't to kill everything here though, just enough to get in and loot the place reasonably quick. Even with all the combat, it doesn't excuse the silly mistakes that often get me killed, such as walking into an office with several zombies in it and almost getting sandwiched in between two groups of zombies. Through hours of smacking people with crowbars, I was able to clear most of the zombies in the area and start looting the warehouse. Some of the loot here included things like blowtorches, welder masks, hammers, crowbars, a machete, and arguably most important, a sledgehammer. With that though, it's almost 6 p.m. I could probably make it home by nightfall, but I still want to get the military checkpoint looted, so I just slept at the warehouse. I made it to the checkpoint as the sun rose on day 9 and immediately got to work securing the area. Honestly though, I'm more excited to find things like a military backpack and this guy rocking a ghillie suit than I am to find a few magazines and holsters, but who knows, maybe we'll get lucky here. You know, it's been so long since I've played a vanilla Zomboid experience that I completely forgot the M16 mags are just the exact same as the 1911. Must have been too difficult to have a different PNG. Anyway, I found the armory and looted it for everything of value. The big change from past Preds is that I only grabbed 1 or 2 of each gun instead of just hitting loot all. The big focus was just to have a few different guns that all have unique uses, and then just focus on ammo. With that though, I decided to head back to the distillery since the car was completely loaded up and my inventory was pretty full. I can always come back in the morning and continue, but for now, I just want to get back safely. I spent the rest of the day dumping all of my loot into random crates in the loading bay. I'll spend some time organizing everything in a few days, but for now, it's just about getting everything inside. The plan is to head back out tomorrow and hit up the rest of the military checkpoint so that we can cross that off the list. I arrived at the checkpoint shortly after noon the following day, and spent a good hour or so just clearing out the zombies who followed me in. With the horde dealt with, it was back to looting. One thing I did notice was just how many hunting knives are in the crates here. All I need now is a pair of shrunken gloves and I'll be well on my way to a storied career in the NFL. It's okay, he's dead now guys, no one's gonna stab me in the back over these comments. I promise. All in all, I left the checkpoint with a few dozen boxes of ammo, about 15 OJ knives, and way too many 1911 mags. Like, almost 20, not taking into account all the ones sitting in the distillery right now. God, I forgot how bad the frames get when you drive with snow on the ground. Hopefully it's something they fix in Build 42 because 3 years of this has been brutal. An almost daily task of mine has become clearing out the stragglers that wander into the distillery every morning. Full disclosure to myself, I haven't checked the south end of the compound in several days, and I'm sure it's practically entirely overrun. So with that, my big goal for today is to test out some of our new toys and start clearing out the general area. For once, I'd love to just wake up without having zombies sitting inside my building. After we neutralize the zombie threat, I can start building up proper defenses and organizing my new home. I have a shotgun, an M14, a Desert Eagle, and a 1911. To farm out some aiming, I figure I'll start with the shotgun. Then once I hit level 4 or 5, I can start bringing pistols along and eventually swap over to the M14 to take them out at range. I've got 209 shotgun shells. It's nowhere near enough to get the job done, but hopefully it'll at least make a dent. Whenever I'd worked through all the zombies in an area, I'd take a few hours and shred some clothing and leather strips to start gathering thread. The plan is to max out tailoring before I have to move, just for the extra protection. Obviously, that means I'll need to find some books, so I'll probably look to hit up the public library in a few days, but for now, it's back to clearing. This went on from sun up until sun down, and by the time we'd wrapped up at the warehouse in the north, I'd racked up almost 150 firearm kills, leveled up aiming to just under 4, and got reloading to 1, and got short blunt up to level 3. We're making progress, and I don't even know if I'd call it slow considering the circumstances. Most of our living area is significantly thinned out at the cost of only around 100 shotgun shells, so I'll take that as a win. I know I just talked about hitting up the public library, but that's in the middle of a 4-way intersection near the heart of Louisville. Now, I don't know about you, but I like living, and I don't want to risk dying over some books like a fucking nerd. So with that, we're gonna hit up one of the NFL's favorite universities and look for books there. Much like any POI in Louisville, I'm expecting it to be completely overrun, so I brought my shotgun with me. I'd make it to LSU at 10 a.m. and did my best Danny DeVito impression. See, the old me would have made a school shooter joke here, but this isn't Kent State, so it probably wouldn't land as well. Instead, please enjoy this clip of Danny DeVito when he started blasting.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Bang!
Now, do I have enough ammo to deal with all of these zombies? No, but that's not really the goal. There's no way I'm beating over 1,000 zombies in a single fight straight up. At least, not at the moment and not without fire. Instead, the plan is to use shotgun's sound radius to group up as many zombies as possible, and then pull them to a different cell and loop back around to the library. If you're asking yourself why I started this so close to the library instead of just standing on the other side of the building and kiting them that way, well, allow me to explain how zombie spawns work, at least in Build 41, kind of. Specifically, for buildings, you need to have a view of the interior of the building in order for it to load the spawn zones. When you're working with the insane pop settings like this, the spawns are all janky, so you need a definitive clear line of sight into the buildings in order to spawn said zombies. Otherwise, I could do all of this work, then loop back around to find another 200 to 300 zombies just waiting for me inside the LSU library. Basically, starting there was vital to the plan. This whole process took several hours to pull over 1,000 zombies over to the far east side of the campus, before looping through one of the lecture halls and dropping them on a wall just outside. The library still had a few dozen zombies left by it, but the goal was to go in quietly and get out as quickly as possible. And to be honest, call it cheesing, call it a bitch move, call it whatever you want, but if cheesing is allowed in the challenge, you can bet your ass I'm pausing while scanning the bookshelves. By the time I was forced out, I'd managed to grab 4 of the 5 tailoring books, Carp 2 and 3, Electrician 1, an auto manual, and most importantly, the How to Use Generators magazine, making this easily the most successful looting run of the playthrough so far. 11 days in, out of 365. Good God, I need to stop writing these scripts live. Okay, we've survived for 12 days at this point, and it's been high octane basically the entire time. So to change the pace a bit, I decided to lock myself in a closet for a day and just read some skill books. Since I read like I have dyslexia, there's no real way around it aside from just sitting down, speeding up time, and pushing through. Alright, with our 1 day of peace out of the way, let's go f*** up the 7-Eleven across the street. I can operate generators now, which means I can slap a Jenny down at a gas station and fuel up in peace. Well, once all the zombies are moved to their new reservation. That being said, there really aren't too many zombies around still, considering we just shot up the whole neighborhood like 3 days ago. There's a couple stragglers hanging around, but for the most part, it was relatively quiet. By that afternoon, I'd fully fueled up the generator, my car, and the 2 gas cans I had on me, before turning to begin looting the gas station for any supplies. Now, gas stations are some of my favorite buildings to loot in Zomboid. There's always a ton of water bottles, orange soda, chips, and other foods to eat, and if you're lucky, the storage room in the back will have some vehicle manuals and extra gas cans like this one had. There's also these chest freezers that I like to take and store all of my perishables in. At this point, we're pretty much set for long-term survival, at least in terms of gear. The base, on the other hand, well, it could use some work, so that's what I did today, starting with the loading bay. There's dozens of boxes here, all hold just over 30 weight. My first task was to go through and loot all of the boxes, moving the bourbon and empty bottles into one of the 2 boxes over in the corner next to Baby. From there, I spent the rest of the day picking up each of the boxes and organizing them into rows. Here is what progress looked like at the end of the first day. The second day was all about the layout. In the far corner, we'll have the general supplies and storage. There's more than enough boxes to place items by crafting type, so as long as I remember how to keep everything organized, we'll be fine. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do with the central portion at the moment though. Maybe I'll keep non-perishables there for now while we continue kitting up. The southwest corner with the least amount of crates is all for weapons and ammo. It just seems like the most reasonable. I don't need a ton of crates, and honestly, I'll probably just end up grabbing some tables and putting the weapons out on display by the end of this. Merry Christmas, dickheads! While you're all out there doing whatever it is you do on Christmas, Steamy Ray Vaughn was stuck in the loading bay grinding. I finished up the gist of the loading bay at around noon on the 26th. It's not perfect, and it'll need some adjusting as we expand, but at least for now, this'll do. I left the front 2 spots open so that I can pull cars into the loading bay to train mechanics on without having to worry about zombies sneaking up on me. The loading bay officially taken care of, the next step is to fortify the area. I'm not going to be able to build a gate for a while, but I can block off access in the south and slow down the rate that the zombies funnel into the distillery, so I'll start there. We've survived 18 days, which means it's now officially time to turn my attention to securing the brewery. My plan is to full wall off the southern entrance and convert the second floor of the southern building into a living space, knocking out most of the walls and keeping it as one open room. I've got a sledge, but admittedly, I'll still need to level my carpentry before I plan out the wall. Before I get to that though, I'll need to clear out the squatters taking up residence in the area. the zombies killed, I spent most of the afternoon destroying the walls on the second floor before disassembling all of the computers, desks, and doors, getting me to Carpentry 1. Fortunately for you all, you don't get to see the grinding that took place between days 19 and 22 because my OBS froze and only managed to capture 9 whole minutes of a multi-hour recording session, so allow me to summarize. By 1 o'clock on day 19, I'd hit Carpentry level 2 and spent the rest of the day reading the Volume 2 skillbook. On day 20, I finished up the Carpentry skillbook, finished sledging the second floor of the southern building, and started clearing out the barrel room. For day 21, I went on a mini looting run to the east, found a bed, and brought that back. All of day 22 was spent continuing to clear out the barrel room. Which brings us to day 23 and a fresh recording session. Hoorah! This is what we're working with. I removed the stairs and placed flooring over them, so now the only way up is through the northern building, which is guarded by 4 vault doors. One thing I did add today was several sheet rope ladders throughout the brewery. On the off chance I can't hold the place, I'll have an escape route that won't shatter both my legs. Since I never got to show it and I only hit 2 houses, today was another looting run to the neighborhood next to me. I really only need food, but I figured this was a good way to go about it and find some other oddities that might come in handy down the line. After looting 1 house, I stepped outside to see the local neighborhood watch just idling around. Can't have these dopes ruining a good looting run, can we? In all honesty, the fight took way longer than I expected it to, but we're out here. It's only 5 o'clock, so I chose to keep going since I'd only looted 1 house so far. I don't have vitamins on me at the moment though, so we're gonna have to deal with fatigue. Well, I was able to get in 2 more houses that day, walking away with a few cans of food and a double-barreled shotgun. I tried to fight some zombies, but it was clear that I wasn't going to be able to do anything while exerted and tired, so it's back to the base for the night. The goal for today is to see if I can make it to the fire station. I don't remember exactly where it is, but I know there's one nearby, so the foolproof plan is to just wander through the streets of Louisville until I come across it. This was entirely pure luck. I knew the fire station was next to the neighborhood I'd been looting, so I just kinda zigzagged around until quite literally running directly into it. As expected, it's loaded with zombies, so I began the process of kiting them into the nearby houses and apartments. With a large chunk of the horde stuck in the apartments, I looped back around and was able to break into the fire station through the back door. Now, obviously there's still a few dozen idling around, so this had to go quick. There's 2 spots where X's spawn in fire stations. One is the storage room, and the other is the shelves next to the garage doors. With the storage room only having one way in or out, I spent a lot of my time kiting the zombies and then running in, grabbing what I could, and dipping back out. I didn't get a chance to really loot the shelves, but they were way too risky since all it would take is 1 zombie to break the closest door and I'd be fucked. In total, I hauled in 4 axes, with 3 of them being max condition. Oh, and I'm alive still, so all in all, a good day. That being said, zombie migration is a bitch, which makes it hard to start my lumberjack era, as the Swifties say. God, what's happened to me? I swear I wasn't making these jokes before becoming a girl dad. Anyway, to get my balls back, I grabbed that double-barreled shotgun from yesterday, threw on some Toby Keith, and started lighting up anyone in sight. When that finished up, I shredded some more clothing and headed inside, where I spent the rest of the day working on leveling up tailoring. This is where not having mods really starts to blow massive donkey dicks. Instead of just using the auto tailoring mod and clicking once like I've gotten used to, I've got to constantly add and remove patches, which I know is just me bitching for the sake of it, but still, I've been spoiled by QOL mods for years now, and going back to nothing kinda sucks. Regardless, I sacked up and got through the first 2 levels. Which means I spend all of day 25 reading the next tailoring book. If you don't know, you want to level tailoring as you play, instead of trying to bulk level all at once. This is due to the fact that your chance to gather thread increases each level. So at level 0, it's damn near impossible, which is why I only had like 20 thread for 600 ripped sheets. But as you level up, it becomes so much easier. I'd say at least the first 4 levels should be done as you play. After that, you should be able to stack enough thread to just pound through the rest of it if you hate yourself enough. Alrighty, it's time to get to work on actually fortifying this place. I feel like I've been saying that for weeks, but still, it's time to start, I think. Well, anyway, I cleared out the area of any stragglers hanging around first, before spending most of the day pissing off the Lorax. When I wasn't doing that, I was fighting zombies in slow motion. After piling up around 70 logs, I got to work sawing them, hoping it'd give me enough XP to hit carpentry level 4 in the process. I'll finish collecting the logs later though, but for the rest of the day, I went around and scooped up all the tree branches, since I can use those to make spears later on with. I think we all know how I spent day 27. With volume 3 out of the way, it was back to sawing logs. It only took about an hour to burn through the remaining ones, and with that, I got to work trying to figure out what I wanted to do. It was around this time that I realized how fucking stupid I am. Following in the steps of my good friend Rick, why should I risk death walking around in the streets when I can skydeck my way to wherever I want to go? It makes so much more sense to build out a second-story walkway, and then rope down to the buildings I want to access. The only problem is that I just sawed 260 or so planks, and now I've got to move all of them onto the rooftop. Luckily, I've still got that sheet rope, so I built out 2 separate ladders to use and got to work moving all 200 plus planks onto the roof. On day 29, I officially started my sky deck. I'm not sure exactly how I want it to go, but in a perfect world, it'd look almost like a grid with different highways. The goal is to be able to reach and hit key POIs like the Ready Prep in the north, and ideally all the way over in the mall to the northeast. I don't know if we'll have enough supplies for that, but it's worth a shot. As it turns out, this is also just a fantastic way to level light-footed and sneaking, so if we play our cards right, we may be able to leave Louisville with both of those skills maxed in just a few months. One thing to remember with skydecks like this is that you've got to be careful for these 3-story buildings. It may look like it's on your level as you're building over to it, but it's only when you're on top of it that you'll realize it's an entire floor below you. If this is what it's like with a dozen or so zombies, I can't imagine how much we're gonna farm this once we build into the city. Just insane. Regardless, the skydeck highway thing continued for the morning until I got lazy and started using click to walk, which pathed me right off of the skydeck and down 3 stories below. Thank God there weren't any zombies waiting for me, but I do have a fractured leg now. As it turns out, the same feature that doomed me ended up saving my life here, since you can hold shift and click and your character will do this little lunge run thing. It's a bit cheesy, but fuck off, I just fell 3 stories and lived to tell about it. There were a few zombies inside the loading bay, but I was able to grab a tree branch, grab some clothes off a corpse, and craft a splint. Now, I can catch my breath. We'll try again tomorrow, but this was enough adrenaline for the day. Since I can't really fight zombies like this, I'm planning to just kinda hide out in my room and on the sky deck. I figure I'll be able to continue working on that, at least until I fall again, or run out of planks. In the meantime, we've got enough food for a week or 2 before we start running into trouble. Normally, I'd look to start grinding first aid here, but I only have the first book, so there really isn't much I can do. With nothing else left to do but wait, now also seemed like a good time to finish up the loot room. At least clearing it out. The barrel shelves can be sledged and the walls can be disassembled. With any luck, we'll be able to level up carpentry again and shave off another day reading the Volume 4 book. When I finished up the second floor, I moved up to the third so that I could see better when accessing the stairs. I'm still a little nervous to try on the ground floor since zombies don't seem to have a problem getting in there at the moment, and again, I can't fight more than 2 zombies at once without just straight up losing. To conserve my water, I'm drinking soda and bourbon to deal with the hunger, thirst, and pain before heading to bed. Basically the Ron Swanson approach when he got shot in the back of the head with a shotgun and just slammed an entire bottle of scotch. I like to think he'd be proud of me. Anyway, this whole process of clearing out the distillery storage rooms went on for several days until eventually I hit carpentry level 6 and went to go read the Volume 4 book. The only issue with that? Well, I don't have the Volume 4 book. Since my leg's still f***ed up, there really isn't all that much I can do at the moment. I've still got a ton of bourbon, so I'll probably be good for another week or so, but after that, the panic button's coming out. That being said, I got back to work on the sky deck because, I mean, what else is there to do at the moment? On day 37, I reached the Foss Oil building. Well, one of them. There's another to the west, but this means we're only like halfway to the northern warehouse. It's a good place to drop our loot off at, though, so I spent the rest of the day moving all the planks I could gather over to it. I had another close call on day 38 while walking back to grab more planks. Something tells me this is going to end up getting me killed one day. But not today. Alright, panic button is out, but we're not at full-blown desperation yet. I'm down to my last piece of food, but I still have 3 orange sodas and 6 bottles of bourbon up here, not including the 100 plus down in the loading bay. Worst case scenario, I can just get blackout drunk until my leg heals up. Hoping it won't have to come to that, but that's a last resort. On day 40, I built out to the catwalk and spent all of day 41 dealing with the zombies that began climbing their way up. This continued on to day 42 as well, since every time I climbed over the barrier, the zombies on the ground floor would just climb the stairwell up to me. By noon, I was dying of thirst and starving to death, so I ran back and pulled a Charlie Sheen, chugging 3 bottles of whiskey before popping some painkillers and drifting off into unconsciousness. The only way to address this is to either build around the catwalk entirely, or to head down, break the stairs, and then climb back up. Since I'm crippled, I don't want to risk jumping down there, so I'm just going to have to deal with the fact that zombies can reach me for the next few days. It's not even like it mattered anyway, considering I ran out of planks that afternoon. I'm also out of food in the living quarters, but the loading bay was completely overrun, so I had to clear that out again just to get more bourbon. So, my leg is still broken, and I'm out of things to do. I mean, I have bourbon, but that's literally it, so I just started chugging it and trying to sleep off the fractured leg. Dog, it's been 22 days. At some point, it's gotta heal up, right? After suffering through this for around 10 days, downing more than 50 bottles of bourbon, the dad bod is in full swing. And what better way to deal with that than by doing copious amounts of squats? Sadly, even doing nothing but squats for 2 days didn't impact my weight loss journey. So it's back to bourbon. At this point, I'd gotten so bored that I even went down to the loading bay and disassembled enough watches and cameras to give me 2 electrical levels. There's genuinely no other skill I can grind right now other than nimble, and to be honest, I'd rather go on a double date with Bill Cosby and OJ Simpson than spend hours of my life aim walking to get 1 whole level done. So instead of boring myself to death, I grabbed all of my M16 mags, over 1,000 rounds of ammo, and went to the closet to do, reloading things. It's times like this, though, where I really miss the Load All Mags mod, which allows you to load and unload all of your magazines with 1 click, instead of having to click on each one individually. After spending 2 full days doing nothing but loading and unloading M16 magazines, I'd managed to get my reloading skill up to level 4. On the bright side, I can crouch walk now, which means my legs gotta be just about healed up. And since I can do that now, I figured what better way to waste my time than by walking a tightrope to farm sneaking and light-footed. By the end of the day, I'd gotten light-footed up to 6 and halfway to 7, while getting sneaking up to level 6. I probably could have kept going, but it still takes over an hour to make it back to the living quarters, so I gave in and headed home early. I got really excited when, on day 61, I woke up and was able to run around the room. It wasn't until I took off the splint that I realized my leg was still fractured. It's gotta be just about healed though, but at least we can move again, which means it's time for another looting run. Now, it's entirely worth noting that my weight problem has only gotten worse since I've switched to bourbon as my only food source. Like, seriously, I look like Brendan Fraser from that one movie about the 600-pound life character. Regardless, I hit up that same neighborhood again since it's like 3 rows and I'd only hit part of the first one. After looting a few houses, I came across a survivor home, but wasn't able to unbarricade the doors or windows, so I hit up the house next to it while waiting for the zombies to break down the front door. Much like any survivor home, the place is loaded with weapons like a katana, a sledgehammer, and all that fun stuff. While leaving, I walked directly into a second survivor home. Since I've got a sledge now, I use that to break down the front door and loot the place. Alright, I made a list of books I still need to read, and Carp 4 and 5 are at the top. We're also over 2 months into the playthrough, and I haven't had a chance to really push into the main city. So I figured, why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? And keep working on my sky deck. My goal is to still hit the ready prep, and then just build entirely in one direction, not the band, until I reach them all. To do that though, I'll need hundreds of logs, so I spent all of day 62 doing that. Before spending the entirety of days 63, 64, and 65 creating stacks of logs, moving them into the walkway, and then sawing them. That leads us to day 66, where I finally restarted work on the sky deck. Well, until I remembered that the catwalk exists and zombies love to hang out on it. Initially, I thought I could just push through them, sledge out the stairs, and then climb up a sheet rope ladder, but there's just too many zombies in the area, so I grabbed my Kurt Cobain killer and ran out to the catwalk to brute force my way through. With all of the stairs destroyed, I finally got back to work on the sky deck on day 67. The biggest pain in the ass for this is just how long it takes to make runs back and forth to pick up and transport planks, and it's only gonna get worse as we extend out. In the afternoon, I ran into another catwalk scare where I thought the building was on the 3rd level with me, only to build directly over it. Over the next few days, basically all I did was build in a straight line. Since Zomboid doesn't have a penalty for skipping sleep, I just worked through the night, otherwise this would never get done. I'm gonna have to find another spot to farm trees at though, because it takes around 6 hours round trip to grab planks and get back to my building spot. And that's only gonna get worse as the building continues. The only real switch up with this stretch of time came on day 71, when I finally decided enough was enough and built a sheep rope ladder down into a parking lot, before driving down there on day 72 and clearing up the general area so I could use that to farm more logs. If you're wondering why I'm not just driving a car through the city, go watch Liberating Louisville and get back to me. You'll understand the situation a lot better, I promise. On day 73, I reached one of the larger factory buildings that lines up with the ready prep, so I knew I was on the right track. By around noon on day 74, I could see the ready prep in the distance. My plan was to build over there today and then raid it in the morning. For some reason, I wasn't able to build a sheet rope ladder down to the roof of the ready prep. Out of options, I decided to do the only thing I could think of. Now, this was a huge gamble, but I grabbed enough planks to build a set of stairs and aimed for the bushes. Are you kidding me? Well, I also forgot a sledgehammer, which took a good 3-ish hours to go back and grab, so I guess I'll just loot the place tomorrow. On the morning of day 76, I ran all the way back to the ready prep, sledged a hole in the roof, and climbed on down. Now it's worth noting that I got insanely lucky here, and landed in a shelving rack, causing the zombies not to notice me. Now, I'm sure the level 7 sneaking also played a part, but I was able to get unstuck and take out the zombies in the room before grabbing anything of value. There's a few zombies stuck in the other rooms that I'll need to clear out, but the first initial looting run was a success. On the second dive in, I pushed out into the hallway, cleared a few of the back rooms, and even found a key on a zombie so I can keep the doors intact. Here's the full haul from the ready prep. You guys can pause if you want, but I figured this is easier than me sitting here listing it all off for you. It took 2 trips to get everything back to base, and that's without even organizing everything. The saddest part is that I'm not even kidding. Just 12 hours of me running weapons and bullets back to my hideout like I was Nicolas Cage. I didn't manage to get to bed until around 4 a.m. the next morning, so by the time I woke up that evening, there wasn't much I had time to do aside from build out a few crates and dump some of the ammo into them. With the looting run completed, it's time to expand this to a massive scale. Like I said before, with insane pop zombies, I don't want to risk navigating a car through the heart of Louisville. Even if I somehow make it to my destination, I'll still have to deal with the thousands of zombies there. And the thousands more that my car pulls over. With that knowledge in hand, it's time to start expanding our highway. But before we do that, I need to take care of another matter. I'm running out of food again. I know it's nearing the end of February, but I'm living right next to a giant body of water, so I grabbed a few packs of seeds, tilled the land, planted them, and watered my crops, before spending the rest of the day reading Farming Volume 1. Obviously, it'll take a good week or two for those to grow, so while we wait, it's time to get back to working gathering logs for planks. I have no idea how many I'll actually need, but if I had to take a guess, I'd say thousands. The only problem with that is I'm down to 1 axe at half condition. On the bright side, I do still have a few hundred planks as this first divot from when I built all of this out, before I shifted over to start chopping trees from a closer field. So worst case, I can always burn through those first. I will say, probably not the best idea to be navigating a 1x1 sky deck 3 floors up in the middle of a thunderstorm. As the storm was starting to clear up though, I noticed a few axes that I must have left out in the parking lot a week or so back, when I was chopping the trees over there. So that was reassuring. I also found 2 more next to where I had brought all the guns and ammo back to after raiding the ready prep. Honestly, I'm not sure what I was thinking. I've got a shit ton of axes just sitting around. What I should be concerned about is the fact that I only have about 150 nails. I'm gonna need a bit more. There's a manufacturing factory nearby, so I targeted that. Now, don't be fooled. Even though it looks dead on the outside, the interior is swarming with zombies. After spending like an hour getting pushed back, I just said f it and went and got a shotgun to help clear it out faster. With most of the zombies wiped out, I found the loot room and started stuffing shit into my pockets. As it turns out, this place actually has everything I'd ever need. I've got some boxes of nails, a ton of packs of seeds, and dozens of hammers, which I don't need, but I still do love to hoard. Now that I've got about 1,000 nails, it's time to get back to the sky deck. To start off, I went back to the parking lot in the north and scooped up all of the extra logs. I'm not sure exactly where I need to line up to hit them all, but I figure I'll just build east and hit it eventually. Since I've got nothing better to do, I just kept working through the nights here as well, stopping only when I needed to eat something or ran out of water. Continuing into day 82, I started making the 3-hour trek back to that divot in the beginning to pull from the hundreds of excess planks sitting around. You guys know the drill by now, right? I don't need to keep showing you the fact that I'm building in a straight line for like hundreds, if not thousands of tiles. It's pretty straightforward. I build in a single tile line. When I run out of planks, I go chop down trees and drag those logs over. I do that over and over and over and over again until eventually, on day 93, I finally reached them all. Now, all I need to do is go back and grab a sledgehammer and knock down some of the fencing up here. With that though, it may have taken literal weeks of just building 1x1 platforms, but I've finally built a sky deck from the distillery all the way to the mall across the city. So, want to see how long it takes to walk? I'll do it crouched too, so we can see how hard we power level light-footed and sneaking. At one point, I stopped earning XP from both of those, so I just stood up and walked back, and even with that, it still took about 10 hours to make the entire trek back to the distillery. I decided to just head downstairs and knock out though, since I haven't slept in a good 10 days or so. At times, relying solely on downing entire bottles of vitamins to let me refresh my endurance for like an hour. Kicking off day 95, I was able to harvest my carrots, though the potatoes will have to wait a few more days. Now that I've got 30 phallic-shaped objects to shove down my throat, it's time to prep for the big raid. I've got a few backpacks that I looted from the other zombies and the ready prep, so I threw an M16, a 44 Magnum, and a shotgun in, along with dozens of boxes of ammo. I also went ahead and grabbed a few melee weapons, such as machetes and hammers, before making the 10-hour trek back to the mall to drop everything off. Oh, and if you're wondering just how much XP this can get you for light-footed and sneaking, here you go. I could probably max both of these today if I just started walking back and forth, but I'd rather just let it max out naturally. By the time I dropped everything off and started walking back, it was already past midnight, so I just crashed on a rooftop for the night so I could jog back in the morning. When I finally did make it back, I was losing weight, so my solution was to toss out my AA chip and become a crippling alcoholic again, before doing some drunk gardening, like you do. The next day, while on my way back to the mall, I stopped at the ready prep and grabbed a spare cot that was sitting around. I figured this way, I can slap it on a mall rooftop and give myself 2 nights up there before moving back to another building I crossed over on the sky deck. This way, I won't have to keep making these 10-hour runs every morning. While making my way back over to the mall for the night though, I did manage to max my sneaking skill, giving me 2 maxed agility skills in under 100 days. After sleeping in and waking up at the late hour of 4 AM on day 98, I sludged a hole in the wall and began making my way down into the mall. For the initial run, I went with a shotgun and 2 club hammers. Now right off the bat, zombies started flooding the hallways, leaving me only one way to go. Eventually, I was forced through a side room, almost dying in the process, before getting pushed into the main portion of the mall. After almost dying a second time, I got incredibly lucky and was able to hobble my way all the way around the second floor of the mall, pulling most of the zombies to the west before looping around and pushing back through to the rooftop. By that afternoon, I'd managed to kill all of the zombies on the roof before swapping to my M16. I've got just under 20 mags for it and over 1,500 rounds, which should be much easier to work with instead of a double-barreled shotgun. It's entirely worth noting here that I threw on a 2-time sight for the M16, which was a horrible idea, because it somehow makes it impossible for you to shoot a zombie within 20 feet of you. Even without that though, I forgot just how terrible vanilla guns are in Zomboid. I've almost exclusively used mods like Firearms 41, or on multiplayer servers used Britas, which I know is a bit overpowered, but still, I don't think it should take like 5 or 6 shots per zombie with an M16 rifle to kill a zombie. And there isn't even an excuse of low aiming skill. I'm aiming level 5, and I don't want to hear that that isn't good enough. That's halfway to maxing the skill, and you're going to tell me it's not good enough to use a core weapon in the game? It's fucking stupid. Day 99 was more of the same. The M16, admittedly, is a bit better without the 2x scope, but it's not like it mattered all that much considering it broke after less than 2 days of use. The double barrel, on the other hand, is carrying this raid. I'm rocking that to deal with the large groups, and then swapping over to my Rick Grimes piece as needed to handle any stragglers. I've also been getting in some work with a machete, leveling up Longblade again in the process. This is really the first time I've attempted a raid like this since liberating Louisville, which I released almost 2 years ago, so it brought back a ton of those memories. Only this time, instead of relying on Molotovs, I'm just brute forcing with bullets. By the end of day 99, I was up to over 2,300 kills. I'll probably end up with close to double that by the time the mall is cleared though. Anyway, it's nighttime and I can't sleep here a third night, so I picked up a cot and moved it back to the building I connected to a few cells west. This does add an extra hour to my commute, but it'll give me 2 more days to keep fighting. After making it back to the mall rooftop on day 100, I noticed almost immediately that dozens of zombies were grouping up below the staircase. I'm assuming that was from yesterday after I retreated back and that was the last place my position was marked for them, so I spent most of the morning pushing back down through the hordes, finishing up at 9 AM. As I pushed into the mall for like the 5th time, I swapped my machete, almost killing myself in the process. Shout out Zomboid for having this sprint animation inertia bug thing in the game for like 6 years now. Outside of that hiccup, the rest of the morning was pretty smooth. I found the bakery and leveled up Longblade again while clearing it out. In the back, I found some sugar and 3 sticks of butter to speedrun diabetes with. I don't really know what I was doing here, but watch these sick jukes. While getting slowly pushed back by a massive horde, I ended up back in the hallway to the roof. Around this time, I ended up getting stuck running into the wall again, where I was grabbed twice. Seriously, no clue how I didn't die here, but that's the 2nd time today that this has happened. That being said, I did try to push back in, but started getting tired, so I decided to head all the way back to the distillery for the night to rearm. Well, after I spent a good few hours ripping up a ton of sheets, of course. I made it back to base just after 7 AM on day 101, and after waking up at like 8 PM that night, I headed downstairs and grabbed some additional gear. And by that, I mean I spent like 4 hours crafting 60 spears to bring back with me. This bled into the next morning, but quick reminder, I've got to be out of this city in 18 days, so the quicker I can clear out the mall, the better off I'll be. Of course, I say that, but I've still got to spend hours and hours running back to the mall every time I want to rearm. I made it back to the cot that evening and knocked out there before returning to the mall on day 103. Much like every other time, I spent most of the morning fighting my way back into the mall, only to be pushed back to the rooftop. On the bright side, I did manage to level up spears. The fighting went on for most of the day, and I feel like you've probably seen enough to get the gist of it, so I'll keep it to some highlights, but for the most part, it's gone exactly as you've seen. Now, whether I'm finally starting to whittle down the numbers here, the hundreds of shotgun blasts have pulled all the zombies up, the entire southern wing of the second floor is practically clear. I even managed to get into the meat room and loot it for a ton of beef jerky. There's also a ton of meat cleavers around to loot as well, so I grabbed those. And as I pushed west, I started running into more zombies, so I decided to move back to the southeast and head down to the main floor to keep pushing through that way. Now, because I've only been fighting on the second floor so far, most of the zombies on the first level have spent the last week or so moving up and following the shotgun blasts. This, in turn, allows me full access to the larger portions of the mall, such as the grocery store section. Of course, as I pushed west some more, it became more crowded. Since this mall isn't an apple factory in China, there were no safety nets to catch the zombies throwing themselves off of the second floor railings, which almost got me stuck. Now, much like I did in my 1000-day series, I ended up pulling the majority of the zombies in the south out into the parking lot. Why? Well, to put it simply, it's just safer. I have a massive open lot to kite zombies around in, now compared to a hallway where zombies can literally fall on top of you from the second floor. It's also a way for me to kite them out of the mall and then loop back in through a loading bay or side door. With that though, it's time to give the OGs what they've been waiting for since the start of the video. Oh, and I'm also out of sleeps on the building, so I moved the cot onto the sky deck, where I can sleep on it twice before having to leave again. Hopefully this will be the last time I have to move it for now though. If everything goes according to plan, I should have the mall cleared out within the next 48 hours. After making it back to the mall on day 105, I headed to the ground floor and immediately got to work rounding up all of the zombies I could find. I know I'm not going to be able to pull all of them, but even if I can group up like 75% of these guys, it'll be a win. I use the double barrel since the shotgun blast has a larger radius than shouting, and it also helps create escape routes if needed. When I rounded up what I thought was a decent amount, I kited the ball outside and did what most of you scumbags have been waiting for since I reached this hellhole. By early afternoon, the first batch had been turned to ashes, landing me 231 fire kills. For the second run, I just went inside and rounded up another 100 or so stragglers, pulled them out into the parking lot, and lit them up too. Only this time, I got them too close to the mall. This is going to be a problem if I don't find extra water to put this out with. Luckily, I managed to find a bucket and filled it up in a bathroom, but it didn't get all of the flames, so I headed back inside to fill another stall. After spending several hours trying to put out the fire, I'm f***ed. I was planning on looting the place, but given that it's currently up in flames, I don't have a whole lot of time, so I just gave up trying to fight it and ran to the bookstore, searching for any Volume 5s and Carpentry 4. So here's a little known fact for Zomboid. If you leave the area and unload the cell, fire will stop spreading. Granted, as soon as you come back, it'll pick up right where it left off, but that's a problem for later you to figure out. And since I have no clue which books I do and don't need, I decided to just dip out and run home to collect myself and figure out next steps. Alright, I made a little notepad list of everything I need book-wise. Obviously, things like electrical are stupid, but I still really enjoy grinding skills in Zomboid. It's one of my favorite things to do in the game, even if those skills are ultimately pointless. With that being said, I still want to hit up the gun store in the northern end of the mall. So I figure I'll start with the bookstore, run the bag back to the skydeck, then head back in and grab what I can from the gun store. Worst case, there's another one right across the street I can loot as well. Oh, and while I'm there, I'm going to secure a van and another car that I'll be able to tow. This will be important in 2 weeks when I gotta get out of here, since I can bring any loot with me. Now since it's too dangerous to sleep on the cot, I just kept pushing back to the mall. This is probably a bit stupid, but I figured there isn't all that much time, so every hour counts. Sure, it'll be dark, but I could probably find a flashlight somewhere and deal with any stragglers in the open. Jackpot. It also helps that I have level 10 sneaking here as well. By the time I wrapped up on day 107, I'd managed to find all but 4 books, being carpentry, cooking, metalworking, and tailoring, all volume 5s. By the time I'd made it back to the parking lot, a large portion of the mall interior was up in flames, meaning I didn't even have time to go check out the gun shop. That being said, the parking lot is still loaded with cars, so I spent a good chunk of time that morning finding 2 working vehicles to escape with. Until I realized that the vans can't pull each other. So I guess I'll just be taking one then. With that, I moved the van to the east by the courtyard area before heading back inside and making my way back to the skydeck, since that's still the safest way to and from the mall and the distillery. By the time I got back to base, it was around noon, so I went out to harvest some tomatoes, hitting farming level 2. After that was done, I started a massive reading bender. I've got 5 books to get through, starting with Carpentry Volume 4 and ending with Trapping Volume 1. And thus started the great epic of spamming skill books for 3 days straight. No sleep, no bathroom breaks, only stopping to shove tomatoes down my throat, before finishing up Trapping Volume 1 at 11:50 PM on day 109. After waking up on day 110, I headed down to harvest my plants, only to find all of my cabbages had died. I was too distracted with reading f***ing skill books that I forgot to check my crops. Luckily, the potatoes are still growing, so I shouldn't have to worry about food for the rest of my time here. With the farming taken care of, it's time to grind out some other skills, starting with tailoring. I've got a ton of thread and ripped sheets to work through, so I climbed up to the rooftop and started adding and removing padding to a leather jacket. I managed to hit tailoring level 4 at midnight going into day 111. After waking up, I went back down and finished dismantling all of the watches and cameras I had on me. When that was done, I went back to the lot in the north to retrieve that black car I had a while back, with plans to use that to grind out a few levels of mechanics. Which, speaking of mechanics, I forgot how abysmal it is to work with. Having to click for each instance, even on fails instead of instantly retrying, is horrible design. Speaking of trash design, I love how sometimes you'll just do the stab animation and completely miss the zombie, phasing through them and allowing them to grab you. Thankfully, it wasn't insta-death, which means I'll be alright. Anyway, by the end of the day, I'd gotten about halfway to Mechanics Level 2. The next day, I finished off Mechanics Level 2 and spent the rest of the day reading Tailoring Volume 3 and Mechanics Volume 2, finishing up at 2:30 the following day. Since I worked through the night, I just decided to keep working away at tailoring before running out of thread just after midnight on day 114. Now, most of day 114 was spent deciding which gear I'd be taking with to my next base. Obviously, I'll be keeping the books because I just spent days fighting through them all for them. I also chose weapons like machetes, katanas, crowbars, but when it came to firearms, I just kept a double barrel and a magnum, opting to leave guns and ammo for the M9, the 1911, and the M77 rifle behind. I'm also going to leave the generator behind since I don't know how I'd be able to get a car all the way back over here instead of just heading south from the mall. I do need to be fully out of here by the end of day 120, so I decided that I'll start working on moving tomorrow since it'll take a full day just to get all the gear moved across the skydeck. On the morning of day 115, I headed up to the roof, grabbed as much gear as I could carry, and set off for the mall. I did end up dropping the full trapping set in order to carry additional fuel, figuring that I'll use farming and fishing as a way to obtain food, on top of all the canned goods I could find at a grocery store. After a 10-hour walk, I reached the edge of the mall on the skydeck, but instead of heading up, I dropped my loot off and moved back a few dozen tiles. I'm too exerted to try to maneuver through an infested and torched mall at the moment, so my plan is to make 2 to 3 runs without being encumbered, so that I could better navigate the situation. After waking up early the next morning, I made my move. Over the course of about 7 hours, I made 3 separate trips from the roof down to the courtyard. Luckily, most of the zombies were still pooled in the west side of the mall, so there weren't that many zombies outside of the food court area. By 11 AM, I was fully packed up and ready to go. All that was left to do was get the hell out of Louisville. I'm not sure if it was due to zombie migration or if the back roads really were that empty, but the initial start of the drive was incredibly easy. Even the highway portion wasn't all that bad. The military checkpoint was a little rough, but since I'd already cleared that area like 100 days ago, it was also pretty easy to navigate. All in all, I was able to get out of Louisville by that afternoon, hitting the road and heading straight for West Point. I guess I shouldn't say road though, more like train tracks. It may seem stupid, but I didn't want to risk getting stuck in a wreckage portion of the road, and only way to guarantee that didn't happen was to stay on the tracks, which should take me safely over the bridge and into West Point. After making it to Twiggy's that evening, I jumped out of the van, grabbed some machetes, and got to work clearing out the area. It didn't take nearly as long as I was anticipating though, and by 7 p.m. I was able to secure the second floor of the bar. This will serve as my base for the next 4 months. If you're wondering why Twiggy's instead of the other popular base locations, well, it's pretty simple logic. I have the claustrophobic trait, and it doesn't proc on the second floor of Twiggy's, making it a great location for me. Once again, thank you all so much for watching. I decided to split this up into 3 parts just because the entire scale of the project is just that big, so be on the lookout for part 2 in the next week or so. Like I said at the beginning, I'm streaming on Twitch typically on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, but the full updated schedule can be found over on my Twitch channel. The link for that is down in the description. Until next time, I appreciate you all. Go call a loved one, and thanks for stopping by.